Welcome back to my personal nightmare, otherwise known as our playthrough of Final Fantasy III, E for the DS. Last time we got through the Temple of Time, got the device we need to wake Une up, as requested by Doga, the sage, over on that island to our left, not the big continent next to us, the smaller one a little further left. Since last time went a little rough, I have pushed our levels a little higher. We are all level 40, aside from Ark, who just had a little bit too much of an experience deficit to really conveniently get to 40. I think it'll be fine, considering Ark is, on average, the most effective character in this party anyway. I don't think he needs it as badly. These two in particular really needed it more so that they have larger health pools to try to work things through with. And Refia desperately needed some job levels, though even with no levels, Geomancer has been putting in the work, so I'm kind of hoping that that will continue to be true. I do need to quickly run to an inn before we do anything significant, because I forgot to recharge everybody after I did the grinding down in that treasure cave. So let's quickly go do that. This is probably the most convenient inn for this area. Now, I think I know where I need to go to wake Une up, because I want to say we were told that at some point. And I did double check, at least partially. Like, obviously I didn't go fetch specific information. I could restock in regular potions here, but honestly, I think regular potions are just kind of not worth it to us anymore. 50 HP when you've got thousands really just doesn't feel super important. And more than likely we'll be using Ingus's white magic to heal everybody anyway. Is how this is going to work, as it had in the past when Ingus was a knight before, is Ingus's big pool of level 1 cures will be used for out-of-combat healing, and Ark's larger pool of higher level healing will be used for in-combat healing, probably. For those who missed last session, Ingus went from Viking back to Knight, so we have access to covering again, and getting rid of the next to useless Viking taunt ability that just was never working. I do think this is a downgrade in terms of character power, but it's an upgrade in terms of team composition. Refia, since last time, went from Black Mage to Geomancer because just running out of spell slots all the time was getting real old. And Ark went from Scholar back to Red Mage because Scholar magic has just been a disappointment left and right. Luneth has remained Dragoon because Dragoon is actually functioning. So we will stick with Dragoon probably, I won't say till the end of the game, because I do know there's at least one more pool of jobs coming, but it's likely that that job will stick around a lot. Now, I did debate whether to go after Odin again right now, and I think because of the Zensetsuken instant, we're gonna go ahead and wait on that. It's not like I'm in any rush to make use of an evoker anyway. But yeah, I think Une's over here somewhere. Now, as to where, that's a very good question, and we're gonna have a whole lot of fighting to do while we're looking around, which is the other reason why I wasn't super concerned about Ark not being level 40, is I figured by the time we found Une's cave, or temple, or whatever Une's in, we would end up figuring that whole problem out. unless we end up encountering any new denizens of the deep along the way, I don't think we're going to be particularly threatened. It'll be a lot of just mashing attack until the fight its end. See, I was operating under a mix of remembering somebody saying that Une was down here, and assuming based on where the treasure cave was, that there was going to be something important on the continent near it, as another means of kind of encouraging you to be near where the treasure cave is. Now, that logic could be an entire fallacy on my part, but that's just kind of what I was operating under. So if we don't find it, well, you know, it'll be a whole thing. There we go. Just keep on chewing through the fish. Eventually we'll get to where we're going. So, I feel like I've gone too far to the right at this point. I feel like I would have seen something if there was something along the bottom of here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back up to the top, and then go back down to the tip of the landmass, and go to the left from there. And if I don't find anything down there, then clearly I've got the wrong landmass. Which is entirely possible. Because I, like a fool, did not write down anything specific relating to Une, because I think the information most likely came up at one of the times where I was losing my damn mind. So I had not taken proper notes. See, that's about where I would have figured it would have been. That's a problem. What that means is I should probably go check my other theory. So I could have swore... Well, it's not the first time I've been wrong about something. Thanks, game. I would love to be able to figure anything out, but oh wait, I'm not allowed to sail even a foot. I'm just thinking right now, trying to dig back into the memory of, like, okay, where is this place? Assuming I have actually gotten any correct information for that to begin with, which is a gamble in and of itself with this game. More Dragoon levels and Knight levels. Red Mage levels, nothing for Raphia. You see, I was assuming it was relating to the crystal, and the whole situation over here was involving the fire crystal, so it made sense to me that there would be a connection there. But it could even be just... No, this is too shallow water. Okay, so it's not that. Then again, that's where the other crystal was. So that makes sense that it wouldn't be there. So that does kind of mean that it should be actually attached to this landmass, not the other one. Actually, you know what? No, I'm being stupid. Guess who had his directions backwards? So I remember something about westernmost continent. Though, thinking about it, it would have made sense for Une's area to be somewhere on around this continent anyway, because of where we found the instrument. Theoretically. Did I ever go here? I feel like I never went here. What is this? Are you useful? Replateau. I don't think we've ever been here. Let's see if it works this time. Yeah! No, no, Chocobo again? What am I doing wrong? Eh? Well. Summoners, I presume? The great Magus Noah once lived on the Dalg continent, but he had passed away long ago. Alright. Dalg being important. And Noah as well. It said that the great Magus Noah was able to summon Leviathan and even Bahamut. Good for him. Entities called forth by summoners are far more powerful than the ones called by evokers. That's great, we don't have summoners yet, so that's not helpful. There once was a great magus called Noah. He could not only use both white and black magic, but he could also use summoning magic. Good for him. When do I learn how to do that? Summoning is the most powerful type of magic if you know when and where to use it. I feel like that's applicable for everything. Knowing when and where to use anything kind of makes a big difference. So that village was not very helpful. It'll probably be useful at some point. There's a cave there. I feel like I've been there. Maybe I'm remembering wrong. I guess let's land here and then head into that cave and see where that is. With our magic boat that has no one in it but goes places anyway. Okay, usual enemies. The way I'm looking at it, we've accomplished nothing of any serious note right now. So worst case, I walk in this cave and I just get obliterated. And we can rule out the fact that this cave is relevant. So I apparently do not correctly remember where I'm supposed to be. These seem important. Let me save before I stick my nose too far in here, though. Because thinking about it, at the very least I won't have to rest again and go running across. If this ends up being a case of I just get eviscerated walking in here. Oh, there's just dudes hanging around in here. There is monsters, though, so that's something. Oh, we fought these before. Well, we fought a different color version of these, anyway. Let's see how well the geomancy in here works. The answer is well. Okay, these are reasonable. 2 attacks from the party takes care of them, so nothing too big. They do sting a bit, though. We'll find out from these fellows here if anything good is happening here. Another Joblo of Refia. We recently had a cave-in, and Light is blocking the way further into the caves. We devote our lives to studying the ruins left by the ancients. Good for you. An adamantite wall crumbled during the earthquake, and we lost contact with the advanced team that went deeper into the caves. That does seem like a problem. We have no means of destroying adamantite, so let me make a note of what these ruins are and what their deal is right quick, and then we'll carry on, because that seems like important information. There we go. Ancient ruins center of Ceronian Island needs adamantite removed. Should remind me well enough. I shorten a lot of these things just so that they give me enough information to remember what it's talking about, while also not having me sit there and write for long enough that it interrupts the flow too much, you know? Let's see if there's actually anything around here. Seems like this leads somewhere. The answer is it leads somewhere we've already been, it looks like, though. This'll work. Come along, little buddy. You'll make it easier for me to determine whether there's anything of value here. So it looks like, yeah, this is just leading back to Saronia. That's kind of what I figured. Thankfully, we can just chocobo our way back to our boat and not need to worry about it. They did a good job of scattering a good amount of chocobos around. This way you're not, like, wandering for ages. So I feel like they could have avoided needing to put so many chocobos around if they just, you know, actually made the encounter rate something reasonable. There's a town in there, too. I don't think we've ever been there. And there's also this cave. How much of a bet this is where I need to be, and it was a matter of I massively overthought where I was going? Hey, what do you know? This is exactly where we needed to be. In case something bad happens the second I do this, how about I save before I do anything in there? That seems like a wise course. Because remember, we didn't have a boss in the Temple of Time, so I'm still kind of on high alert for surprise boss. Hello, bird. Right? Is that Noah's loot you hold? If it is, you'll be able to wake Uneg. Ah! I guess that's where you would have gotten information if you'd missed it from Dalg. Noah's loot begins to play. Its timbre said to reach into the world of dream begins to fill the room. Wake up, old lady. Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. You did it! You did it! Uni's awake! Ah. Oh my, did I sleep well? Parrot on my shoulder now. Aye, ma'am. I need to work out these sore limbs. Yeah! Look at her go. Une, guardian of the dream world, at your service. The world of dream was a good place, but I guess I'd forgotten how exciting the real world could be. And as for you, Dogen told me about you in my dreams. We have to get to the Invincible, don't we? That ship will take you across the highest mountains. It's in the ancient ruins to the north. So, what are we waiting for, eh? Let's go. Wait a second. And what is it, young man? Embarrassed to be seen walking around with an old crone like me? No, ma'am, not at all. Then stop staring and get moving. Una has joined the party. So I had the right place, I just was a step ahead of myself. Oops, before I forget, here, take this. Fang of Fire. Okay, that's another fang down. Hey, where'd you get... You must not lose this fang as well as the 2 fangs you already hold. They're the only things that will enable you to get past the 4 statues that Zan created to guard the entrance to his tower. There's one last fang, the Fang of Earth. To get it, though, you'll need to first find the Invincible. Come along, let's hurry. Scary now, scary, scary. Yeah, that is in fact our 3rd fang. We got the Fang of Water, the Fang of Wind, and now the Fang of Fire. Now, admittedly, that does lend itself to a couple odd question marks to begin with, but we'll figure it out. Questions like, how didn't anybody just steal the Fang of Fire while Une slept the whole time, or any of those kind of thoughts. And at the end of the day, who knows? So there's the better question of, just because we have Une with us, how exactly are we gonna get past the Adamatite? I'm sure we'll just get told what we need to do to solve that problem when we get there. I also don't know why I didn't just do this. Just land next to the cave. The answer is I didn't know the cave was there until I sailed to it, but, you know. Talk to these 3. Okay, there we go. Hey, there's Eri. How's it going? Let me handle this. Striking Dreamworld stones against any material from this world, even Adamatite, should annihilate both objects. Stand back. Here we go. Glad to hear it. Okay, just antimatter dream magic. Sure, why not? Well, means I don't need that note at all. Literally just wrote that we needed a way to get rid of this adamantite, and minutes later we solved that problem. That was taxing. Sometimes I forget my age. Come on, don't you just stand there. The Invincible awaits. Onwards. You know, if she could just destroy anything in this world using Dreamland and items, why not just break a hole in the mountains guarding Zan's tower so we don't need all the fangs? Probably magic protected rock or something. Prizes? Goodies? That's good. I'm glad you had a good time. They're also apparently trying to start up some kind of like mod club or something for Twitch. I wasn't sure how to feel about that. Because I feel like it's gonna end up just kind of like the other creator clubs and such, where it's just a place where a lot of people will end up piling in, thinking something good will happen, and then just nothing ends up coming of it. Yeah, I assume it's literally the same as the other creator clubs, just like I said, it's for mods instead. I just happened to see it on my dashboard this morning when I was setting everything up. It's the only reason I even know that much. Yeah, that thing. I saw it pop up, so I think I was invited, because I do moderate on at least one stream, though I haven't been there in a while because I've been so busy. I just saw a pop-up about it, and I'm like, nah, I don't care. If I was gonna use Twitch as a means of networking, I would have done so a long time ago. Them trying to set something like that up just means there's going to end up being an overpopulated Discord where people are going to be spamming a bunch of crap. It just ain't gonna be worth my time. Yeah, that makes sense. Which I think you can remove your yeah, you already said you removed yourself from those. I think enough people don't really pay mind to the fact that I exist to do anything like that to me. And I'm kind of fine with that. Cave in. Let's see how this works. Okay, it's just single target Earth. Yeah, that tracks. Blessings and curses there. Blessings and curses. It's good to be seen, but at the same time, being seen means people will expect things. And it may also just be a matter of there's an understanding as well of if people fuck around and annoy me, they know I won't stand for it in the slightest. Well, of course. People that ask is a very different situation. I have no idea where I'm going in here. I'm just kind of following the path that felt right and hoping I find prizes. Hey, speaking of prizes, Chakra Band. Isn't that something I already bought one of and I can't even use because I'm not using the right class? Yep, I have 2 of those now. Hooray. At least they stack. How about prizes over here? Kind of hoping that this is just like an entire side branch full of items. And it's looking like that's true so far. Black Belt Gi, you know, I'm starting to notice a theme here. Where it's gonna be all martial artist gear that I bought already. Or in case I end up with a new martial artist. Azrael, okay. Be not afraid, these things are a little weird. Also not that hard to deal with. Once again, bringing into question the design decision have the behemoths and such in the Temple of Time. It is interesting, though, that these ruins now have 2 creatures that can turn into multiple copies of themselves. One multiplies and one divides, so far. One has to wonder if that's a whole other theme for this place. Fairy Claws? Okay, that's probably better than one of the claw types we already have. So that at least is useful. That's something new. Rune Bell, is that the bell I already have, or is that a better bell? That is the bell I already have. But, you know what? Here, dual-wield bells, why not? That might make your geomancy better for some reason. I only rolled the single target one again. Let's see, and I talk about this a lot with this game, but this is the thing. You either have combats that are literally you just mash attack and maybe use a special ability during the fight, and the fight's just over, or you have fights that absolutely trash you. There doesn't seem to be an in-between. And I can honestly say that to a certain degree just with this series in general. Oh, these guys divide and multiply. I'm going to assume dividing takes their health, whereas multiplying doesn't? I don't really know why the same creature has both. There has to be a mechanical difference between the two. Unless maybe Divide is like a counter move. And Multiply is an active move. That is possible? 'Cause there does seem to be a fair amount of things in this game that do have, like, reaction moves to certain things. I turned around because I thought I saw a passageway. Nope, it's just weird wall texturing, I guess. Okay. Yep, we got another one of these recolors. Pyralis, which is probably going to try to set us on fire, so... You get out of there, you do your thing. You don't really have an answer to it, so just stab it. You just hope that the terrain does something good. Yeah, I kind of figured it was going to live through a lot. Much like these creature types tend to. It looks like it's fairly slow, which is interesting. We actually got a second turn for Refia before it even made a move. So that's suspicious. I feel like if that thing took a turn, it probably takes 2 turns and it would have ended up trashing us. So it's a good thing I took that seriously. Okay, so this leads further down. I'm worried that the other path I didn't take leads to something. Because this is definitely leading further, so let me turn around for it. I'm still in a positive mood, so I'm willing to turn around for items. Can't say that I've seen Une do anything useful yet. There's no lady following us along. What's the turn? Yes, it is. Okay. It helps that the things in here really aren't that big a threat, so I don't feel compelled to rush through here. I did, however, forget to heal Arc, I've just noticed, so I'll fix that in a minute. These two aren't going to be a problem, so we'll just clean them out. There we go. Nice and easy. Probably should have just used a high potion in hindsight, but, well, that's what hindsight's for, right? Realizing you've made an ass of yourself. Okay, which way did I come from? Oh, there's another staircase here. Huh. Is this where I came from? Yes, it is. Okay. So it's the path past here. I knew it was a... Wait. Some merchants pilfer weapons and armor from ruins like these and sell them openly. Every drawing and painting we've recovered has a giant flying ship as its central theme. I get the feeling that something really important is in these ruins. Well, you're pretty spot on with that. Or at least important to us. Whether it's important to y'all, well, bad news. You're not gonna get to keep it anyway. Oh, there's a shop in here. I half expected them to be peddling things from the ruins themselves after talking about the merchants that do that. But there are beds here, so I assume I can sleep. I don't think you did, Zeri. I don't know what where you heard that. Like, I might have slurred something? I don't know. I don't think I did, though. Ooh, there are unique weapons in here. Blood Lance, yes, please. We already have a defender? And I'm not even using it on the knight. I'm using it on arc right now. Do I want a second defender? Yeah, sure, why not? So they are selling things from the ruins. But a Blood Lance definitely sounds like a winning choice here. Especially considering the 95 attack it has. In fact, silly me, why am I only buying one? Why not buy two? I can afford it. Let Luneth do all of the damage and have all of the lifesteal. 190 attack between the two Blood Lances. He might not end up using much of anything else for the rest of the game. That might just be what he does now. Maybe they got fancy armor? Oh yeah, fancy armor. Diamond shield, diamond helm, white robe, black robe, diamond mail, diamond bracers, diamond gloves. We do need better gloves for Ingus. So grab those. Diamond mail is already what those two are wearing. You're already wearing a vest, which is better than the black robe. You're wearing actual armor at the moment, which is better than the... Well, actually, it's not quite better than the white robe, so I should probably get that for him. Diamond helm's better than the helmet you have, so we'll grab that. It'll also help to have these robes for when I switch people's classes around. So we're gonna do some business here right quick. Goodbye gauntlets, hello diamond gloves. Sadly, goodbye dragon helm, hello diamond helm. Which I apparently already had one of those laying around, so that was a waste of money. Right, you had the reflect mail at the moment. That is only a 1 defense increase. I think I'll just hang on to the robe for the moment. Let's do some inventory cleanup while we're here. And then I'll probably pick up a set of the black robes as well. Let's see, get rid of the golem staff, keep the wizard rod, get rid of the killer bow. Yeah, get rid of the rune bow as well. I'm probably not gonna make use of it at this point. They're doing a decent enough job from the back rank with the bells, so we don't really need to worry about it. We have so many different arrows. Gradual petrification on the Medusa arrows is interesting. Let's get rid of the fire book. Let's see, 50, 51, 82. Well, keep one of the wind spears in case I decide to put that back on to deal with flying enemies easier. Don't need 2 diamond shields. Don't need diamond shields at all, actually, because we have the Aegis shield. Scholar Hat's probably going to be outdated if I ever end up using it again. I don't need 2 chakra bands. Don't need the dragon helmets anymore. Don't need the Viking helmet. Don't need the mage robe now that we have access to black robes. Same with scholar robe. Don't need 2 black belt keys. Don't need the dragon mail anymore. That. This is all things I should have done in between. Gonna hang on to those diamond gloves because I think I might have oh right, I have the cognitome, so I don't really need to hang on to the other one as much. Oh wow, those metal knuckles are strong. We don't need 2 reflect mail. And the fairy claws are 89, so we can get rid of the other sets of knuckles we have. Back up here, the tiger claws. Geyser knuckles. Suddenly we made back all the money we just spent. And then some. Just cleaning up our inventory. I'm gonna hang on to that just in case for the moment, actually. I'm nervous about running into a situation where something will be resistant to the blood lances for some reason. Grab 2 black robes. That should be sufficient spares of that type. In case people end up getting their rolls flipped around at any point, it'll be good to have those. So it's probably gonna almost always be 2 and 2 as far as the armor types in this party, so it shouldn't be an issue, but it can't hurt to have a spare while we have the money for it. For situations where Ark can't wear the white robes anymore. Okay, so this was a good side trip to make. I'm glad I poked my head over here. Because my instincts were telling me, like, hey, you were forgetting something. Hey, there's something over there. On that note, let's actually head outside. Step outside this place and save before we commit to going the rest of the way through here, so I don't have to redo all of this. In case it all goes horribly awry somehow. Those blood lances are neat looking. Very spiky. Curious to see how much health they'll steal. A 1,000 hit points. Yeah, you know, I think Lunith might be self-sufficient now, as long as he doesn't take a 1,555 hit. Like, basically, the only way he'll be threatened is turn order now. That does mean, though, that it might be better if I just have him attacking rather than jumping, like, across the board now. Like, the argument can be made that his jump does more damage? But his sustain is better by stabbing. Because I don't know if his jump actually will have lifesteal attached to it because his weapon has lifesteal or not. That's actually something to consider and test, potentially. I'll just need to find something that'll live long enough for him to land. Actually, these 3 probably would live long enough for him to land, so up you go. Actually, we rolled Earthquake, so probably not. I guess I could just have them wait. So that he has a decent chance of landing. Yeah, you defend, you attack, you terrain. Rip him apart with the very winds in the cave. Okay, yes, he does lifesteal on impact, and he lifestole more, actually. So, no, there's actually reason to have him jumping still. Okay, that's good. We'll keep that in mind for the future. That has potential. Whether it'll work out according to the potential, well, that's a whole other question now, isn't it? Stairs were all the way up and around, weren't they? I feel like that's correct. I could be completely wrong, but I feel like that was the answer that ended up being true, is gotta go all the way up Oh, Une will do a thing. I don't know if hasting us is going to be handling everything, but thank you. I really hope that if we have a boss fight with you amongst us, that you do that for the boss fight. Because that will be incredibly convenient. Howdy, Natra. Just crawling through dungeons, as always. On our way to replace yet another airship. Because, God forbid, we continue to use the perfectly good ship we have. We need to go get another fancier ship. Makes you wonder why we didn't just go get this ship in the first place, but without the one that could go underwater, I guess we couldn't have gotten Une awake to then get this ship. Bleh. Just feels like a lot of extra work for questionable payoff, as usual. I keep debating back and forth with myself whether to give Ark the Blood Sword. Because if Ark has the Blood Sword, he then gets sustainability to then keep Ingus alive. But if Ingus keeps the Blood Sword, then he has sustainability built into himself. And I only have the one Blood Sword. 140 streams, good lord. I really don't know how you do it. Like, we've talked about it before, but that doesn't mean I understand either way. A-type deal. You know, let's go ahead and move Ark to the back, since everything seems to want to attack him right now. It'll make his attacks less effective, but that's okay. If it means having to heal him less right now, it's probably fine. There is that. But you did the vast majority of those before you even had those notifications. Fair. You know, if I wanted to do the inventory management, I could probably save on healing energy and healing items just passing the blood sword back and forth between my two sword users, actually. That would be a thing. Do I care enough to do that much menuing, though? Because I gotta take the sword out of one guy's hand, put it in the other guy's hand, make sure the other guy has a sword for to use. Therein lies the problem, but healing them every fight or two is also pretty tedious. That's why it's like, neither option is great. And even with Ark in the back, he's still getting attacked, so it's not like we gained much there. What I need is just another blood sword. Then I don't have to think about it, because both of them will have lifesteal. Of course, then everything will probably start attacking Refia again, and we end up now needing, like, some kind of blood bell. There we go. No, you didn't die. Now you divide it again, we kill the thing that you just made, and the process continues. No sooner did I talk about something attacking Refia, does Refia get attacked too? Predictable. Really, really predictable. Another level up for Angus. All this running around is exactly why I wasn't too concerned about only going up to 40 when I was grinding. So I was pretty sure to... I can't buy another Natra. The blood sword was something I found. That's why I don't have multiple. Otherwise, I would have 2 in Ingus's hands and then 2 in Ark's hands. They don't exist. The blood lances I can buy, but only dragoons can use those, so... Kinda stuck on that one. That's why there's one that has 2 weapons and one that doesn't. Oh. I was right to keep the other weapons. Because that zombie dragon right there healed from Luneth's attacks. And Luneth didn't get any health. So I definitely should swap him back to having 1 Blood Lance and 1 Heavy Lance, then. It's kind of what I anticipated happening at some point. Well, it's a zombie dragon, so I would presume yes. That would be the logical assumption. It's also a pain in my ass. Well, the problem is more so the fact that it's not taking any real damage from Luneth, making Luneth useless in this fight. And Ingus also took damage from lifestealing it, which is expected for undead as well. Just means this thing's gonna take longer to kill than it would otherwise. And I'm not gonna burn healing spells just to do damage to it when I have plenty of other means of doing damage to it with those who don't have evil weapons, essentially. If it was just an MP system that I could restore, then by all means I would just hit it with a raise or something and have it just die. But that would not be practical with what we have. And I'm not about to start wasting some of my supply of high potions throwing them at him, because that would only be 500 damage. That's weaker than most of our attacks. Great. My party's backwards for this encounter. That's going to be a mild irritation. The good news is I'm going to assume jump is unaffected by that, so that's not too big a problem. More or less just means I'm not going to bother flipping the party around at all. Only 200 on a crit is not bad. But of course, you know, Ingus has armor for days now. Yeah, you're fine to keep attacking. Thanks for the haste, old lady, while one of our number is in the air and probably is not going to be affected by it. You couldn't have just, like, thrown an attack spell at it and got us out of here or anything. Does she even have an attack spell? Who knows? It stays red for a lot of the games, but I wouldn't be surprised if Tactics Advance has it be pink. It may also just be the graphics in the Game Boy Advance making it look pink as well. Like, it'd be worth looking at the Game Boy Advance version of some of the other ones to see if the blood weapons in those are also pink. Because they have a tendency to make things like a little bit lighter and a little more washed out. I mean, there have been plenty of instances where a weapon like that ends up being pink, because they didn't want to make them red for one reason or another. And in some cases, it's because they wanted to make it look like a tongue, which was kind of weird, but that's a whole other thing. Oh, I guess we're just aboard the ship. Okay. Neat. Now listen up. The stairs over there are the way out to the surface. You just got here through them, so you'd think you'd know, but I'm telling you again anyway. When you want to board the airship again, stand in its shadow and press the A button. Don't ask me what an A button is, someone will understand. You can also use the A button to put the engine into overdrive and fly high over the mountains. Press the B button to stop the ship and take a break. You can steer the ship by standing at the helm. Did you take all that in? These stupid kids these days can't follow more than 2 sentences of directions. I think so. Good, now follow me. Put Gil in these thingies here, and you can buy items, weapons, and even armor. I've also summoned Fat Chocobo in the corner further aft. Where are you? Come on out, you chubby chicken. Ta-da. You can rest up in the beds over there, too. Doga's calling me. I have to go. You're going already? Yes, I trust you to do the rest yourselves. Remember, go to the Cave of Shadows north of Amor and recover the Fang of Earth. Come to Doga's Manor once you get it. Doga and I must give you something before you continue on your journey. We could go with you, but clearly we need to make you have to do extra legwork. Good luck with the Fang of Earth. I'll see you in Doga's Manor. Ta-ta! If you could have just done that the whole time, why didn't you just take us? Would have been too easy. You know what? I can't say she's wrong about that. God damn it. Anyway, money in the thingy. What can we buy? Well, hello level 7 magic. I see. Yeah, Fat Chocobo goes through it a bit. Just a bit. Admittedly, I don't think I have anybody that can use level 7 magic. I don't even have anybody that can use black magic anymore. Kinda gave up on that whole idea. Yeah, our highest is level 5 right now. So we just won't worry about picking that up. Meanwhile, the other thingies. Dark Knife, Rune Axe, Dragon Lance. Okay, there we go. That'll be a suitable little thing to pair with the Blood Lance. It's unfortunate I no longer have the Viking, because the Rune Axe would be nice. I'll go ahead and grab the Dark Knife in case I end up needing that for thievery. Alright, Nacho, good luck with work. Okay, this is still the same stuff we had in the previous shop, so this is not important. And I'm assuming this potion bottle here is my item shop. Which has all of the things. Okay. Well, not all of the things. It's missing having things like mallets and such. But we have a handful of those on stock if need be. Gonna restock our high potions back up to 40. Let's actually make the Dragon Lance his main weapon and have the Blood Lance be the secondary, actually. 'Cause I believe their main hand weapon does more. So it's arguably a better idea. Speaking of arguably a better idea, that is a lot more damage. What do your stats look like right now, Ark? Intellect 33, Mind 37. I switch that to a second defender. 33 and 33. So he loses 4 mind, which I'm pretty sure would mean his healing magic's slightly worse. I feel like dual defenders is probably going to still be better for him, though, overall. For those occasions where I'm having him attacking, which is most of the time when we're just walking around somewhere, it'll make him a lot faster at helping clear fields. Worst case, I can always swap the staff into his hands if I'm concerned about making sure his healing magic's at top form anyway. Hell yeah. We have a new airship. There's a lot going on in this thing. So I'm assuming any of the stairs that go down would lead outside. Oh, there's only one actual downstairs. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and rest. It's a free place to rest. We may as well. And we need to go north of Amr to get to the Cave of Shadows. Which, maybe it's just me, but a place called the Cave of Shadows sounds concerning. The ads are about to kick in, though, so I will be pausing for the ads as usual so nobody misses anything too important. This looks very similar to our previous airship, just with more propellers on it. And by previous, I mean the one before we got the Nautilus. It's actually slower a little bit, too. So maybe it'll be faster when we lift up. Oh, we can only temporarily lift up. Okay. Probably only certain places am I allowed to lift up higher. But there's mountains here, game. Shouldn't I be able to go over them? This airship kind of sucks, huh? There's where the statues are that would kill me. Because we don't have all the fangs yet. Either way, the ads are running, so I'll be back in a moment. Figured I'd take a second to try to learn the airship, but no. It's a good airship, it's just not as good as the ones we had before mechanically. Visually, it's neat. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. You didn't miss anything. I flew around a little bit to get a feel for our new airship and the fact that it's slower than the previous one for some reason, and also cannot actually go over the mountains, despite what we were told. I'm assuming I need to get into that clearing up there. That would involve this thing actually, like, properly ascending. And for anybody wondering, I have tried pressing the button and holding the button, and neither of them have had a meaningful difference. So I'm just kind of looking like, is there like a specific spot they want me to do this so that it works? Perhaps I'm too far north of Amur, though, because Amur, I'm pretty sure, was the city of water, which was down here. So maybe the cave is actually, like, in between, and I just went too far north. Because obviously up there is where the tower we need to go to after we have all the fangs is. Oh, I can go over foothills, not real mountains. Huh. Okay. Sure, yeah, this seems really worth having dredged up an ancient airship to do. We dredged up an ancient hurdle hopper. Lovely. I'm so pleased with what I've acquired here. Can someone please explain to me why I even need to go higher to go over these? We're already well above them visually as it is. I don't understand. Like, I like the new music track that's playing. That's fun. But, like, this airship just doesn't seem good. I wonder if they just wanted to play around with a bunch of different airship designs, so they had to somehow jam them into the game design somewhere. And that's why you end up with 3 different airships within a couple hours of each other. Because I could understand that. Even if it is kind of silly. Oh, hey! That's neat. We actually have an airship that can fight. That's a positive. Wrong way. Considering the maze we're doing with this right now, I see why they designed it the way they did. Though I could happily say that, you know, maybe just don't make a random mountain maze. Maybe just don't. Okay, B button lets us take a break. Oh, right. We go down the hole. I was expecting, you know, actually land it. Nope, it stays airborne. Okay, that's fine. Save before we go in here, because we don't know what we're getting into. Yeah, everybody's 40 or 41, so I'm pretty confident based on what I remember reading of the recommended levels. Cave of Shadows. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I was expecting in here. I have come here from Falgabard for further training. Some monsters in this cave divide and multiply when attacked by normal means. Well, we already dealt with that, so that's not that big a deal. Valgabard, I assume, is where the Black Blade guys are from, considering what these guys are rocking. Oh yeah, what I just picked up probably isn't something I can even use, huh? Yeah, Dark Claws are just more knuckles. There's gotta be a downside to these metal knuckles, right? Because they seem like they're just better than half the other knuckles we've encountered, and we got these before the fairy claws. Maybe they're slower or something. It seems my Dark Blade was too weak, but it may have been my destiny to be here and meet you. Take this with you if you wish to venture further. Obtained Kotetsu. And they're dead. Now, is that a sword y'all can use? No. Attack 105, effective against dividing enemies. Considering the Dark Knight looking guys is in here, I'm going to assume a Dark Knight could use that weapon. Since we don't have a Dark Knight, we can't actually make use of that. Oh well. We'll just drop rocks on them and just keep hitting them till they stop dividing. I was honestly more concerned that we were going to be dealing with like a bunch of cloning enemies and such, like that would turn into us and things like that. So I am already less concerned than I would be otherwise. Life-absorbing item. Okay. You notice they're giving us a lot of lifesteal related things now? More lifesteal weapons and now a lifesteal item. Wait. Yeah, it doesn't look like that leads up there at all. Okay. Uh-huh. Led to nothing, but it's something. I'm suspicious. I won't say what I'm suspicious of right now. Nope, never mind. I was gonna say, I'm suspicious because we haven't been attacked in a while. Silenus and Gap. Let's kill Gap first. That seems like the one that'll divide. Well, it won't divide if it's dead. There we go. They also weren't worth that much experience. We know we had to go here now, because we couldn't get here without the Invincible. But experience gain like that just tells me, like, hey, you know, maybe this would have made more sense to have this be earlier, if you're gonna give me experience like that. Also, I guess this is why it's the Cave of Shadows, because it's dark as shit, and half of the paths are invisible. I suppose that makes sense. Got horses and demons now, because, you know, why not? Oh, it's a horse that knows Blizzard for some reason. Sure, why not? Thankfully, we have lifesteal, so... Ow! Why'd you gotta punch the one that doesn't have lifesteal like that? Okay, the Vazago can divide. You know, considering other depictions of something called Vasago I've seen before, that actually makes more sense, now that I think about it. So I want to say Vasago in one of the Castlevanias I've played was a creature split in half. So maybe that's just a mythological thing where it is actually normally something that is multiple parts, perhaps. I don't know. There's clearly some connecting reason for two different media to have it either divide or be divided already. These ideas don't just come out of nothing, usually. Genji gloves, those are usually very good. Except no one can wear them, because I'm assuming that's gonna be another thing Dark Knights use. Or actually, more likely, it may be specific to... well, I don't know. Doesn't matter, we can't use it, so we'll worry about it when I change jobs, perhaps. Okay, I can go into this one. Ah, there we go. I was gonna say, the fact that I can even enter that tunnel at all tells me I have to be able to get somewhere from there. Okay, what this tells me... oh, that's a Chronos instead of the Silenus. Two things just with a slight change as their model. Okay, sure, why not? You would think that they'd be in two different areas at the very least, so you don't notice it as much. What do I know? Okay, that guy does 500 to Ingus. That's concerning. Also, you survived that, annoyingly. But the divided version of it won't have that much health, so it will be fine. You also divide. Good for you. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy that I'm going to hit you with thunder. Enjoy. If you even survive the earthquake. Which you didn't. Anyway, moving right along. If you thought that was Spite Thunder I was throwing, you'd be correct. Okay, we found another pathway. I feel like I left behind something before, earlier on in this place, so I'm a little concerned about that. But at this point, I've gone far enough down these tunnels that I don't really want to turn around anymore. This honestly seems like a place where it wouldn't be a bad idea to switch back to having the Black Mage. Specifically so that we could get guaranteed high magic damage on these things that divide. Oh wow, that thunder did nothing. Considering that response, you know, maybe it won't actually matter that much. Well, honestly, when they divide, it's not that big a deal so far anyway. It'd be a much bigger problem if we were having more trouble killing them. But we kind of chew through things at the moment, so it's not that big a deal. Now, if we end up fighting a boss in here and the boss divides, that could be a problem. That would be very concerning. He says, knowing full well that he is setting up himself for that to end up being true, but, you know, don't worry about that. We'll worry about that if that ends up actually being true. Considering the rate at which this game has found ways to tilt me each session, I fully expect this to end up being a thing that happens. And for me to get very annoyed. I just keep happening to pick good directions, apparently. Oh, that's a progress path. Huh. I kind of expected going to the side to be where items were. Kill the Visago, kill the Visago, kill it now before it breeds. I was kind of banking on an earthquake to happen, so that didn't get to become more of them. Ditto with that one. So apparently, I guess they don't always divide? Because the Chronos divided before. Why are you choosing nothing but single target options now, Refia? Why must you upset me? Because yes, I'm going to blame them for what their geomancy does. It's not like I have control over what they use. So it's not my fault. You could say it's the planet's fault, but I'm gonna blame them for it anyway. We may as well keep going this way. I'm not even going to try that, because I will butcher it. I'm gonna assume it's a similar case of being another sword I can't use. Yep. Also effective against dividing enemies. What do you know? Anybody else notice a theme in here? Both in the naming and in the way the weapons work? Actually, you know what? You go ahead and jump. I have a cunning scheme. A cunning scheme that probably won't work. Because by the time he lands from that jump, in hindsight, this is already gonna be over. He also was the one with the best odds of killing them before they divided. And after that earthquake, so... You know, maybe not my finest of plans, realistically. Worked, though. Kept the Chronos from dividing. Just not exactly remarkably efficient. But I suppose at the end of the day, we take what we can get. Engie shield. The theme continues in here. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna take the right-hand path this time. We're gonna go just straight ahead and see if I find items that way. This is when the straightforward path happens to be the correct one, and I just put my hands up and give up. Speaking of I give up, just couldn't do the area effect while there's 3 targets, huh? Just had to do the single target one. Refia, if you die from this is your own fault. Just want you to know that. I stand corrected, it may also be Angus's fault. Considering he has now made more problems for us. Okay, at least now you chose to Earthquake. I'll take the in-between on that. You're not even gonna get that cure off, are you? Nope, sure ain't. Spent so much time thinking about it, didn't even cast the dead spell. I swear this party thrives on aggravating me sometimes. Then again, it wouldn't be a Final Fantasy party if they didn't irritate me, I suppose. Hey, so you know, I feel like this path over here might be pointless. Yeah, because there's no path that goes the other way. So yeah, that was literally just a loop. And I'm now wondering if I just happen to pick correctly every time. And that there was never a reason to take any other paths other than the ones I took. Purely just coincidentally. Deathclaw. Huh. Maybe that doesn't divide, haha. It died, so it didn't get a chance to divide. It's kind of weird that we had multiplying and dividing enemies in the ancient ruins, and then they repeated it, but only stated it as a gimmick for this dungeon. There's just a lot of little odd things that just... they stick in my brain and bug me with this. And I think it's because I'm being hyper-vigilant because of the fact that I'd gotten irritated with this before. So I'm, like, looking out for it more. Like, I'm freely calling myself out as far as that goes here, because I'm pretty confident that that's true. Okay. Got new territory. Got a bone path to walk on. Honestly, half expected it to fall out from under me somewhere along the way. Genji Helm. We're just missing the chest piece now. Real shame we got nobody that'll wear any of that. So I'm not about to train Ingus up as a Dark Knight, like, right off the cuff right now, just to make that gear useful. So maybe we'll get lucky and there'll be another class we get off this next crystal that'll make those pieces useful. He says, knowing full well that he's lying to himself out of hope and going to end up probably just ditching those items in a shop at some point. But I can dream. I can dream a lot of things. Mostly weird things. Like being able to afford things. That's a weird concept these days. It's just sitting here? That seems like a trap. We found it! The Fang of Earth! Who dares break the eternal seal? Yep, there it is. A dark shadow attacks you. What a twist! It's almost like this was going to be guarded the entire time. By a buff dude without a shirt. Hackathon chair. Have a seat, Hackathon chair. We got a business elsewhere, and we really don't have the time to deal with you. The fact that Protect can't be cast on multiple people still irritates me. I also should have healed Ark. I just realized he was missing health when we got in here. It's fine. It'll just have to be fine. Okay, he hits pretty hard. He hit Lunith twice, which is fine. Because Lunith goes before he does, so Lunith can kind of heal himself off of lifesteal a bit. I can also just have Lunith jump out and be fine. So you go ahead and jump out. You heal Ark because of the mistake we made. So I want Ark to continue to focus on putting Protect around. I would use Raise, but we have Phoenix Downs, I think. I'll double check that before I use the last Protect. At the very least, the two casters should have Protect on them. It's smarter than leaving them unprotected, considering the amount of damage this guy's doing. Yep, it was a good idea to protect him. He's still gonna take a fair whack of damage based on that, but it'll help him somewhat. This would be a great time to have somebody who could actually taunt. Not that it would work. Do I have any Phoenix Downs? I have one. So let's hold that other raise as well, then. Arc Cura yourself in the hopes that you survive. There we go. Lunith healed himself up pretty well with that jump. I kind of figured that would work out. Now he has 4 targets again. Oh, that's a problem. So you just had Quake in the pocket and just didn't use it, huh? Just had that the whole time. Like, it is the Fang of Earth, so Earth magic was kind of expected. That was just really bad timing. Yep. I had a feeling I was about to just get screwed as far as that goes. So this is SOL, because I have no Phoenix Downs left. We're gonna have to redo this dungeon. All because this guy had an AoE and just happened to use it twice at the exact worst time possible. It would have been very funny if he had died there. Hope you're ready for the joy of walking through a cave for 10 minutes again, because that's what we're gonna be doing. I would say this is because I couldn't buy Phoenix Downs, but based on the quaking, I don't think having more Phoenix Downs would have made a difference. Because he would have just happened to use Quake when I try to revive somebody again, and we would have just lost whoever we revived again. Black Musk. Is that a misspelling and it's a mask, or is it actually Musk? It's actually Musk. Causes instant KO. I see. Well, I guess on the bright side I found Dust of Instant Kill, so that's something. This does let me solve my curiosity about other paths I didn't take. Like, I feel like I had the right idea with casting Protect, and then it was made irrelevant by the fact that he just has Quake. See, this also is the same problem I was talking about before of, oh hey, he's got an AoE move, and he's just gonna keep using it every turn. That's good design, right? That's fair and reasonable for you to have to deal with. Because you know what's fun? Damage spam. Like, you could argue him attacking twice and doing, like, 500 per character is a lot, too, but that's not as bad because at least it's only single target. Instead of doing nearly that much to the whole party with Quake. Like, every turn. And this seems designed for you to build up a Dark Knight for it with all the gear that's in here. But by the same token, I feel like burning health to attack that guy is just asking for you to get quaked. Tranquilizer. We missed that when we were here before, too. No joy, a back attack. You know, this wasn't already tedious enough to run back through. Now, let's make it take longer by... I'm making my entire party a bit weaker by putting us the wrong way around. And then giving the enemy a free turn. I will say, at least the two other concerns I had did not come to fruition so far with that boss fight. Is I was concerned, like I had joked about, that it was a boss that would divide, which he might still. That we didn't defeat him yet, so he could still have that in the pocket. Hi, Raffia. Guess we're turning around again, because I'm not really a fan of the idea of burning one of the very few raise slots we have. And we're not that far in yet. What is it with this game and setting things up to be extra annoying the second time through? Like, we walked through here pretty peacefully the first time, and now that I lost to the boss, the game's like, hey, how about we just kick you while you're down by having a back attack happen, and it just so happen to make an enemy attack your vulnerable character twice, just so they would die. Okay, so you have to use raise and then rest, so that you actually still have the raise slot available. Things that would be solved by this game just not continuing to have Phoenix Downs be the rarest thing on the face of the fucking planet. It's like, I understand the logic here of they are a rare thing. I don't really have a huge problem with that, but I feel like having them be purchasable and just be very expensive would be reasonable. Instead of, oh, they just don't fucking exist. You just can't have them. Also, I once again question the validity of the recommended numbers I looked at. Is I am actually 2 levels over the recommended level for this fight. This fight was recommended to be level 39. Just as a context statement based on the listing I was looking at. And yet you saw exactly how that played out. Now, you could argue exactly the same thing I said, where it was primarily I just got really unlucky with timing. And I would not say that that's inaccurate, but I do feel like that's not the whole story there either. I do think we are still going to have problems with this. This could easily be a repeat of the Salamander situation, because it is again a boss that spams a area attack over and over again. And it's not like I have any means of influencing my earth resistance or anything to protect myself from it. It's just gonna be, hey, I hope you manage to time your heals properly to not just die. Hey, probably. Or just do enough damage to kill him, forehead. Those are the 2 options I see for this situation right now. Because I can mitigate it for Lunith by jumping away, but everybody else doesn't have that luxury. And there's a very real possibility Lunith will just happen to land into a quake and die anyway. The one thing I'll say about it this time, compared to the Salamander thing, is at least Quake does less damage. Like, Quake only really got us bad because I got caught on the back foot, having already been injured, hurt fairly severely. And that was enough to tip 2 people over the edge because, you know, I didn't know he was just gonna pull a Earthquake out of nowhere. He hadn't done it yet. So I didn't know what the danger thresholds were for that fight yet. I wish it would just go ahead and storm already. It keeps threatening to storm. And I've seen weather reports for the past, like, week and change where it's like, it's gonna storm all week, it's gonna storm all week. And then it just sits there looking vaguely moody and cloudy, and then nothing happens. As it just continues to get more humid and miserable here. So it's like, could you just fucking get it over with? The answer is no, it won't. But I can dream. Somebody get these constipated clouds some help. Ow. God damn it, Ingus. Clean up the mess again. Huh. Oh, now you earthquake. Fucking hell. I remain baffled by turn order in this game. Refia goes first, like 9 encounters out of 10 with her Geomancy, and then the one time there, where an earthquake would have avoided problems, she takes until most of the party has moved to do anything. I don't understand. Like, is there just a hidden meter that I don't know about that's moving to indicate that or something? Like, I have to assume different moves happen at different speeds. 'Cause that's a fairly common thing, but it's just like, I don't fully understand what's going on here. The fact that that only did like 100 is why we tend to only having his do out of combat healing. His healing is just not very effective. Being that he is not geared for it. Then again, as you can see, Ark's AoE heal, not exactly stellar either. And this is also why I just opt to kill these things rather than letting them have turns, usually. Is letting my enemies have turns just leads to bad things happening. There you go, that's a bit better. I was half expecting to get knocked right back out of him. This does make an argument for him actually staying a scholar and just using scholar boosted items. But, you know, it be what it be. We just keep carrying on in the hopes that we can win this fight the second time. As the game continues, its beloved trend of kicking me in the nuts when I'm down, having already lost us to the thing at the end of this once. And don't get me wrong, there's always the psychological aspect of things seem worse when you're on a run back. Is, you know, you've obviously already experienced a loss, so you're already not as happy as you would otherwise be. But it really does seem like RNG sometimes just goes out of its way to kick you while you're down. Like the oh-so-convenient double-tap Refi I got earlier. I don't know. I go back and forth between, it's like, I'm probably ascribing too much malice to the way this was coded. And then I think about some of the other design decisions again. I'm like, well, no, maybe I'm ascribing the right amount of malice to this game. It will help immensely that I now know where the fight's gonna happen. Because you might have thought, like, oh yeah, you see the item you need to grab, maybe you should heal before touching it. It's like, well, I didn't see anything physically there, so I made the erroneous assumption that, like, oh hey, maybe they're gonna do an ambush on the way out deal this time. Literally all of these are just useless side paths. Okay. Because that chest down there is where we get to after we finish that path. We know that already. So I genuinely did just happen to pick the right path every time. But once again, my instincts prove completely accurate. There we go. As long as they just keep attacking Lunith and Ingus, we'd never need to worry about healing ever. Because they'll just keep healing themselves. Also, knowing that those weapons work on the boss, maybe I should give him the other Blood Lance so he can heal more. I'm just nervous because, like, well, maybe he's only dealing that much damage because he had a different weapon as well. I wasn't paying enough attention. No, because we saw Lunith heal, didn't we? Pretty sure we saw Lunith heal fighting Heka blah 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 blah. Ow. Thanks for the fire of inconvenience, now die. And as you can see, against most things, Lunith already heals to full most cases anyway, so I don't know if I need the 2 Blood Lances. Oh hey, Shadow Flare just happened to happen this time. Where was that against the boss? That would have been great. We probably would have won if you had used Shadow Flare. The odds of Shadow Flare must be really low. I'm assuming it's just a case of you're in a dark area, so there's a, like, maybe a 5% chance Shadow Flare goes off or something like that. Considering how powerful it is, that would make sense. Yep, once again, the mouthful of letters that I'm not going to try to pronounce is invariably, partway through that, I will offend someone, probably multiple people. Like, there are some things that I'll try to pronounce, as you've heard me do, and I want to believe that I get relatively close, because of all the things I've heard that are similar. But there are some sounds that I just do not attempt, because I've not heard that clearly enough, often enough, for me to be able to guarantee it to a point I'm happy. But I also don't really want to belittle it by just calling it something silly either. I don't know, it's always an awkward place to find yourself. And like, obviously, if I had known names like that would have shown up, I could do research about it, but if I don't know they're gonna be there, why would I do the research? And Lord knows there's so much shit to try to keep in my brain anyway. I feel like there's a line between doing your best to be respectful, but also not going so far above and beyond as to drive yourself crazy. So I can read and decently understand a lot of languages. It's just there are some that I do not fully understand. That's just the way it is. So it is always interesting to me, the times where they keep a name like that. Now, they obviously rewrite it so that it's in the English alphabet, but they don't, like, localize the name. And I find situations like that interesting. Because that's an active decision they made when they localized this, to keep the name, as opposed to just changing it to whatever it translates to. Which I guess, depending on if it's a fully proper name, it may not have anything that it translates to, and that may be the reason of itself. But I do find decisions like that interesting. Not enough to sit there and go, like, find somebody who did a deep dive on it or look it up myself or anything. It's just like, huh, I wonder why. Like that's as far as that rabbit hole goes for me, is just a passing thought. Pondering the idea of having Ark have the blood sword for this fight as well. His Ark will more than likely need it more, but as soon as Ingus doesn't have it, Ingus will probably be the one who needs it more instead, as he'll just end up getting chewed through instead. And the moment I don't cast Protect on Raphia, Raphia probably will not live nearly as long. One thing I definitely should do is put Ark in the back for this fight, so that he doesn't just get meleeed to pieces as badly. I do think that's worth doing. He is still going to get hit, and get hit hard, but since his priority is going to be on keeping everybody alive, he doesn't need to be in the front. So let's try that. Though I still have mixed feelings as to how much the being in the front and being in the back actually makes. Like, it seems like it reduces the damage some, but not nearly as much as I feel like it would need to matter. You stay down on the ground, so he'll hopefully target you. There's an argument to be made for actually making Ingus back into the Viking for this, and then I'd be able to give Ark the blood sword freely. But then Ingus would be drawing aggro and not having lifesteal. And that's assuming that the drawing aggro even works. Go ahead and check him for weak points. Does he even have a weakness? Though it's not going to matter much to find out what his weakness is, considering we don't have anything to really exploit those weaknesses much. I'm curious. HP question mark. No weak points detected. That's about the answer I expected as well. Okay, no, that actually decreased the damage more this particular time. I cut the damage by about half, which actually does feel somewhat worthwhile. Because that means he'll survive another or double attack. It won't matter a damn bit against Quake. But that's okay. That's right, spread the damage out, that's fine. Means the next heal's gonna need to go out to everybody and probably be a Kiraga, so that it heals a worthwhile amount for everyone. I'm assuming he's gonna start quaking here soon. So by the time the Kiraga goes off, the quake will more than likely have happened. I'm gonna try to predict him here, and I might end up wasting a Kiraga, because turn order is gonna end up fucking me here. Yep. I hate being right. I hate being right. But if I didn't do that, the turn order would have worked out the other way around. But I was right that he's doing Quake this turn. This game. This is why having your turn order be essentially random is bad, because you cannot reliably plan for it at all. Since he healed that much with the Kiraga, though, I feel like a Kira should be fine. I feel like I'm setting myself up for failure that way, but I don't want to burn all of the big heals right off the front of the fight here. Yeah, because you'll steal some health to put yourself out of Quake range. And then the Kira goes off. Yeah, that healed 400 basically for everybody. That's plenty. He has a lot more of those. And this is exactly what I mean. Because he didn't hit me with 3 Quakes at bad times, the fight was an absolute joke. This is what I mean about how swingy these are, all because they just have one nasty attack that they either use or don't use. I feel like it took less turns to kill him than we took last time, too. Which is weird. We must have just rolled better that time or something. Obtain the Fang of Earth. So I didn't even really do anything too differently there. Arc still didn't do that many attacks. We have to go back to Doga's Manor. Can't wait to see Oni and Doga again. No sense walking back out of here. Away! Still, at least that only took a second try. But it still feels weird, for lack of a better way of putting it, how that played out. Like, I almost feel like he just kind of rolled over and died the second time. Which I know is not really accurate, but that's how it felt. Just how much smoother and easier the second attempt went, which also does not make sense considering I didn't even use any buffs the second time. I just went in, healed once, really, and then he died. It's just a weird situation. Keeping these two for kind of irrelevant reasons, just get rid of one of those. At this point, we have enough raw damage ones that are better. We don't need that. It's also weird how some of these items sell for 1, and yet something that's basically the same thing next to it sells for more. Or sells it all, more accurately. Oh yeah, we have the Dark Claws now. 115. Get rid of these. The ads are about to kick in. The Genji gear is not crazy good, at least. Just pondering for a moment. But I don't think there's any changes I can make, let alone any changes I want to make, particularly. While we have the money, let's grab the magic. You need to make back a little bit more in order to be able to make that work, though. Yeah, these two don't even sell for any actual value, so there's not really a point to selling them. But the way we're changing characters around, that's why I'm hanging on to so much extra stuff. Because I feel like there's gonna come a situation where I need this gear again. And if I sell off too much of it, I'm just gonna shoot myself in the foot. We got Reflect, grab Kiraja. I'm not super concerned about Asuna, which might come back to bite me. But at the same time, I still currently don't have anybody who can even use it, so it's not the hugest deal. This is more me just preparing ahead of time. For the eventuality where these spells will actually matter. Which even when they matter, I might not be able to use them. But I'm gonna refill my drink while we wait for the ads, so I'll be back in a moment. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I'm assuming you all just got back too, based on the fact that there's still the other ad break in progress sign still on screen. Just double checking something right quick. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're good with what we got, so off we go. Well, I say good with what we got. It's not like there's any meaningful changes I can particularly make at the moment. Let's go back to the old people. still say if they have the power to teleport themselves, they could at least, like, teleport back to us. Or, you know, magic communication, so we at least know what the fuck's going on with them. Then again, I don't know if I would trust them to know how to work any kind of communication. Game, please. And there's even a gap between the rocks here. You probably could have just flown through there without the high-flying ship. This is just silly. This entire scenario here with the need for the invincible is just goofy. Not in the fun way. There we go. And unless I have to fly over mountains again, it literally has no purpose anymore. And how am I even gonna get back to Doga's Manor without the Nautilus? Because the whole reason we got the Nautilus was to go past the wind here leading to Doga's Manor. Unless you're gonna tell me you just shut the wind machine off and now we can just go in freely anyway. At which point, it's like, you know, well, maybe you should have just let us fucking in to begin with. Uh-huh. Do I need to go park the Invincible and go get the Nautilus? I guess so. They really made some choices with this game, huh? Now I gotta fly all the way around this landmass, fly all the way back up to where I parked the Nautilus, and now if I want this airship back, I'm gonna have to fly all the way back in here again to go get it. I really just don't think they thought this bit through at all. Because I want to believe they didn't think it through compared to they just sat there rubbing their hands and going, ha 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 ha, they're gonna waste so much time flying back and forth. As if the pissing your players off angle is why they did it, I have so many questions that get answered by that, but I also don't want to believe that. It also double sucks because now I don't have a built-in rest point on my ship. Something that, you know, might have been nice to have all these other airships have, because you can't tell me that there isn't room below decks on any of these airships for you to have a fucking set of beds. Like, them doing that interior sequence for the Invincible just proves that, game design-wise, they could have done that the entire time. But they didn't. Which means they chose not to. And, like, you could argue I'm choosing to find things to upset myself about. And that's not inaccurate, but at the same time, it is still a problem. It's time for Une and I to give you what we have prepared. Where are you guys? We can't see you. Step on the circle and make your way through the tunnels. We shall await at the end. Are you telling me I'm gonna have to minify myself again? Swear to God, if I have to be mini for this fight, I'm gonna be very angry. Okay, no. I did save before I came in here, right? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, because I remember seeing my level numbers change. And of course there's monsters in Doga's Grotto. Why wouldn't there be? New Cyclopses. Oh, actual Cyclopses this time instead of what they were before, which I've already forgotten what they were before, if I'm honest. A lot of places where Earthquake works, which makes sense. A lot of places where there's either stone or dirt or rock to use Earthquake in. That's not so bad, at least. The fact there's monsters in here tells me I'm gonna have to fight right at the bottom of this, almost certainly. Why do I have this bad feeling that what they prepared for me is something that's going to try to kill me? Like, I know those two are supposed to be on my side, but that doesn't mean there isn't going to be some nonsense of, we gotta test your strength or whatever, or like that. Oh, hey, Shadow Flare again. Oh, goodbye to that Cyclops. And reminder, that sub goal up there is real. It is 9 subs away according to the sub points at the very least. From me having to actually finish Super Metroid at some point. Because I have played it. I have definitely played it. I just never ended up getting around to finishing it. If you want to see that happen, there you go. You know how. $10,000 gil. Okay, there's just money down here, I guess. Sure. There you go, Earthquake, very good. Arguably, it'd be better to just have her end up rolling more single target high damage spells. But everybody else does enough damage that the spread out damage works fine. It means the enemies get wiped out faster. Even from the back rank, she does 900 with those bells, which is not half bad. The classic "it's warm so brain is tired" immediately situation as usual. What the hell? Okay, we just got a pair of nemesises. Why not? I think I was meaning to check while this happens. Did I remember to do a thing? I did. Okay, very good. Wanted to make sure I hadn't forgotten to turn something back on. Because I usually only have so many automated things on at a time, and so many automated things when I'm doing collabs and such. So it's very easy to forget which switches you flipped on and off. The anti-bot switch, though, is always on, as you can see there. More job levels for people. What's in the box? I was half expecting to get attacked again on the way to it. They're giving me a lot of money. Not really sure why they're giving me so much money. Suddenly Dragon. Periton, okay. I mean, then again, yeah, it's not the same model that the Dragon earlier had, I guess. It is much more Wyvern-like since it's got no alarms, but either way. Perish, no matter what you who think or want to do perish. Okay, I guess it wasn't the wind spear that was making the crazy damage against those. Maybe dragoons just have extra damage against those? Or maybe it's the dragon lance that's doing that. Who knows? Okay. There's stairs that way. Let's go the other way first, then. Oh, there's stairs in multiple directions. Oh, good lord, there's stairs in every direction. Hey, you guys happen to know where the treasure is? You know, could you just point one of those weird purple arms in the direction of the nearest treasure? No? Okay. Well, we're killing you either way, so... You could have at least been helpful before you died. See, that's not being helpful. Attacking me? Definitely not helpful. Stab them to the sound of trumpets, and then move on with our lives. I guess we'll start from this one, since this is the one I got to last. Great. Great, I love it. I love this big empty cave space that has nothing in it. It's my favorite thing. I swear, if 2 out of 3 of these are just empty, I'm going to be very cross. So after Final Fantasy II, I shouldn't expect anything else, really. Nope, there we go, that makes up for it. Rising Sun, Lust Dagger, and White Musk. Nope. Nope. Okay, the Rising Sun's a boomerang, Lust Dagger is, as you'd expect, a dagger, and the White Musk is light damage. Okay, very good. Otherwise known as, this was a room that's great for thieves and useless for basically anyone else. But who knows, maybe we'll get something that uses those after we get the next set of crystal shards. Ooh, more prizes. Chocobo's Wrath. Is that just gonna send a horde of angry chocobos after something? Because honestly, I'm very here for that. Creates an inferno. You know, not what I was expecting. Credit where it's due, you got me with that one. I was not anticipating that. Ordinarily, you fry the chicken. Apparently, this time, the chicken fries you. Very good, a phoenix down. We need as many of those as I can get my grubby hands on. Because I have raised now, but I still only have so many E-charges. It's honestly tempting to move Refia to the top of the list just so I can use terrain first and then just mash through the rest of the turn. But I also can't really be bothered. It's either I mash first and then move down and press one button, or I move down and press one button and then mash the rest of it. It's kind of 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Heal you back up to full. Nobody else needs anything. Onward we go. This room looks almost identical to the last one. What a concept. Another Phoenix down. And another attack immediately. Oh, different enemies though. Umbaba and an ogre. Umbaba needs to die first. Got the Catableepa skin, so it may very well turn us to stone, so it needs to go first. Hey, what do you know? It's almost like I predicted that a mile away. Shocking concept there. And ironically enough, the other thing I was going to say is that Ogre almost certainly is going to hit really hard. And considering it cut Ingus in half, yeah, they do. Anyway, unpetrify Refia, though maybe she's safer as a statue with the Ogre swinging that kind of damage around. And never mind, I guess she's not getting this experience because Arc decided to be slow. It's a good thing she doesn't particularly need it as badly. Well, aside from job level, she is the lowest job level because of becoming a Geomancer late. But still. Also, rude that their portrait doesn't look any different, so if you didn't just check anyway, you might have missed the fact that she was petrified. Which would have been very unfortunate to walk into a boss fight with a petrified character. Assuming there is one coming up. Which I'm always assuming there's a boss fight coming up with this game at this point. In fact, it's right there. Double check. Everybody's health is full. Arc is only missing like 20 hit points. Okay, everybody is full now. Let's do this. Hi, old people. Good, you've come. Now we must make the key to Eureka whole once more. That's right, put him up. What? But no, we can't. Listen to me very closely. In ancient times, there were weapons too powerful for mankind to use. Those weapons were sealed in Eureka, but now their time has come. And the Eureka key needs the energy from Doga and myself to be complete, understand? No, you can't ask us to. Doga, Une, we can't fight you. It must be done. Have it your way. If you do not defeat us, you will die. Is, you know, that'll help save the world, right? Is killing the people that are meant to save the world. Now, admittedly, the argument can be made that if we failed to defeat them, then we wouldn't be able to succeed anyway. Okay, so it's only one at a time, it looks like, because that's just Doga. Also, Doga, what happened? Is this just a transformation thing you ancients can do, or have you just been in a fake human guise the entire time? I have a lot of questions that I'm probably never getting answers to here. And I'm concerned about most of the answers that could potentially be to this question. Ow. Yeah, it's kind of something I expected there. Oof. This is why Luneth jumped. So I kind of anticipated, you know, these great sages and ancients gonna be throwing some hefty magic down. Ow. Ow. Okay, that was good damage at least. Refia is not gonna have much time to do anything. Luneth, you know what to do. Get back up in the air, buddy. Get out of here. You need to cast a Kiraga, like, ASAP. You're probably not gonna cast it fast enough, but try. Really could use a Shadow Flare right about now, Refia. Consider your life's in danger. Really be a good idea to do that. Hi, Angus. Hi, Refia. I'm so glad he just specifically targeted the two low-health people that I was about to heal and made this heal a complete waste of a spell slot. Thanks, game. Love that for me. Can I silence you? I can't imagine this will work, but I have to try. Oh, now you decided to double melee. Okay, sure, why not? Yeah, didn't even work. Don't know why I even thought it would have worked. We can't have nice things. It's not allowed. Refi is doing real damage, so try to bring her back. She may very well just die again immediately, and Ark will probably die with her, but I'm hoping that Lunith's next jump here will be the winning shot, is why I brought a second target back. Also, Flare is just a thing you have too, why not? Yep, that was the killing shot, I kind of figured. But unless they heal us between fights, we're SOL on the next round here. Because I'm assuming we're going right into fighting Une after this. Doga, no. It's my turn now. Let's see what you're made of. Une, don't make us do this. Be quiet. There's a time for talk, and this isn't one of them. Now have at you! But don't worry, even if our bodies are lost, our souls will still remain. Now take this! Huh. And yep, everybody's still dead. So, don't think I'm winning this one, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, I kind of figured you'd still have haste. Which is gonna be really bad, because that's gonna mean you're gonna get turn order advantage, I'm sure. Which is just gonna mean we're just gonna lose. But as I said, I'm gonna have to try. Go for the only play I have in this situation. Yep, that's about what I figured was gonna happen. Is that there was no shot any of this was gonna work out for us here. But that was the only play that made sense. Was trying to at least get somebody back on the field. Well, Angus made it sure that Lunith at least got this jump off. To get some health back. But he's just gonna die this turn. You know, when I said that I wasn't anticipating a crit that was basically his entire health bar. Proof, once again, that the people saying what recommended levels there were on that listing I was looking at were full of shit. Because I am, again, at a higher than recommended level for that fight, and we just got trashed. Like, we didn't really stand a reasonable chance there. Like, I have to imagine that recommended level is like the lowest level you can be to do the fight or something, with how these have been playing out. Or it's based on you just getting lucky. Like Doga just never casts Flare, or you're just using like a perfect team. Which, good fucking luck assembling a perfect team the first time you're playing this like I am, because how am I to know what jobs are any good? The jobs you'd expect to be good haven't necessarily held up. This does present a problem. A problem I'm not sure I can solve. Without going and grinding, basically. Is the amount of damage we were taking, I don't have any real recourse for. It's gonna come down to whether our timing works out for a heal going off, more or less, just like the previous fight did. Or Refia happening to Shadow Flare. And I still can't convince myself that having a dedicated white mage would change this situation. Would it mean I'd have better healing? Yes, but I don't see a world in which that makes the healing happen at a better timing, for example. Unless people are figuring that the strategy just turns into just cast Cure Raja every turn, so that you can't possibly have bad timing. Which I guess is a move. This also would be like the single most uninteresting thing I could possibly do. But business as usual, I try to do things a more interesting way and I get punished for it. What's that? You're not hyper efficient? Perish. No fun allowed. When I said perish, that didn't mean this. Just to be clear, game. Just so you know. This was not me asking for this to happen. Okay, that's at least a decent time for Earthquake since there's 3 targets. This is gonna go real poorly for me, though. In hindsight, I should have had Lunith attack the other Humbaba specifically because I know Lunith does so much damage to things that fly. But I keep forgetting about that related to other flying enemies. Yeah, so you probably can just kill that on your own. After the little bit of damage it took from Earthquake. Question mark becomes whether the other 2 can kill the ogre between them. But if it's just the ogre, that's still way better than the situation we had a moment ago. Sweet. Okay, that solves that problem. Like, I have to imagine anybody that tries to play this with, like, a low magic party probably has to grind their ass off. Have a prayer, then, based on how this has been going for us. With what feels like a balanced party. Did we ever go the other way in here? I think there was just a chest over here, right? No, this was where all the stairs were. Did I ever check the waterfall path over here? Or is this the one that was the correct path? Like, I know I sound like I've got goldfish brain, but I genuinely just do not keep any of these dungeon layouts in memory because they're just so incredibly unmemorable. It's just like, oh hey, it's just a bunch of paths that lead to the eventual goal. Okay, very exciting. I clearly have a reason to remember this. And I also go into most of these fights not expecting to lose, which that's been obviously a mistake on my part at this point with this game. I really should be going into these fights fully expecting to die. But I try to be more positive towards my own capabilities than that. So I suppose I could still be positive toward my own abilities and negative towards how this game works. And end up with the same result. It kind of feels like the correct answer there. Need to do any healing? Nah, we're fine. So I suppose I should have questioned the recommended levels I was looking at when it seemed like I only was going to gain 10 more levels before the end of the game. In terms of the recommendations. Which kind of sounds like madness based on what I know of what's left. Which is not much, I admit. But when I was learning more about the job system, like I talked about before, I did learn a couple things that kind of hint toward the finale being real rough. Which would not be a shock. There's been kind of a history of the finales being nasty. So, that was kind of a given from the word go anyway. Now, I will say we might end up being a bit shorter today. Both because it is still really hot, and the simple fact of the matter being, I'm anticipating getting a new set of jobs soon, because I know there's at least one more set of jobs in the game, and I would rather do the grinding for that off camera. So it would then be smarter once we get the next set of jobs to have that be the wrap-up point. I do the prep for any jobs that I'm changing to, and then we go forward from there. Because of a mix of the job level grinding is not going to be interesting by any stretch of the imagination. And the simple fact of the matter being, I'm going to use speed up extensively during that, and you guys don't want to hear how the game sounds sped up. Just trust me on that. It does not sound great. Okay, is there any other change I want to make before we go in there? Part of me wants to move Ark back forward, but then as soon as we get to Une, she just kicks him in the head repeatedly and he dies. And Doga also does the tailspin, so you're not safe from physical attacks in the first conflict either. So keeping my casters back kind of feels necessary here. And since it's a double fight, I have to be careful how much of my magic I use up in the first battle, too. I need to save some for the second part. I see why they give you a couple Phoenix Diamonds on your way down into here, because they know that you'll need them. The problem is, I would assume buffs don't carry over from encounter to encounter, so I can't buff people with Protect during Doga and have it for Une, for example. So I wouldn't be able to do that. And as it stands, I don't know how good an idea going for Protect would be anyway, because it's burning a turn. And they may just prioritize the people who don't have Protect on them first, kill them, and then kill the one with Protect once they're vulnerable by not having any help anymore. Or just, as Doga demonstrated, throw Flare at them and they explode. Now, the only argument I could make for having a white mage in this situation, just as an example, is I would have access to Reflect potentially. I don't know if 40 is high enough to have access to level 7 magic. I would assume for a dedicated caster, since they give you the spells, you would be at the level to use them. There's no guarantee of that, because even when we had a dedicated black mage, we were getting black magic spells that were ahead of what she could learn occasionally, because of the fact that I presume I was behind the level curve a bit occasionally. So there's an argument back and forth there. We do have, I think, a full set of gear for Ark to be a white mage in here, so if I fail again, I will consider the option. His job level will be terrible, which may mean that he will not be useful anyway, but I would at the very least take a look at what the spell slots look like. And I'm saying that because I think there is decent odds on us dying here. Actually, no, you know what? I'm gonna do something smart. I'm against the idea of what I'm doing right now, but I'm gonna warp out, and I'm gonna go ahead and look at those spell slots ahead of time. We're gonna think about this a bit more. The problem is, in order to do this, I either need to fly back to a town or fly back to the ship. So it's gonna take a minute, because I'm gonna need an inn in order to be able to make the spell slots visible properly. So let's just fly back here. It's convenient. But I think it's better to check this now. while I'm thinking about it than to regret. I also need to check to make sure Ark even has gear to be this anyway. Yeah, full set of gear. Okay. So at least the armor doesn't change too much because the white robe is about the same defense as the reflect mail. Just leaves him more vulnerable to status effects, which is fine. But as I said, his job level is going to be horrendous. So I don't even know if this is actually a worthwhile move in the moment anyway. But I wanna check. Okay, yeah, there is gonna be access to reflect then. And haste. Not that many more charges here at level 5. There's just one more charge. A lot more level 1 charges. And that's really it. Like, there's a ton of level 1 charges. So I was right in my logic of thinking that there wasn't a huge spell slot difference. It's just a matter of you gain access to 2 spell levels ahead, essentially. And I'm betting, just like Protect, I can't use haste on the whole party in one go, so I would only be hasting like one person. So that's not huge. I wouldn't be shocked if Reflect only works on one person too. And that would be the big problem with that idea. Now, the question mark as well is I have to operate on the assumption that red mages were never going to get to 7 and 8 spells. They might get to level 6 spells. They've always been, like, capped out at not getting to the strongest spells of either type because they can use both types. That's been a given from the word go. I think we try as we are one more time, and then we consider the idea of the white mage. It's just really gonna suck to have to do the job level grinding for him. Yeah, he has half the level 1 slots that a white mage has. The same level 2s. There's what, like 4 more level 3s? It was actually a solid amount more of 4 and 5. I'll grant that. Which does grant access to a lot more Curaga charges and Cura charges. Level 4 just kind of exists. Like, the idea of silencing bosses and such sounds like a great idea till you realize it probably doesn't work. Because these games tend not to let you do that. Or they make the odds so bad that it basically doesn't work. I do think I'm gonna try to silence Doga again, because it would make just so big a difference with how the fight will play out, if it works. So if I do end up committing to making him a white mage, I'll probably go grab him another staff as well. Not that he's gonna use both staves if he's a white mage, but because they give a stat buff, so it makes more sense for him to have 2 of the stat stick, essentially. is, you know, at that point you may as well maximize your gains, you know? It just makes sense. And killing these gargoyles off will help get Arc back job adjusted, which will be convenient. Because remember, it doesn't have to be a tough fight that you do job adjust, it just has to be a fight. Which can make for some rather easy job adjustment at this point. The big problem I have is, like I said though, the job levels kind of discourage me from changing people around at all. Unless I just prepare a bunch of levels ahead of time for various people. Which, I will admit, I did think about doing that when I was grinding. But I thought about it more and I'm like, but then that's that many levels that whoever's swapping around isn't gonna have. Because, like, Arc wouldn't be a level 34 Red Mage right now if I had spent most of the grinding time raising up White Mage for him, for example. Now, would that have its benefits? Possibly, but I don't know if those benefits carry over when he isn't that job anymore. So there'd be a catch to that inherently, too. But these are all the things I've been thinking about with this, because I'm trying to think of ways to make this better for myself, obviously. But I've either backed out of the idea or have not followed through on it for most of the ideas I've had for trying to improve this, because I've found one problem or another with them. And I would fight defensively against Doga or Une, but I don't really have an option for that. Even if I had somebody taunting, like Ingus going back to Viking, he would just be overwhelmed. Because their physical attacks hit pretty hard. He'd be able to weather those, and then magic would come into play and he would just get obliterated. He doesn't have the sustainability to take care of that. Now, there would be a whole move where I would put Reflect on him when he taunts. That would work. But that would involve me managing to get that cast at the right time before a big spell hit. And there's a whole world where Reflect doesn't just send it right back to the opponent, and it just sends it to somebody else, too. His Reflect in various games does work multiple different ways, and I don't know how it works in this yet. Whether it's a return to sender or a just send it to somebody else. I forget what it was, but I had a situation where multiple characters had Reflect up, and the spell just kind of bounced from reflected player to reflected player till it landed on somebody that didn't have it. And it was a whole thing. I want to say it was one of the SMT spin-offs where they just had natural reflect from an element, so it just bounced off multiple people until it landed on somebody who didn't have immunity. Which it was funny. That whole situation was entertaining, it just ended really badly. In a situation like that happening here would be a major issue. Is say Doga throws Flare at us. I reflect it off of, just to use Arc as the example here because he'd be a priority to keep alive, bounces off of Arc. Lands on Lunith. Lunith's now dead instead. That doesn't solve anything. We still lost a character who is vital to our success. Because at this point, this whole party is important. There is nobody in this party that I'd be like, oh yeah, they can die and it won't matter. Is even Ingus, who's not a huge contributor in a lot of fights, other than just being a direction for damage to go matters because he is a target. He is something the enemies can hit that isn't somebody who will just die. You know, it all matters. There's just nothing I can think of that I can change here that'll turn this situation in my favor any further, I don't think. I'm assuming the Black Musk doesn't work. The Chocobo's Wrath probably does work, but I would more than likely want Ark to be a scholar to try to use these, so they'd be more effective. And that is a move. That is still a move, is going back to having Ark be a scholar and item spam them, and see if the array of nonsense I've picked up actually helps. But I would assume, for example, the Tranquilizer wouldn't work on either of them. I probably wouldn't be able to paralyze them. Life Absorption probably would work, but I don't know how well. Well, let's try it again. As I said, it's basically a case of we'll try again as we are, and if it still doesn't work, that's when we rethink things and hope for the best. But I do think it would be exactly that, us hoping for the best. Scholar would arguably be a better choice to switch back to than White Mage, though, just purely because he does at least have a ton of job levels in that. You jump. You just have no useful magic. I don't think there's any reason for him to be defending, because we can't reliably expect Doga to hit him. If we could reliably expect Doga to hit Ingus in particular, defending would then be useful. But even with removing a target, yeah, there's also that problem. Okay, Refi at least survived that. And she didn't immediately get hit. So there's a chance a heal might be able to go off next turn. Nope, still didn't work. Pretty sure that just straight up does not work on him, but I feel the urge to try. In case Refia dies before you get that cast, at least this way you'll be able to heal yourself out of it. Yep. Oh, he's casting Drain now, and killing Refia with it. God damn you. Just had to target the one who would die from it. You couldn't have targeted anybody else in the party. So now half this Kiraga is still wasted. Oh, interesting. Since Lunith was in the air, he didn't get targeted and he didn't get added back in the pool when he came back down. Interesting. Annoying, but interesting. Like, that at least does make a degree of sense, because he arrived after the targeting period, essentially. Ow. That's actually kind of okay, though. I would rather him do more of that than single targeting and nearly killing one particular person, I think. Though now when he spins like a top, people are gonna die, probably. You keep attacking. Yeah, just Kiraga again. Refia probably will die before it goes off again, but try. Eventually he won't target her. Trust. You know, I was right. He didn't target her. There's a different problem, though. How many Phoenix Downs do I have left? I do have enough to bring both of them back. But I think the smarter play would be to bring just Ark back in the hopes that Ark then can raise Ingus and save a Phoenix Down for bringing Ark back again. Except Refia doesn't get to have a turn. Because, of course, he just happened to go faster than her this turn. We are once again back in the Lunith is the only one surviving scenario. And kill him again. we can consistently beat Doga. It's just a problem because it's a back-to-back fight. If I could just even have a moment to breathe after this fight, to use a Phoenix down to bring anybody back, we'd be in business for the Une fight. But we just aren't allowed to have that. I think I would actually have been happier if they fought at the same time, just so I could account for both of them easier, instead of it being a back-to-back encounter. Problem is, both of them together, or both getting double turns would mean we just lose straight up. So I see why they split it up, but I feel like giving the player a moment of reprieve would have been reasonable. Okay. Okay. Hang on. A concept? We're managing to increase the number of targets they have. There's no way you're getting this off, but try. Yep. And now they're both just gonna get stomped. Huh? Huh? Lunith, you need to just get back in the air, buddy. Just get the fuck out of here. Or not. I understand that Uni used haste. I understand that that makes them faster. I still hate the fact that I cannot reliably predict whether somebody's gonna go at what time. It is just gambling whether I get a turn before they do or not. And it is so frustrating. It's like, oh hey, I'm relying on this happening. I may as well just say that it's not gonna happen. Because if I'm relying on it happening, that means the dice have been weighted against that, pretty much, it seems. Do I even have Scholar gear? Because that's another important question. I know I have the books. Okay, you can wear the white robe, so yeah, you'd have the same defense. You'd be super limited in magic, so you wouldn't have raise anymore, which is... that one hurts a lot. That's a big problem. The theory would be just using items to potentially push over the fight faster. Do I think that's even a viable thought? At the end of the day, it's not a worse thought than what I tried before, so fuck it, why not? Fuck it, we ball. At least we might be able to try weaponizing him having just an asininely high job level to potentially make something happen, because video game design reasons. This is how you know I'm grasping at straws at this point, to try to avoid just grinding for God knows how long to try to change the way this fight's going. I forgot to have you use terrain. Is that... I'm definitely starting to lose it already a bit here. I wonder if they have specific job hate. I've just had that realization. Alright, Zeri, have a good night. Sleep well. I'm realizing they definitely target certain jobs more than others. At least some enemies seem to. Like, those Cyclopses both attacked Ark immediately there. And usually they spread those attacks out a bit more. So it could be convenient coincidence that he got targeted there, but I'm wondering about that. And you're welcome, Zeri. Yeah, and his level 1 cures are potent. So it could still be workable healing amount-wise. The problem is not having Raise. Not having Raise is what I'm worried about. But the theory of having him keep everybody alive to begin with is what I'm operating under with that. A mix of keeping everybody alive and just blasting them down with the item power. Tertiary concern of I can use scan on them to find out more about Doga and, well, I might not find out any more about Une because there may not be a fight against Une. That would be the theory there. Because if I can get a gauge of if Doga has like a weakness or anything, we might be able to leverage that. And again, we are kind of RNG dependent because of A, a Geomancer, and B, what moves they decide to use. I didn't even know he had Drain. He just pulled Drain out of the ether there. The ads are running though, so I'm going to go ahead and step away for a moment, and then we'll finish running back down. I'm going to try again. Back in a moment. Okay, y'all should be just about back from the ads. Not that it's gonna matter too much because we are still walking back anyway. But it's at least good timing because I just sat back down myself. Running back again, running back again, running down the hole. Do 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 do. It'll depend on how many tries this takes and how things go from here, whether this ends up being the last ad break of the day or not. It could easily go either way on that one. Because as I mentioned, I am tired because of the fact that, you know, 90-degree misery day, but... Wait. Retarget sensibly this time. Don't just send everybody to target the middle one this time. of funny how Arc in the back row does about the same damage with those books as he does with swords. Just kind of silly. So the attack strength is similar with the two books as it is with the two swords, so it makes sense. It just also makes me laugh at the same time. They say the pen's mightier than the sword. Nobody warned you that the book was too. If we fail again, we will try the white mage idea and see if he just is that much better a healer as a white mage because game design reasons. Because if he just comes out the gate without even having many job levels, healing more, there's something wrong with the way that's laid out. At least logically. Because not only will that be another situation of job levels just don't fucking matter for inexplicable reasons, which they already don't matter for spell slots, which feels a little silly. You would think that your spell slots would be tied to your job level, not to your raw level. So I could see a case for either. I will be honest, in that thought. Is if they were attached to your job level, a lot less people would use new casters because the new casters would be so bad at first. So I see the idea there. It just feels weird having somebody pick up a class and immediately be able to cast, like, ridiculous level spells from it. You know, the logic kind of has issues in either direction. Part of the reason I teleported out, by the way, was so that we could gain an extra level or so on the way back down instead of constantly staying 41, 42. I'm hoping that the extra level might give us an extra edge there too. It's a potentially foolish thought, but I'm hoping for the best on that one. And the only reason I'm even thinking that a white mage may be able to cast significantly stronger versions of the exact same spell is because of the sheer difference between a scholar heal, a red mage heal, and a knight heal. They all, when casting cure, end up with different results. The one that messes with me a bit is the difference between the red mage and the scholar heal. It seems like the regular cure is doing more for the scholar than it did for the red mage. By a degree that doesn't seem reasonable? But again, the scholar also has job level ridiculous. Like, he has 3 times the job levels here as a scholar than he did as a red mage. So there's a certain degree of logic to that. Though his mind's actually not that much higher, which is the funny thing. His intellect is really high. Maybe mind isn't what's affecting white magic? Like, I could have swore intellect was black magic and mind was white magic. Guess that's how it usually works. Or is mind just resistance in this one? I don't know. I could have swore when I had looked at how the jobs worked, saw that mind was your white magic strength, but I looked at that long enough ago that I'm starting to question things now. I don't want to burn my elixirs here either. Elixirs would be an option for solving some of the problems, because somebody could just pop an elixir and get back to full strength. But you still have the turn order problem there. Which is also part of why I switched him back to Scholar, because I recall Ark frequently getting pretty good turn order as a Scholar. And his turn order got kind of bad once he became a red mage again. You go back to jumping. You just kind of attack him and hope for the best. Study him for the first turn, and then we'll start flinging items at him. Yeah, see, again, it might be just abilities operating at different times, though. Question mark health, no weak points. Yeah, I kind of figured there wasn't going to be any weak points, but I was hoping. I was hoping we'd find out, like, oh, hey, he's weak to fire or something. Well, that's a bad fucking start. And I'm not going to be able to fix that either, because he's leaving. So, it got better. Him attacking Ingus was a good second turn, at least. Go ahead and top up Ingus's health. Actually, no. Ingus is doing fine. The only thing that can kill him is if magic gets thrown at him, and he would die to that either way. See how much damage Zeus's Wrath does in a Scholar's hands. $5,000! Yeah, I'm glad I did that. I'm glad I switched him back to a Scholar. Item damage on a Scholar is doing a very good job. If we could just power through Doga fast because of damage like that, we might actually have a play here. Just attack. Attack. Hit him with another one. Is if we zoom through this, we just are in a much better position. Yeah, there he goes. That was such a severe damage difference. We are in a little bit of a disadvantage for Une, but we are miles ahead of where we normally are for this fight. The Scholar Dream is not, in fact, dead. And this is why I held on to those items the whole time. Always have another trick up your sleeve. Okay, you jump away. You attack. Actually, no, you heal Ref, yeah, because your damage isn't major. Your healing's not exactly impressive either, but it'll hopefully help. You don't really need to go for the drain, so just Antarctic Wind her. Part of the thing as well, though, is how quickly things like his item use and such happen. Yeah, see, it's happening already. 5,000 for her as well. I think we might be in business here. Ooh, wow. Good cover, Ingus, good cover. Yeah, I didn't figure that was going to heal much, but it's enough to, like, deflect one attack is the idea. You need to go for a Kira, like, right now, though. The other angle I could have had him take would have been using a high potion to heal one person for 1,000. But I think we're going to take a second here to, like, reform a bit. Okay, that was good. That worked. Because remember, she also burns one of her 2 turns on haste here. So that gives me a bit of free room to maneuver a bit. So we're 10,000 in on Une now. Oh, plus or minus a bit. that's gonna hurt. Oh, and it's an area one, too. Oh, that's gonna be bad. Not as bad as it could have been, though. Good cover, Angus. Way to go, buddy. I might not have wanted to have Lunith jump here, because that's gonna take longer. I probably should have just attacked. Because we've done some very good damage at this point. And I'm now a little worried that we're not going to have enough to quite finish the job before we have casualties here. Oh, what do you do? Like, the Cura is the right choice, because we need to stabilize people. Problem is, Arc is both the highest damage with the item usage and the highest healing right now. So we have a bit of a split decision. I think I just go for it. Based on the Cura timing, I might have made the right choice. Yep, there it is. All it takes is being able to hurt them enough, and then the entire thing tips. That was actually so much easier being able to do, you know, a casual 10,000 extra damage. Yoga, Une. The Eureka key is now complete. Take it. Obtained Eureka key. Yoga! Spare yourselves the distress. Our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost. We told you that a few minutes ago. You must go forth and stop Zand. He's in the circus tower, whose entrance is guarded by 4 ancient statues. You must banish the darkness from this world. I know you can do it. I can see the light within you, each bright and strong. The light of courage. The light of kindness. The light of affection. And the light of determination. Your hopes and desires all turn into light and give you strength. Banish the darkness from this world, warriors of the light. Yeah, take this too, the circus key. It opens the sealed door you'll find inside the tower. Won't get far without it. We'll be watching over you. Please, you must save Zand. Now hang on. You're saying save, he's saying stop. Are those the same thing? Am I gonna save him from himself by stopping him? Or do you two have different ideas of what to do here? Une. And away they go. Just walk outside and we just see clouds awkwardly shaped like them looking down at us like, huh. They weren't kidding when they were watching. Now, I assume I need to go get the other ship back again. And even if I don't, I'm going to, because having a rest point on command is going to be a really good thing to have. Well, actually no, there's one thing I'm going to do before I switch ships again. And you'll note, we didn't get any... Well, maybe, did we get new jobs? No, we still have the same jobs. So we didn't get the next set of jobs yet. Quickly gonna pop up here because it's nearby where I'm going. I'm gonna go fight Odin. Now, the flaw with the using the Scholar for burst damage idea is I do think well, I know I'm almost out of items of that type. And I don't think I can buy them anywhere. If I can buy them to stock up on them, then I may actually keep Arc as Scholar until we get the next set of jobs completely. Because I can just chuck items at Odin as well to burst him down a lot faster. Because those 5,000s are nothing to sneeze at. I'm trying to remember where the inn ended up being in here. This would have been where I revived people. Right, I'm in the wrong section of town. It's the section above here that has the inn. Been long enough since the last time I needed this place that I forgot the layout. I feel like I saw a place to buy Antarctic Winds, and I'm just not recalling it. That is a decision I can kick to the future, need be, as well. We'll use what items we have left to try to topple Odin. And then we'll see what happens when we go to Eureka, I guess. I just wanted to make sure to rest before going and fighting Odin for obvious reasons. There we go. It's funny in a way how they still refer to it when you recover it as MP, but it functions as spell slots. And we're level 43 pretty much across the board here as well. So we're definitely many levels ahead of where we were when we fought Odin before. And equipped with better weapons. It's like right over here somewhere. Or not. Must be in the other one. Nope, I think I ended up going way too high up, actually. I think it's actually much closer here to town than that. Not in here, though. No, in fact, it's on my damn map. I keep forgetting we have an underwater map. You silly man. It's literally attached to the town because it's the town catacombs. It's almost like you couldn't put the town's catacombs that far away from the town and have it be the town's catacombs. It's fine. We're gonna have no problem getting to Odin. It's beating Odin that I'm concerned about. But I figure I may as well do this, A, because it's a good extra set of experience for us, and B, it's our first evoker spell. So if I do actually end up using evokers or summoners, since we now know summoner exists, having any of those spells will, you know, be kind of useful. The entire idea I'm going to be operating under here, for those wondering, by the way, is I'm going to just try to rush Odin down before he can use the big murder move on us. Because if I kill him quickly, he won't have a chance to just blast us. Just like he did before. That's the theory, at least. The theory is sound. The results, we'll have to wait and see. The way burst damage worked out in the Doga Une fight, though, does make me ponder the concept of just disregarding a healer entirely again. This is the classic strategy of if they can't hit me, they can't kill me. It's either that or disregard the idea of a tank, which is the more likely one to get rid of, realistically. Because of what I keep talking about, where Ingus doesn't accomplish much a lot of the time. the catch to that being, if Ingus hadn't done the 2 covers he did in the previous fight, we would have lost. So he did actually contribute quite a lot. He just doesn't contribute a lot as often as everybody else. That's where it's kind of a finicky situation. If he was guaranteed to cover somebody that's at low health, it would be a lot more reliable. And it may just be that it's not a matter of he doesn't always cover low health people, it's people miss the threshold for him to cover, which that I could believe. Alright, Odin, bring it on. I dare. That's who dares. I dare a lot of things. So you jump away so you don't just get sliced down. You attack him. You start pitching items at him. You rock him with the terrain. I keep hoping for the time where her Shadow Flare shows up. Oh wow, he's not doing nearly as much damage thanks to our levels either. So we might actually be able to just tank his Zenzetsuken anyway. We might actually be a little over-prepared for this at this point. Doesn't mean I'm gonna take it easy, because like I said, we might just get chopped down anyway. Oh, Ice Storm. We hadn't seen that in a while. That's 10,000 in so far. 17,000. I don't know how much health he has. Couldn't hit the bomb fragment. We haven't used one of those yet. We're definitely well over 30 now, I think. There he goes. Yeah, we just burst him down before he even had a chance to do anything too bad. I think I actually could have done that sooner, based on playing it that way. Warriors of the Light, my powers are now yours to command. Obtain the summoning spell, Catastro. Neat. There we go, we've defeated Odin. Now to figure out how to get to those items over there. Because there's an item box right there. It's very clearly right there. I kind of figured defeating Odin would be the key to that, but apparently not. Mashing A on everything in the room has not yielded any results. So I guess it's a different room? See, I assumed those items were behind fighting Odin, which was part of my motivation for fighting Odin. Huh. There's a secret in the room below, then? This room? Oh yeah, there's a cracked wall right there. Holy shit, we missed all this before. Elixir, but it's a trap. Okay. Snake. Ouroboros. Yeah, you know what, that tracks. Kind of a good thing that we're coming in here strong, then. Well, that didn't last long. I wonder if all of these are going to be traps. Contained another elixir, but also another trap. Yeah, it's just gonna be a bunch of Ouroboros, I assume. I have to imagine these would have been much more dangerous if we'd gotten into this room when we were here the first time. Or even when we first came in here training Refi to be a Geomancer. So at that point, she already was doing similar damage to what she's doing now. Phoenix down, but it's a trap. Okay. Restoring my stock of Phoenix downs is very good. Oh, hey, it's this guy. This is a nothing. Get whacked with books, idiot. But I'm starting to wonder now, based on those recommended levels I saw, I wonder if those recommended levels are based on exactly what we just did, like just bursting them down with raw power, rather than any kind of sustainability. Is based on the damage they were cooking with? I don't know if you would have been able to have any kind of sustainability without a lot more levels than what we had. Because we already have one of the most durable classes, the Knight, as one of our characters here, and he was still getting chewed through pretty well. Some of it was by magic, admittedly, which we really have no defense against. Are these just gonna all be elixirs and Phoenix Downs? Because honestly, I would be fine with that, but it'd be kind of weird. So, speaking of weird, is it bad that I would actually be happier if it was 8 Phoenix Downs and no elixirs? I know that may sound weird, but it's because we have so few Phoenix Downs most of the time. In this way, I'd be able to revive more consistently without having to run out of a dungeon. Which I suspect is going to matter a lot in the next dungeon. Because I have to imagine Eureka's going to be difficult. Though considering the situation, I think it's going to be worth it to me to press on longer than I initially thought to. Well, obviously, I was assuming I was going to get the next crystal after fighting Doga and Une. So my idea was already incorrect anyway. I then have to assume either I get the next set of jobs after Eureka Tower or somewhere along the way to that. Because there may very well still be another thing in the way of us doing that. We have a key for the tower, and we have all the items to get into it, because we have all the fangs. This still doesn't solve how we get up to the other chest, though. Oh yeah, these guys are here. These were the ones I was talking about that were the early version of the other guy. Hey, the Eaters. Making sure there's not like a secondary hidden path inside the hidden path. Because they haven't pulled that in this game yet that I've seen, but I have seen other games pull that shit. I'm on the alert for it, as always. I was just now considering, like, maybe I should turn Ark into a white mage now while we're running around in here and get him some job levels in that, but I thought about it more and I'm like, we've proven that we can work around that. Of course you choose the single target move this time. Of course you do. It doesn't matter really, but, you know, it would have been nice if you'd used a multi-target move. Got me out of this fight in one move instead of 3, but it is what it is. Yeah, these guys are worth decent experience for being absolute chumps, is part of why I was thinking about that. Okay, nothing over here. Is there just like a series of stairs that leads to those items then? Is there just like a whole other thing I missed somewhere here that would lead up to that? I'm curious, but at the same time, I don't know if I'm curious enough to run around here long enough to find it. Because if I'm planning on pushing on so that we can get through Eureka, then I need to kind of pick up the pace if I'm going to do that, you know? Bomb arm? Huh? What was a bomb arm? Deals intense fire damage. I'm gonna take that as a sign that I'm in the right line of thought, keeping the scholar then. And I gave the summon spell to Refia because she's the more likely one at the moment to turn into the summoner. We can always move it around in need anyway. This way it's not taking up inventory space. Just realized by pushing on to go through Eureka, I'm keeping that tradition alive of every time I say a stream's gonna be shorter, it's not actually shorter at all. Such is the way of things. I'm mostly only walking out of here just because I don't feel like it takes long enough for these fights to be a problem. So we can get some free and easy job experience and regular experience this way, basically. So everybody's 44 and 43, which is well ahead of where I thought I was going to be. Considering we were at 42, give or take, just a minute or two ago. We actually leveled pretty fast, though I would assume a chunk of that was the actual boss fights themselves and Odin. So, you know, there's some logic to that. Oh, they're getting a lot of crits suddenly. They want out of here just as badly as I do. Part of me is thinking I should check to see if there's bonus dungeons I should do before going into Eureka, but at the same time, That sounds like a future me problem. If I go into Eureka and get my shit pushed in, then we deal with it between sessions. How many job levels has Refia gotten? She's gotten a lot today. Yeah, she's doubled her job level this session, because literally all she's doing is using terrain every fight. And occasionally whacking people with bells. So I really am not sure if job level even has an impact on Geomancer. Doesn't really seem like it does. I'd go to an inn, but I'm gonna go get the other ship anyway, so there's not really a reason to. I can just rest when I get on the Invincible. Oh, the joys of exchanging ships just because of game design. I do have enough money. I could buy the other white magic spell I didn't grab Asuna. Does it matter? Well, I potentially will be getting access to that higher level white magic again, so yeah, I should probably grab it. Asuna's also, you know, one of the white magic spells. That's usually one of your go-to spells, since it cleanses all the bad things. I'll have to take a look to see if the inventories in these shops changed. There wasn't any throwables in here, right? No. I do want to grab a couple more otter shrooms, though, for convenience, and restock our high potions. If you're thinking that I'm ever so slowly increasing the amount of high potions I'm carrying each time I go to a shop and buy them, you'd be correct. Because my need keeps ever increasing, so I continue to increase the amount I have to meet the need. No way. Does this loop around? It does. Look at that. I think that's the first time I bothered to try looping around the map. Okay, now where's the entrance? Okay, obviously, that big old set of buildings there, I presume, is Eureka. Where's the entrance to where the laser statues are? There we go. Do I need to land? Probably need to land, huh? Maybe there will be a case of like I land and interact with the statues to be allowed through. Because we have the 4 fangs. And presumably that's what's needed to get past these. Yep. It's kind of silly that they then require the airship right afterwards. So you have to walk down and then walk back. Okay, game. Sure. We put monsters in this tunnel, and you're damn well gonna have to fight them. To which I have to say, why not just put flying encounters in here so I could have stayed on my damn airship? We didn't think about that. This thing's got a lot of health. Never mind. Really aren't worth that much more or encounter-wise than the things we just got done fighting. But the things we just got done fighting are a lot faster to kill. Filling up in case we end up fighting more things on the way back to the ship. Nope. Because we were gonna have to rest either way. Either rest to heal the health or rest to heal the magic, so I figured I'd hedge bets. There we go. Now we just go hop the mountains. And then onward to the Eureka! Now imagine if I brought the Nautilus all the way here just to bump into that mountain range and be mad. Oh hey, they added flying encounters in here too. Though they're the old flying encounters, which is odd. I was half expecting them to both die to the fire support, which would have been hilarious. You killed some harpies. Here we go again, except I got preemptive strike this time, so it's gonna be even faster. Okay. Now, I will say, it does make a degree of sense for different jobs to be better at different points. Like the fact that Scholar worked out better for the Doga Une fight, but the Red Mage worked out better for getting around, like, the Temple of Time and things like that. That, I think, at least is workable and makes sense. Even if it can be inconvenient at times, because you may not know what the right choices are. I can at least see a logic I can work with there. But the swapping for things like that does come back to what I was talking about before about job levels kind of making that seem not like a good idea. bear in mind the phrasing I used there of seem, is it hasn't quite been clear whether that's good or bad, or true or not, rather. And I think, I'm gonna assume 99's maxed out, so I think Ark can't get better as a scholar anymore. I think he's done. Ancient's Maze. I guess this is a dungeon before Eureka, then. Okay. We were told to go to Eureka. And to get to Eureka was to go past the statues, but I guess there's one more leg of our journey left to go before we get to that place. Another elixir. Okay. You can definitely tell we're in endgame now, considering they're giving us elixirs just free. Oh hey, immediate boss recolor. Une's they weren't even hiding that one. Okay, that just straight up is a clone. Huh. Okay. I was gonna make a joke about that, and then they took the joke away from me by just making it true. Lived through all that, huh? This is when we end up finding out that this is just as strong as Une is. Or was, rather. Yeah, close. It's a full round and change, so that's pretty strong. This is probably going to end up being an ad that I proceed during, because of the fact that we're going to be here for a bit, I think. Huh? Oh, there's just the crystal right there, I guess. It's the Earth Crystal. Huh? By Master Zan's orders, you will be crushed. Time for another boss fight. You look very similar to the last one, Titan. Okay, you know what? That tracks. Defender of the Earth Crystal. Gonna go ahead and study you, probably won't matter. Yeah, Caven still did damage. No weak points detected, yep, kinda figured. I get the feeling they're just kinda done with things having weak points now. Ow. Ow. So are you gonna be doing the same thing of attacking with sword a bunch and then quaking to piss me off? Because I gotta say, we just got done with a guy who does that, and doesn't seem great that you're just doing the same thing again. Actually, go ahead and use the life absorb, because you're the one who's actually in any real danger at the moment. Ow. Ow! That was a lot of damage. That was a lot of healing. You're gonna bank on Lunith being able to jump out of there before bad things happen to him. It's not a good idea, but I think it's gonna be fine. I'm just gonna try to go for burst and just chew through Titan as quick as I can. The good news is by the time Lunith lands, he'll also have healed. Well, because of the lifesteal he's got. In hindsight, I should have given him the other lance. Up, there's the quake! All the more reason for Lunith not to be on the ground right now. Oh, you bitch. Now I really have the choice of, do I risk it or not? Because we've already done... Assuming each of Refia's things have been doing about 2,000, it's been, what, 3 turns? So 6,000 there. Roughly 5,000 every one of Ark's turns, so 10,000 there, because he didn't do a big attacking move on one of his turns, because we studied. So we've done probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 20,000 to him. I'm calculating to decide whether it's a good idea to just throw another item at him or heal Refia. And I'm leaning heal Refia out of an abundance of caution, which may end up backfiring on me. But I would like her to live through this fight so she gets the experience, so it's kind of important. Or he just dies to the cave-in. That works too. That saves an attacking item. I'm fine with that result. I had a feeling he wasn't going to survive that turn, but I couldn't be certain about it. So I went for the bed hedge. But hey, Earth Crystal was very easy to reach, as it turns out. Warriors of the Light. Zand is using my power for his own evil purposes. He is trying to engulf this world in darkness once again. I bless you with my power. Use it to banish the darkness that threatens this land. The Circus Tower, known to you mortals as the Crystal Tower, was created long ago out of solid light. Zand has used this element against us, and uses our power to bring forth the darkness. Warriors of the Light, seek out Zand in the Circus Tower, and stop his nefarious plan. Well, we already know to go to the Circus Tower. We know it's in Eureka, but how do we get there? You have been blessed with the power of Earth. Hooray! Why was the Earth Crystal in particular so well protected? Seems kind of extra. But now, with the power of Earth, we have the Black Belt, the Magus, the Sage, the Summoner, the Devout, and the Ninja. So, we are definitely better off than we were before, job-wise. And it's just as well that we started running low on items, because, yeah, I think it is going to be time to make some changes. Ark the Sage. Refia the Magus, I think. Lunith the Ninja. Do I want Lunith to be the Ninja? Or do I go Black Belt? Lunith was a monk before. But Lunith has also been a thief before. And the natural transition from thief to ninja is there, and the natural transition from monk to Black Belt is there. We do have a lot of very good Black Belt weapons. And good Black Belt armor. But we also have good stuff for a ninja, too, I would presume. The one who's going to end up kind of unfortunately getting left out here, I think, is going to be Ingus. I think he's staying a night. Because there really isn't a replacement for his role here. Oh yeah, he can use those swords, too. And yeah, this was definitely the right choice. And as expected, the ninja can use the Genji gear, which was the other kind of deciding factor for ninja. We didn't get the Genji armor. That's presumably still in the Shadow Cave somewhere. Which maybe between sessions I'll go get that. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. You use Rune Staff and Wizard Rod. Yeah, you can wear either robe, I kind of figured. We're gonna need another rod to fully sort these two out. While the ads run, I'm gonna... Yep, you have level 7 white magic, I kind of figured. I'm gonna teleport out of here for one thing, so we can rest and get our spell slots. I'm gonna get them some job level training in here and feel out how I feel about these jobs right quick before we go too far. Not to mention check what's in the back of that place, because wasn't there a door in the back? Which is where I figured progress was, which is why I went to the more interior door. Turns out I was wrong about that one. So what do your spell slots look like at your current levels? Oh, holy shit. They've got 8th level spells. We don't even have those yet. Alright. Similar case of not having as many spells. Like, they've got more level 2s and 3s instead of having tons of level 1s like the white mage does. Yeah, this may very well be what Arc stays as for the rest of the game now, though, because this is going to be very useful. Refia has so much magic now. Like, definitely a leaning toward the higher end, which is good. Like, a total of 30 level 5 and 6 spells really means she can wail on things pretty well. I don't know if a Magus can use summoning. So the summon spells might end up getting left in the wind, because we just don't have room for it. Let's go play with our new toys, shall we? Was there any rods in here? I forget already. No, there were axes, lances, and knives and arrows. Which, it was nice that there were arrows in here. If I was actually using somebody using a bow, the arrows would be important. I feel kind of bad for Angus. I just don't know what to do with him. And like I said, because that cover ability has saved fights for us. Ooh, new enemy. Iron Claws, kind of figured. Oh, they've got the good old throwing ability, so I can put to use all this random shit that I've been carting along with me. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, you've just got magic and guarding. Could try out a Naroga. Yeah, why not? And obviously, we'll show them what magic really feels like. Enjoy Quake. Yeah, he's already doing well. 6,000's pretty good. It was a crit, though. Yeah, the Quake's not remarkable. Eroga's not too bad, though. The downside is Refi is now gonna have to deal with limited spell slots again. And if it weren't for the fact that her spell slots would zero out, there's a part of me that would have her actually be a Geomancer for part of a dungeon and then switch back. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. We didn't miss much. I just tested out our new jobs a little bit in literally one battle, and then I walked out the back door here to see what this stuff was. Crystal Shield and a Lilith Kiss. We did fight one new thing, which was the Iron Claws. Oh, we got a new demon, too. Look at that. Raider Demon. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, Ninja can throw things. These two just have their magic. We've been playing around with the higher level spells. I'm gonna hit him with a bio. If he even gets a turn. Like, no job level ninja doing more damage than the knight already is a hell of a thing. Oh, you summon other enemies. That's your whole bit. Hate that. Perish. I do feel like Arc and Refia are slightly less effective right now than they were before. But they're overall going to be more effective. There we go. Like, our sustainability is going to be through the roof with the power of a Sage on our side. Huh, level but no job level. That's upsetting. Casting magic the whole time, I kind of figured she would get a job level. Which I'm assuming ninja job levels will be pretty easy, because it's another attacking class, so he should just get job levels by attacking. There's another Une clone. It's interesting that we're only seeing clones of Une, no clones of Doga so far. Might be cursing myself by saying that, but, you know. It is interesting. Hit this with a bio. So how strong is your Cura? Respectable. Considering your job level like 1 right now as a Sage, 400's a respectable Cura. Since this is going to last a bit longer yet, we'll try a Curaga. I want to get a gauge of what his low end for magic is, basically. Oh, never mind. This fight did not last any real amount of time. Job level up. Luna's the only one. Okay. Treasure. Crystal Mail. That seems like a winning choice for Angus there. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. I still feel kind of bad for Angus. He's gonna be stuck as a knight. I thought there was gonna be a knight upgrade. But I guess there isn't one. Crystal gloves. On the bright side, he is getting, like, the lion's share of armor right now. So he is still going to be able to fulfill his purpose of being the meat wall of the party. He just doesn't get any cool new tricks, because the only class that got a cool new trick for his class type just wasn't good. Ow. I'm very glad I cast a higher healing spell to test the healing values. That'll work. Yeah, 1,000 healing for everybody's pretty good. I can live with that. And again, he's only going to get better at it as he gains job levels, so I'm pretty sold on that. You kind of wish he had something else to use for when we don't need healing, but, you know, it is what it is. I could have swore I read that one of these two can use both white and black magic. Maybe it's the Magus that can use both. I should try flipping a white magic spell over to check that. You've got level 2 space. Let's go ahead and remove Minnie for a second here. If she can cast Minnie, then we know she can cast white magic. Nope, can't cast it. I was pretty sure that wasn't gonna be the case, but, you know, I figured I'd try. Oh yeah, hang on. You, Sage, learn Asuna. There you go. Bought it and then forgot to give it to him. Here, you can learn Toading, just to get it out of the inventory. Let him feel slightly more useful, even though he can't use it. Crystal Helms, that's a full set of crystal gear for Angus. Defense for days. Like, he's got double the defense of the casters just about now, which tracks. In fact, actually, no, I think he has more than double. I did a little bit of bad math at a glance at first. Yep, Zombie Dragon's back. Oh no, that's Bone Dragon instead of Zombie Dragon. Oh, you know, that is one thing. Lunith doesn't have lifesteal anymore, so his sustainability that way is gone. So he's gonna be relying on Arc. He also doesn't have jump to get out of bad situations, which definitely helped carry us through a couple of those fights. Well, you're flying, so Aroga's gonna be good for you. But I could probably hit him with a healing spell and explode him. Ow. Ow. $3,000's respectable. This thing's gonna stick around for a bit. I'm gonna throw the Chakram at him. It's not something we'd ever be able to get back again, but it's not something I'm ever gonna use anymore. So it's fine for him to just whip it at him. Yeah. Try curing it, see what happens. I'll use the lower end healing to make sure that I don't just heal it for yes. Unintentionally. Yeah. Wow, that did a lot of damage for a 50 E-power item. I wonder if the item even matters. Oh wow, Thundaga actually did more damage than the bio did. And again, I guess Thunder probably is good against flying things too. Just not listed as such like Arrow is. Hard to say. Goodies. Chocobo's Wrath. Phoenix down. Breakblade. Inflicts gradual petrification. Sure, it's also way stronger. He's gonna keep that blood sword in his offhand, I think. It's way weaker than the other swords, but the lifesteal is very nice for the sustainability. Greater Demon again. That pair of weapons looks pretty good together. The like gray-brown of the break blade, and then the red of the blood sword. I can dig it. Once we're done in here, I'll go get another rod for Refia. She is rocking just the single staff right now, which is, I'm sure, hampering her stats a little bit because she doesn't have 2 stat sticks to boost them with, which can only be holding her back. Yeah, you still can't AoE haste. Did not mean to back up twice. Something I should check. Can you AoE reflect? No, I was correct that reflect is a single target spell and only a single target spell. Much to my eternal sadness. Andaga! There we go, one down. Yeah, Ingus definitely just keeps his own health bar in check, like, all the time. Though, admittedly, we have a Sage now, so it's not vital that he does that anymore. Dual Haken. Sounds like axes. I mean, that is a 40 attack difference. No, I think we can get away with giving up the sustain on Ingus at this point, actually. I think the Sage, since he's going to be primarily casting AoE heals anyway, we'll be able to keep him up just fine. I'm not getting rid of the Blood Sword. And yeah, it is an axe. I figured since it's a dual something, it was going to be an axe, with the way this game seems to be phrasing things. We'll see if Ingus starts doing much better damage now that he's got a 40 attack increase. Logic denotes he should with that much of an increase. But if he doesn't, then we know the Knight just doesn't do damage, and we go back to having the Blood Sword. It is a shame to lose the fun red sword, but it is what it is. Let's do a regular cure. Nobody's hurt that badly. Try Blizzaga on these guys. That wasn't bad. Ow. Also ow. So much for people not being hurt that badly. Okay, yeah, Baby Cure is not very good. Probably be passable as a single target heal out of combat to use up all those slots. Oh, that's the way it works. Sage can use black magic, but Magus can only use black magic. Okay. So Sage is the one that uses both. Maybe Sage can use summon magic too. I should move the summon spell over and see. Just in case. Do a Curaga in case the fight lasts long enough for that to matter. Not likely to last that long, but might. Nope, it's not lasting long enough. There was basically going to be like a one-turn gap where he might have been able to get the spell off. Bear in mind, Luna's doing as much damage as he's doing, and he hasn't even finished job adjusting yet. So there's some real good potential there. Actually, yeah, the Odin summon is actually in, like, the perfect spot. Because that fills out his other 6th slot. Yep. Bone Dragon time again. He can use it. So Sage can just use everything. Maybe I just make both of them Sages then? That might be better. Just have a pair of Sages, one focused more on black magic, one focused more on white magic, but this way there's coverage for both. Is there's room for her to pick up Raise as a just-in-case measure? It'd be kind of lame to have two of the same thing, but when you've got versatility like that, it's kind of hard to argue with. I'll have to see how good his summon and black magic end up being, though. If they're just way weaker, then there's not a reason to do that. Protective Light. Sounded like a damn Pokemon cry for a second there. Oh, I guess that's just AoE Protect. So, for the Sage, it does the same thing I presume that the Evoker would have done then. Because I remember reading that the Evoker, or when it used Summon Magic, would either do something to help the party or something to hurt the enemy. They wouldn't always do the same thing with their summons. So Odin probably does Protective Light or his Zenzetsuken attack, probably, for example. That's neat that at least does provide a protective benefit, unless maybe... I don't know, because there's not a strict summoner class, so Sage must just get the... I thought there was a summoner. Weird. I swear I read that there was one. Oh wait, yeah, it's right there. Brain, please. So yeah, I guess if you go actual summoner, you can get guaranteed results out of your summons. But if you have any of the other ones, you flip the coin, basically, is the thing. Okay. That's reasonable enough, all things considered. You trade versatility for consistency. Let's cast it again for shits and giggles and see if he does the other one now. Because even an AoE Protect in this situation would be useful. He's thinking about it. He's negotiating with Odin to figure out what Odin's gonna do. Protective Light again. Okay. Actually, wait, no. Protect was yellow, wasn't it? I don't know what green means. Might be just like an everything protection, which would be kind of nice. Hero should be good enough for right now. Oh yeah, the fight's over anyway. I keep forgetting that that's only like a round and change, not 2 rounds. Hey, Sage level. Okay, Lunith is no longer job adjusting, so that's good. That basically covers it. We'll go ahead and do a regular cure. The one, there you go. Phoenix down. Okay, I can't squeeze through there. I gotta wait till I get around the other side. Need to go get that. Like right now. Which is where we're going anyway. You know, for this being called the Ancient's Maze, it's not much of a maze. It's just a lot of going back and forth. It's more like a tower defense maze than an actually get you confused and lost maze. Just with a distinct lack of towers shooting at me, and you know what? I'm kind of fine with that. We can feel free to continue to have that be the truth. Okay, yeah, he's doing a fair bit more damage. Not a crazy amount more, but a bit more. Hey, the Charlotte, how's it going? We're just dealing with clones and working our way through a maze. I'm alright. Getting tired as usual, but, you know. 4 and change hours in will do that. Session's going better than it usually has, at least. We've gotten stuck a bit, but not aggravated as badly. So I'll take that as a victory. Knight can still cast those. There was a little bit, but not a lot. Because there were still some decisions I had words about. But nothing as serious. Protect ring. That sounds like something I would want. And you. Because there was a whole thing about the new airship not being able to do the same speed as the old airship, and it can only hop over small mountain ranges. It can't actually go over the mountains like we were told it could. There was a whole thing. Of course, we get the Holy Lance note right after we got rid of our Dragoon. God damn it. It's always the way. What's in this box? Hellish Claws. That would be great if I'd actually used a black belt, because you can't use those. It's kind of hard to argue with your 220 attack right now, Luneth. I think you're fine. Oh. We have not seen, Headless Horseman and all yet. Thanatos. I don't know if that's accurate or not. I've seen a lot of different depictions of Thanatos. You know what? Thanatos, meet Odin. Have fun. My last time being able to cast Odin, but that's fine. This maze is also going on longer than I thought it was going to. Considering the crystal was at the front door, you would have thought that this place wouldn't have gone on that far, and yet we've been in here for probably 20 plus minutes now. It's an interesting situation, all things considered. Oh, you try to petrify. That's upsetting. Oh! That's what Protective Light is doing. It's AoE Reflect. Neat. That does mean I really wish I had had Odin for the Doga and Une fights. Because AoE Reflect would have been beautiful to have for that. Oh well. Doesn't matter now. Those fights are done, so it's not like it's an issue anymore. Really should pick up a couple of lower end black magic spells for Arc to use, potentially. Because we don't always need him healing, and not every level has a healing spell in that slot, so... Basically, I would have him use his non-healing levels for attacking. Oh. Oh. Okay. So that's how we get to the tower. The tower's just right there, I guess. We were told that the tower's past the statues. I just, for some reason, thought the ancient maze was a whole other thing. Huh. Well then, the more you know. Go ahead and save, and we'll poke our nose in there then. This does make me wonder, can I land the airship on this side of the maze now that I've gotten here? We'll test that after we stick our head in here and see what the situation is. Crystal Tower. Gamori. Not a Medusa? Okay. Then again, a Medusa showed up earlier in the game, I think, so they already used up the name. Now I have a mild quandary, though. We might actually be in range to finish the game now. And that's what I need to kind of make a decision about. Do I just push to finish the game today? It'd be kind of nice to open the schedule up a bit more. But I'm worried about how long I would have to push to do that. Now, it'd be particularly useful to open up this slot in the schedule because Steam Next Fest is next week, though. Realistically, I will be derailing the schedule next week no matter how you look at it. Is at the very least a couple of days of that week I would want to dedicate to Next Fest. I don't think I would go all week this go around unless I find a lot of really good things in this Next Fest. Because it started to feel like I was grasping at straws in the latter portions of the last couple Next Fests. So I don't think I would go full week this week. Besides, Thursday I guaranteed am doing Archipelago next week because that's when the new Dragon Pelago starts. So that's a guaranteed day there. We saved before going in here, so no matter what happens, we're covered. Oh, there's the Doga clone. Wait, literally? Okay. Here, catch, have some tomahawks. That means you're gonna be throwing magic at us. Reflect on Refia. I feel like Refia's gonna be the one he's gonna try to nuke. Yeah. It's kind of a shame that you don't actually see the item go flying at them, like you do in some of the other Final Fantasies, like Tactics and such. Now he's casting Quake, which AoEs go through Reflect in this game. Okay, that's upsetting. I mean, that is true. So we have a little bit of an issue here, but it's fixable. Let's heal first, and then we'll worry about getting Lunith back on his feet. His Doga's clone will last a little bit yet. Good covering, yes, thank you. Imagination can do many things for you, though. Get the old health bars back up. Okay, time out. Time out. You're telling me that Quake goes past Reflect as an AoE, but when I heal with an AoE, Reflect kicks that. What? Why is that how that works? Why are you like this? That is pure fuckery right there. Well, at least we learned now and not at a more important time, I guess. But it's very annoying to have given my enemy an extra 1,000 hit points. Yep, there's the Quake that's gonna kill Refia now. But at least it went off before the raise, so Lunith didn't just die again immediately. So this does make decent odds on Lunith just dying again as Doga just goes for Quake again. If he doesn't just die here. Okay. Means Refia doesn't get the experience, but that's okay. So I really do need Refia to get her job levels up. Another Chocobo's Wrath. I've got plenty of Wrath after how that went, that's for sure, game. Got everybody back into good shape, and we carry on. Okay, those pillars do block me going that way. I'm obviously going to go out onto the edges because that's where all the treasure is going to be. White musk. Is this a door? It is a door, I guess, but one we're doing... Oh, something with. Hey, what? I guess we can open those. Oh, we were told we had a key for the sealed doors in here. Une's key, it worked. We're almost there. Everyone, be strong. So I guess the middle isn't the way I go then. That's the way I need to go. We're not going in there yet. Oh, but genie. Azur. Okay, sure. Ow. Also, ow. Huh, he did the same damage to both of them. That's shocking. That also means that Refia would have taken a lot more than that if she wasn't in the back row. Which is terrifying. Is that more than likely means that would have been like 1,000 damage for her? You know, that's a little bit of damage. A little bit of damage. I'm so used to Ark being able to attack and do damage, and he just can't anymore. But I'm trying not to just waste spell slots, so... He's just kind of sitting there, pretending he's doing stuff. Wow, this thing is still alive. Kind of figured it would have been dead by now. Go ahead and just throw a Cura down then, because this is lasting longer than I thought it would. And of course, no sooner do I stop to do something like that, does it die. There we go, that's a job level of Refia, which she needs because her job level determines how much damage she does, so in order for her to be useful, she needs that. Ready level 6 for Ninja, 38 for Knight, of course, 4 for Sage, 5 for Magus. So, not too shabby, not too shabby. Where am I meant to get level 8 black and white magic, then? That just occurred to me, like, wait a minute. If Zan's the end of this, which theoretically he should be based on the fact that he's what the whole plot hinges on, though there may be the classic, I have a boss leading me on what I'm doing, go get him situation. I probably should have went for Drain, actually. Make Refia more likely to survive. Oh well. I wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Or, you know, that just didn't work, which makes sense, he's floating. But other floating things have been hit by Quake before. Yeah, I figured Quake was coming, that's why I healed. Ow. So anyway, just gonna keep casting Kiraga every turn. Drink him dry. Drain his blood. Good block, good block. That's a very good drain. That is basically her entire health bar back. Honestly, it might be a good idea to buy Drain for Ark as well. Give him a self-sustain option. Because he can cast it, so, you know, why not? Though that would mean getting rid of either Kiraja, Reflect, or Asuna, so there is an issue there. Which, considering we have Odin for AoE Reflect, I probably would get rid of Reflect. Sounds bad, but I think that would be the move. Everybody's health is pretty good except for Lunith, so just heal Lunith in particular. And hit him with a Thundaga, and I think this is the last round of this fight. Yep. Didn't even need to think it through that much. More job levels all around, probably. Oh, regular level for Effie as well. Perfect. Ooh, more treasure over here. Elven bow. Well, that's unfortunately useless because nobody in this party is using a bow. Unless Magus can use a bow, I might consider it. Probably not, though. I have an interesting experiment I need to do in the Ancient Maze. Hex, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully y'all were having a grand time. I do recall seeing your going live post, but I do not remember what it was at this point, unfortunately. Been kinda cooking. Ah. Hopefully you had a good time with Warframe. Welcome in, everybody. We are in what might be the final dungeon of Final Fantasy III. It sounds like the final dungeon here in the Crystal Tower. So it's been a whole thing. But of course, if any of y'all need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourselves should always be your first priority. If you want to stick around, by all means. Be happy to have you. We're just trying to work out where all the loot around here is before I head back, recharge everybody, and make a push to see about finishing this. Oh, you have an AoE E-spell. Huh. That did 0 to arc. The Protect Ring? Maybe. He does have the Protect Ring on. I don't know what it does. I just know it's better armor for his hand. I just knew good thing. Beyond that? I don't know. I'm just doing stuff and hoping it works. There we go, another Azure down. For those only now coming in, we are a little bit on the weaker side of the moment because all these characters just got these new jobs, so they have not gotten levels with them yet, which does fairly heavily impact some of their abilities. But these are also the strongest jobs in the game, since they are the last set of jobs you get. So it kind of balances out, what it seems. I was honestly very worried about that, but it's been fine. So we're making it work. Problem is, I'm now relying on spell slots again, so we do have that disadvantage. Because for the longest time, we had Refia running around as a Geomancer, which didn't have to worry about spell slots, just kind of did things, and they worked out for the most part. Okay, Drain still works on him, that's annoying. Sounds good. Rest well, Hex, and thank you again. You take care. I am most of the time. There have been definite points where I have very pointed questions for the developers, but you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. Now that I feel like my characters actually have a little bit more going on and they don't feel like they're scraping and scrounging just to have options, it definitely feels better. is that there is something to be said for feeling weak at times, but when you feel weak for more than half of a game, that's maybe not necessarily a great situation. But of course, you know, they are just a bunch of kids who got thrust into the role of hero, so you can kind of argue that they shouldn't get strong quickly, but that's where plot logic and game design kind of end up conflicting a bit. What's in this last box? More white musk. They've really given me a lot of throwable items here. His white musk does light damage. Chocobo's wrath just says it causes an inferno. They're all things that would be good if I still had a scholar, or for the item boost. But I'm sure they're good either way. Here, catch this bell. You know, he's just a clone. Maybe I can silence him, and that'll stop a chunk of the problems. You go and start hitting him with Drain, because your Drain does a lot of damage. Funk. Okay, the Rune Bell did really good. I may just buy him a handful of very powerful weapons to throw at people, like a bunch of Rune Axes or something. Ow, pain. See, this is exactly why I want to silence him. And it still didn't work. I really don't know. I don't know what the point to those spells is. They don't work. Like, I'm sure at some point maybe they work, but most of the time they don't work. Throw the arrow knife at him because wind damage is extra effective against flying things, and he does technically fly. Argue whether that's flying or floating all day if you want to, but as long as he's dying, I'm happy. Yeah, that did pretty well. 6,000 is nothing to sneeze at. Cool. I'm very grateful he went for a petrify instead of a kill. You love to see it. I mean, it's funny to me that despite the classes I've been having Lunith be, there's been decent amounts of time where Refia as a caster has had more health than him. Right now included. Just go and use up all of our low-level cure slots, because we're going to be going and resting soon anyway. In fact, let me check that middle room and then we'll head out and rest. I thought about just going and resting right away, but I'm like, well, we used the key we know we need on the room on the side, so that room in the middle shouldn't be anything vitally important. Keyword shouldn't be. Though with how close to the exit door I got, I should have just walked out and saved at the very least so nothing could go wrong. There's the flame. Still doing 0, so Ark's at the very least protected from flame. I don't know if that's just he's protected from fire damage now, or quite what the limitations there are, but I'm sure we'll find out. When more things keep trying to kill him, we'll figure it out eventually. It has been very nice having a Sage for much more consistent healing. Because that's been one of our biggest problems, is not being able to reliably keep the party alive. Because most of our healing options just were not that good, outside of a dedicated white mage, which I felt like was taking away too many of my other options. throughout the rest of this run. Of course, the argument can always be made, you don't have many options if you're dead, but, you know. Stubbornness is stubbornness. Just in case there is something potent behind that door, it made sense to heal up. As if I can even make it a few feet in this game. Didn't I just kill you? No, that was my twin brother. Well, I've killed a lot of your twin brothers, apparently, and I'm gonna kill you, too. Just guard for this turn. You don't really have anything meaningful to do. I could set up buffs and such, but it's just like, meh. This guy's not quite that strong. Where was that damage before? You didn't do that to him before. Then again, I don't think he attacked Luneth before. Once again, I say something and get immediately slapped for it. I should come to expect that at this point, but every time I get surprised is when the universe says, hey, shut up. There's the flame, and that's Luneth dead. Oh no, he lived. There's the cover from Ingus to keep the death from happening. Ingus doing his job quite well as usual. The problem usually being people have to be in yellow health for cover to happen, I think. And a lot of the time we go from white health to dead, not white health to yellow health. Since you're not really using these spell slots for anything anyway. There you go. Oh, there's another sealed door here, too. So this is probably the important sealed door. Hey, something's happening. You're not facing the door this time, Luneth. What are you doing? That's the way inside. The key that Doga gave us worked. Let's do this. Oh, I didn't expect to get teleported. Forbidden Land Eureka. Hold that thought. That means the other way is a treasure room of some kind, probably, then. So we're gonna go there first. That also means that we got a whole other thing to do, though, considering we're going from the Crystal Tower to Eureka. Which, we knew we were going to Eureka, but I thought maybe, like, the area around the tower was called Eureka, potentially. Yep, another new enemy. That sure is a name choice you've given them. Sometimes you gotta wonder if they do these things on purpose. Like, you gotta wonder, like, did they know? Did they know what they did here? I should have went outside and healed. Also, that was 9,000 and they're still alive. Okay, so they got about 10,000 hit points. That arrow's gonna do nothing. Oh, yeah, actually, it quite literally did nothing. These guys are really weak to physical attacks. Makes sense, they're just floating little wizard guys. But I still expected more. Yeah, you know what? That's fair, Charlotte. That's fair. More job levels. Based on those guys, though, it might be a wise idea for me to turn around and save and then come up here. So I was expecting, like, an immediate treasure room. Maybe this isn't too long a thing, though. He says, lying to himself, probably. Oh, a purple version of the previous boss. Well, not the previous boss, a previous boss, Goldar. Platinol. You know, we never did see where he ended up, did we? I know, he transformed into the fire boss, didn't he? I don't remember at this point. Shows how memorable he was. What if I confuse you? Can I do that? Is that a thing I'm allowed to do? I also realized we don't have Firaga. We got all the other Agas, but we don't have Firaga. I think I left it in somebody else's inventory. He is taking a lot of damage. I think it worked. It didn't say it missed, but I think hitting him again immediately afterward probably snaps him right out of it, and that was a waste of a move. Ooh, that was a bad crit. Oh boy. My organs. I need those. And now they're goo on the floor. Yep, definitely gonna need to heal you more than that. Definitely gonna need to heal you more than that. If I even get a chance to. Huh? Hey. That is a don't get a chance to that I'm fine with. Him being dead, that's a good thing. No. Don't run forward. Heal first. So you can easily get jumped in the next foot forward, despite the fact that we just had a fight. An elixir. You know, with the amount of those I'm carrying around, they're not nearly as impressive anymore. Not complaining, because I'm probably going to need all of them at some point. Well, maybe I am complaining a little bit. See how much just a baby little thunder does. Thunder! 300, huh? I remember when 300 used to be a decent amount of damage. Definitely not for a long time, though. Ow. Back to healing duty. Getting low on spell charges for Refia, though. I'm still saving, like, a spell charge or two of most of the higher levels in case we run into something really bad. Nope, bye, Lunith. Nope, you lived through that flame. I expected death. Speaking of, expect ads happening any moment now. But since I'm not planning on making forward progress and we are getting late on into the stream, I am going to push on like I did through the last ad. In the hopes of just pushing through and finishing this. So I'm operating on the potentially erroneous assumption that we're nearly done. Phoenix down. It's mostly just consumables over here, and I'm getting a little worried about that. Oh, ninjas. Orange ninjas. Shinobis. Yeah, you know what? That tracks. That is a name for them, yes. What if I confused both of you? Would you attack each other? That'd be funny. Ow, you hit hard. Thankfully, you only hit once, so there's that. Fyra did nothing. Oh, Luna's dead. And neither of them are, so that's a problem. And yep, got a very obvious miss that time. All right. At least that proves that it did in fact work on the other guy. So that's something. Speaking of needing to save higher spell slots for things that are bad, this is clearly a situation for that. Hit him with the quake. Shake the ground. That was better. They seem to be just very magic resistant, which is a problem. Anybody get the number of that truck? Get the feeling he's about to take another ride on that truck in a second here. No, we're not missing enough health on enough people for a Kiraja. Just go Kiraga again. You're running out of fucking stuff. Try Drain, see if that does much. One down. Okay, good, he targeted Angus. Now, admittedly, probably would have gotten blocked if he went for Lunith anyway. Magic just ain't even worth using on these guys. The highest we've done is like 1,500. And for the level of spells we're using, that just ain't anything. Whack him with the stick, I guess, and pretend that that's doing something. Ow. This is why the single target Kira was going for Lunith there. So I kind of figured something like that was going to happen. Which it makes a degree of sense. He's attacking his own, basically. He sees another ninja as a challenge. Which again makes me wonder about that thought I was talking about monsters in this game actually have class targeting. Possible. There's been plenty of examples of that kind of mechanic in plenty of other games, so who knows? Oh, this is just a whole other floor of the tower, it almost looks like. I kind of thought this was just going to be like a treasure room, and then we'd been in, out, done, come out of the, or with our pockets lined with stuff, and then I'd go to Eureka. There's a flaw with that plan, it seems. Pain. Yeah, that's fair. Hitting me back immediately after I hit you, that tracks. Ow. Stop burning me. It's rude. It hurts when you burn me. Statements that mean really nothing. It hurts when you burn me. It's almost like everybody kind of knew that already. There we go, good crit. It's kind of wild to think that single enemies here are giving the same experience 3 enemies in a group were giving before. Oh god, even more rooms. Oh, holy bullshit, Batman. This place is huge. Now, wait a minute, then. We were told Zand was in the Crystal Tower, but we were also told we needed to go to Eureka. Now I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. Probably both. Realistically, it probably is both. Considering Eureka was within the Crystal Tower, you know, it kind of tracks that it would be a case of they told you part of the answer and you were meant to figure out the rest of the answer for yourself. Okay, yeah, even with their drastic physical weakness, that didn't work out. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, that's a big problem. Good thing I drained enough health to not die to that. That would have been bad. Kind of wild how changing to a casting job just made those two completely forget how physically attacking things works at all. Which is extra wild when you consider the fact that as a black mage, Refia was beating things up with stabs pretty well in the past. She just kind of forgot how to now. And yes, that did say black hole. I'm very interested. So I'm assuming that's just another damage item. Sounds like a potent one, at least. Somewhere in here. Oh, there it is. Creates a rift to another dimension. You know what? Fair enough. Don't really know what I was expecting to read there. Oh my god, this place is too damn big. We are gonna need to fall back and recharge. This is just getting to be plain just too much. Oof. That also begs the question is, like, is this whole thing I'm doing over here on the left side of the Crystal Tower, is all this optional? Or would I go into Eureka and it would tell me, like, hey, you need to go do something else before you could proceed? I don't know. I don't know which way is the right way to go there. It's giving me mixed messages as far as that goes. Okay. Every time he reeled back the punch, I was very scared Ark was just gonna get punched to the floor. Instead, Lunith nearly died, which is a different bad problem, but I can only solve one problem at a time, really. Okay, not bad, not bad. What's everybody's level at this point, anyway? I haven't looked in a little bit. Oh, 46 and 47. Okay. There was a part of me that was genuinely expecting to see near 50, and I wasn't quite wrong. At this point, though, we are auto-shrooming out of here. Now, here's the funny thing I wanted to test. Now that I'm in the Ancient's Maze, if I use either an auto shroom or a teleport, where does it take me? Because there's 2 out of the dungeon options. Damn it. I'm gonna have to at least walk through a chunk of it. I assume it probably takes you to the closer of the 2 exits, or whichever one you came in from. One of the 2. It was worth a try. But this is also why I didn't drain everybody completely dry of spell points and such before I made the retreat call. Because otherwise we'd have a pretty serious problem on our hands of not being able to deal with the Une clone or the other creatures that are in here. So at this point, Lunith and Ingus could probably just fight them by themselves and be fine. It would just take time. Because 4,000 each gets things done pretty well. You just keep guarding, you don't really have anything to do. You keep hitting her with, like, small spells. There we go. Does mean, though, we're gonna need to be smart about how we use our magic on our way back through here, too. Unless I can fly the ship over the Ancient's Maze now. So that I can actually have a rest point up against the tower. It's kind of annoying having to run back through the Ancient's Maze every time I want to rest. Actually, let me do a thing right quick before I continue with this idea. Okay. I did a quick check because I needed to know whether I was on the right track here. I do actually go to Eureka first. Since I had a 50-50 there and I wasn't getting a good feel from either of them, I wanted to have a look. I felt like there was a lack of clarity there that could have ended up being a real big problem. Now, this might take a while. I will say that. Because it's a fairly sizable thing we gotta do. But I think I can fit it into what's left of today. It's either that or it would have to wait until after next week where the next fest is happening, and then be an awkwardly short segment. And I just don't want to deal with that. But I am gonna have to hope that I don't have too much trouble finishing this up. Which I didn't look at any of what I was gonna have to deal with in there. I just looked at, okay, does it mention going up the tower or into Eureka first? And it said Eureka first, so we're going with that. I really thought he was gonna die to that attack. That's annoying. There we go. He did still die that round, so I didn't have to burn any more spells. With how long it sounds like everything up there is gonna be, I'm really hoping that I can bring the ship across. Because otherwise, having to run through the ancient maze, run through part of the tower, run through Eureka, and then run all the way up the rest of the tower sounds like a fucking slog to do on one set of spells. Like, don't get me wrong, our spells are lasting a lot longer now. But it's definitely not lasting as long as it could. You don't really have anything you need to do, just wait that out. Part of me wants to test the Otter Shroom again, but I don't want to have to run through the rest of the maze if I'm wrong about it being whichever's closer. It is much more likely to track based on the door you entered from anyway. It would actually be surprising if it tracked your distance through the dungeon. The wrong fucking way, because this way made sense for being the way to the exit. It's pretty much guaranteed one additional encounter, probably. Unless your encounter timing resets through doorways, which maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. We got a solid bit of distance, so maybe it resets with doorways. Hi, Thanatos. Got places to be, kid. Could you leave me alone? Really running out of stuff here. Mostly having them spam their spells just so they get job experience by using them at this point. The other two are definitely doing all the work, or if that matters here. Okay, just 11,000 hit points. We can make that work. Okay, good. Didn't get petrified. We're fine. Everything's okay. Goodbye. Meanwhile, we went afoot and got attacked again. Oh, and it's a greater demon, which is gonna take longer. Great. That's why it's called the Greater Demon, is it's fucking great. Aha. He is so lucky I'm low on higher end spells. 10,000 hit points, weakness light. Yeah, that tracks. Never did get holy or anything. I'm assuming holy's a level 8. Because we got a full set of level 7s. Unless holy's a level 6 and I just somehow didn't get it. Which is not outside the realm of possibility, but sad times either way. Good 5,000, good 5,000. Not so good confused, but it's not necessary, it's just burning spell slots. Running, get me out of here. Running, get me out of here. Let me out of this goddamn maze. It's not even half as long as the place I'm going, but it takes too fucking long. I would start running from more encounters in here in order to speed things along. But one, that doesn't really speed it up that much, and two, the experience is kind of useful. As we do, after all, need to get their job levels up. Otherwise, they're not going to be particularly effective. There we go. I think most of them are hitting job level 10 now. Or at least near it. 15, 12. Oh yeah, they're all over for 10 now, actually. Great. And of course, 43 for our knight, but, you know, he's been a knight for a while now. Okay, up to the ship for the resting now. Now, I assume the long stretch we have to do without being able to rest is probably part of what they give you so many elixirs for, is to get your spell charges back. Because I assume elixirs give full MP back? At least that would be a logical assumption. Let's spend our money while we're here as well. Yeah, I have some money, I kind of figured. Let's grab a bunch of high potions to save on expenses as far as healing charges go. 70 of them should do a good job. We still have 3 otter shrooms, so we don't need to worry about that. Not gonna worry about buying regular potions. Fortunately, I can't buy any rods here. What levels of spells are these? These are only level 7s. I am gonna grab a copy of Drain, because I'll think about it. Worst case, what I can do is kind of swap what spells Ark has as we go and just give him Drain if he starts getting a little rough in the health department. The Dragon Lances have higher attack. They are a bit more expensive. We're gonna buy a couple of those and a couple of these. These are for throwing at enemies. We have 4 of each. So they're probably going to be reserved for throwing at bosses. And I'll throw the other weapons that I have along the way. More than likely, I'm just going to empty the inventory out on things that upset me at this point. Okay, let's stay in the ship. See if I can fly it over the maze. I'm betting it won't let me, but I'm hopeful. Nope. Come on, I already did the maze. I did it twice. It would have been really nice of them to let you hop over it, or give you like a shortcut throw. Now, I know I pushed through 2 ads, but I do need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back in one quick second, y'all. Woof, what a temperature difference it is between anywhere else in the house and in here because I got my door shut. Yikes. But, back through the maze we go. Just means I will keep my spell casting to a minimum getting through the maze so we can retain everything. Yeah, it's also one of the warmer rooms in the house, so when it can't release the heat as easily, it builds up quickly in this room. But, you know, blessings and curses of it being the warmer room. It's not half bad in winter, but in summer it's unfortunate, to say the least. Yeah, just go ahead and use regular thunders. They're not going to do a lot, but it'll be better than nothing. Now, a wiser man would have went and got another rod for Refia. But I'm kind of just banking on finding another rod in the dungeon at this point, so I don't have to do a lot of extra legwork. Because it's not going to make so massive a difference that it would be the end of the world if I didn't. But what I might do, actually, is take the wizard rod that Ark has and pass that over. Because that is raising intelligence, which is not going to be as important for him. Because he clearly is doing fuck all for spell damage, regardless of how you look at it. So it doesn't much matter if he has that staff or not. He needs to keep the one that's raising his mind, so his white magic's better. But he doesn't need the other one. How do their stats look now? 43 intellect, 52 mind, and 65 intellect, 31 mind. Yeah, that tracks. Considering they're at similar job levels, their stats being similar makes sense. That'll hopefully lead to Refia doing just a bit more magic damage. Just gotta do the long run back, then we'll save on the other end of the Ancient's Maze, go back into the tower, go directly to Eureka, Do not pass go. Do not collect $200 as much as I wish I could. So on the note of $200, remember, 9 subs and you will get me to do a full playthrough of Super Metroid finally. So that's a thing, if anybody's interested in that as an idea. It is one of a handful of games that everybody knows that I've never actually finished. So that is a whole thing. I obviously do know the map and the routing and most of that a bit. It's just gonna end up running on scuffed memory. But it's a thing. In hindsight, what I really should be doing when I offer these sub goals is also offering y'all those discounted subs that we can turn on and off temporarily. That would be the smarter play for that, wouldn't it? Oh well, too late to think about that now. Well, not too late entirely, but too late for today. Because I don't think I can activate them while live. And I'm not really going to derail myself to do that right now. Also just realized I forgot to post the schedule. I meant to do it last night, forgot. Then I was busy this morning, didn't end up having time to do it. God damn it, me. I know. You did all that work to make it, and I didn't fucking remember. I'm sorry. This is what happens when I end up not looking at Blue Sky for half an evening, is the whole process in my brain falls apart. I was fairly busy. I was working on a pretty important commission, so there is a reason, but that doesn't mean I'm happy about forgetting. Which, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, if anybody needs work done, you know. Still have plenty of time and availability to work on things. I should have this one done on and over the next couple days, so it's not like I'm overloaded. Feel free to request things. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Certainly use the money still. The one I'm working on now will obviously help quite a lot, but there's always room for more. Look, I gotta nudge everybody equally. It's not fair otherwise. I know. I don't exactly have an option for fitting the top screen on screen and not have it get cut off. Because otherwise it gets squished and it just looks terrible. So that's just the best option I have for it. It's because of how I have my chat widget set up. I probably could have reworked it to not get squished, but it was more trouble than it was worth. Oh, you mean the little tiny bit at the bottom there? That's because I didn't crop it perfectly. I didn't notice that until now. If you mean the little bit that's in front of the top screen on the bottom there, I did not notice the tiny little bit of the menu sticking through. Unless you mean something else, which I do not know which thing you mean at that point. Let me quickly make a very minute adjustment. Though, while it's on a black screen, I can't fucking tell to adjust it, so maybe not mess with that right now. Because it only seems to be when specific things are up that it ends up clipping over, which is probably why I never noticed till now. Well, now that I know it's there, now I want to fix it. That's how that always works. And it'll only take a second to fix once I can actually see it again. I just gotta wait for there to be a moment where there isn't just a black screen up there. I should be able to see it now. No, it looks like I fixed it, actually. Because I don't see anything at the bottom there now. Just keep an eye on it when it swaps. No, that looks right. Oh, we'll roll with it. If it should be better than it was at the very least. Because it seemed to be the biggest problem when those buttons specifically were on screen. And yeah, I don't see those anymore, so I think it's good. My biggest concern was having the top screen end up looking stretched when I was doing it. Which is always a little finicky. Honestly, I don't even know how much people actually look at the screen over there or the on-screen chat. But I make sure to keep it there because, you know, it does help. Also, it would have been a real tragedy if we had died at any point. I just realized we've gained over 10 job levels on just about everybody since the last time I saved. It had been a while. So that could have been really, really bad on some of those times when we got into a rough spot. You can tell I'm rushing now. Oh, that I'm not saving nearly as often. Oh, in we go. So off to Eureka we go. Now that we've saved, we should at least be safe. Provided we don't, like, die mid-Eureka or something. Okay, good. I was like, please tell me I don't have to open the door again. The Forbidden Land Eureka. Okay, there's two paths, so we'll start on this side. See if they meet up. Chocobo's Wrath. Fuma Garb. I'm assuming that's better armor for my ninja. That's what that sounds like. Oh yeah, that's much better. That's a whole 14 extra defense. That's a big thing for him, considering he's been getting eaten alive out here. Or for the most part. Okay, yeah, it's just a big circle, but there's probably items over here too. Yep. Gimme, gimme, gimme. White Musk and Elixir. Dang it. I mean, don't get me wrong, more of both of those is good, but I was really hoping for, like, a staff or something game, you know? Possibly? Maybe? Just one? I'll take two. Two would actually be great for my two casters, but I'm not gonna be greedy. Yeah, bye. Go ahead and hit it with some fire. Okay. Actually, it's been a couple dungeons since I replaced my ninja's swords. I mean, he only just got to use those swords, but, you know, those weapons have existed for a bit, so some new swords for him would be great, too. Ingus recently got a new sword, so he's okay. So I wouldn't say no to a new sword for him, too. New weapons all around. I do kind of wonder why this area exists. I saw a chest in the middle, so we're gonna go get that first. Or these guys, okay? Turns out they're not that durable, though, so we'll just kind of hammer away at them and we'll be fine. I acknowledge that the casters attacking is going to be kind of pointless, but they also need to conserve their spell points, and there's not much that they're going to be able to do without using spell points that be of any real merit. They either do a tiny bit of damage or they guard, and I'd rather they do the tiny bit of damage in case that's enough to tick something over. So, you know, Lunith, Ingus, if one of you two wanted to just, like, crit these guys and kill them faster, that'd be great. That'd be pretty much ideal. It's interesting how they gained job levels without even casting a spell. What the fuck? Oh, I just sneak around the side here. Okay. Ribbon, but it's a trap. Well, that's not great. Super ninja. No, it's just a ninja. Okay. You know what? Think fast, Chuckle Nuts. Because he's enough of a threat that I probably should actually take him seriously. Considering how strong the other ninjas were. Though the other ninjas were very magic resistant, so this might not be any good, but we'll find out. Exactly. Hey there, Jess. It's been going better this week than most weeks, that's for sure. As you can see, we've got the final jobs now, which has been helping, as you might imagine. Funny story, we actually ended up doing much better in the Doga Une fight using a scholar than using anything else, because we just blew them up with items. That situation entertained me greatly once we fixed that, because the first couple rounds did not go well. And health-wise, we're doing okay. Just guard so you don't just get eaten. You heal yourself by draining him. Pain. More pain. Oh, and you have poison. Yeah, you know what? That tracks for a ninja. Curse your magic resistance. Just keep attacking. Do me a big old favor and undo the whole dying thing that he's doing, if you would. Your spells don't do shit, so just use a lower spell. This way, at least you're doing something. There we go. That wasn't too bad. The poisoning was a little concerning, but it didn't amount to much. Yeah, we're just trekking through Eureka, then we're gonna go up the tower and hopefully finish things off. Yeah, that's worth you having. So apparently you're still poisoned. And blinded. I didn't even realize he got blinded. we go. I have a distinct feeling that should actually be infamous, not famous. It's already been proving to be a bit of a slog, considering you gotta crawl through the ancient maze to get here to begin with. And then you don't really get a rest reprieve in between it all. These guys are neat. Like, thankfully it's been fine. But I would be happier if I could have at least been able to, like, recharge my spells more conveniently. As it stands, it's probably just going to turn into I drink the occasional elixirs to fix that, assuming they work for that. Because I have a lot of them now, because of the amount of them I found and never used any. Nah. Just keep saving the big guns for later. Because at this point, Lunith and Ingus are even chewing through the things here reasonably, so it's not too big a deal. This is Ninja, Knight, Sage, and Magus that we've got going here. I did debate having 2 Sages, since Sage apparently can use all of the magics. But I assumed it would be a better idea for damage to have a Magus focusing on actually using black magic. And it was the logical progression that Refia was already on. So is Shuriken actually a weapon, or is that just a throwable? It's just a throwable. Okay. I wasn't sure if they made that count in the boomerang class or not. Because I could see an argument for that being true. But it's just a consumable throwable thing. Can only be thrown. Yeah, that tracks. Good attack on it, though. It'll go great with all the rune axes I bought just to throw at things. Phoenix down. I did debate keeping Lunith as a Dragoon in order to be able to jump away from things and keep, like, the Blood Lance and things like that. But it seemed like a good idea to give Ninja a try, and Ninja's been growing on me, so I've kind of stuck with it. What's this? The Moonring Blade, Force of Darkness. That sounds cool. Let us see what you're made of. Yeah, I kind of figured there was going to be problems in here. Oh, neat. Amon. Okay. Well, bring it on, Amon. Let's see how this goes. Hey, Odin. Do what you do, bud. Do what you do. Probably don't want to drain him, because it's probably not going to work out well for me. Ooh, that's a lot less damage than I would like to see. Yeah, I figured you were going to do magic. That's why I wanted to cast Odin first. Okay, that doesn't hurt as bad as that could have. Oh, and Odin decided to attack instead. Thanks, Odin. I mean, I'm sure you're gonna do great, buddy, but I really would have rather the AoE reflect this time. Yeah, that was not that impressive. Considering how strong you are... Catch this axe. Enjoy that. Get a good heal thrown down for me, bud. No. Yeah, do the Kiraga. There was a debate in my brain on that one, but no, I think that's safer. Because I don't want Refia dying. Yeah, 7,000 on that axe throw. That's about what I was expecting. Ow. Stop bullying the Refia. And she is in the back rank properly. He just doesn't like her. There we go. And you don't need to throw anything as heavy. Just throw the behemoth knife at him. I'm just throwing extra stock of items. Since I didn't need to sell all of it to achieve what I wanted. And then I'm getting lots of money in here. Yeah, that tracks. Honestly, I don't even know how usable Bard is in this version because I didn't try it. So I can't really speak to that one at all. You know, in hindsight, Thundaga might not have been the one I wanted to... Wow, that did not do nearly as much as I thought it would. Yeah, that makes sense. Is you'd basically replace having a dedicated healer with just having the Bard heal every turn that way. Yeah, that also makes sense. Since for that to be something they would have added in the newer version to be nicer to the people playing the game. Throw the Dark Knife at him too. Just keep chucking things. I want to save the higher stuff for other enemies, though. This guy doesn't seem so bad that I need to throw the big stuff at him entirely. Like, obviously, throw, like, the middle of the road stuff at him. Bonk. He's got a lot of hit points, though. I'll give him that. Kind of figured he would have been dead by now. Ow. Yeah. Honestly, something that has a chance to just hurt you in this game seems like just a terrible idea to use. If you could have had the constant healing with the Bard, I think you could have balanced it out. But neither of those being available, yeah, you're better off not using that. And at that rate, you may as well just gamble on Evoker Magic, either doing the attack you want or at least doing something helpful. Got better odds, too, because it's a 50-50. Obtained Moonring Blade. I'm gonna assume my ninja can use that. So that should be nice. Yep, and that's a pretty hefty attack increase, too. No, it's only 5. I read that wrong. Well, better than nothing. Yeah, you still need a better other sword, but there just isn't any so far. Just get sad looking at your inventories. I'm gonna stop looking at it. I should heal before I move anywhere. Last thing I need is... Oh, actually, no, we ended that fight at full health. Unless it healed me after I got that, which I find highly unlikely with this game. Nice, we got a preemptive strike on the horses. They're asleep near. Isn't there only supposed to be one of those? I swore that was something that literally only one existed. What do I know? 6,000's pretty good. Can live with that. Yeah, you two attack. Everybody else just kind of wait these out. It's not as good for job experience for them, but I need to keep their spell ult charges available. Okay, you did 97 to Ingus. They probably could get away with attacking just to at least do something. I'm just nervous about something just dumpstering them randomly. Oh, this actually leads somewhere still. Okay. Eeny, meeny, that one. Oh, hey. Omni Rod. That sounds useful. That's a very big attack increase, Jesus. It'll be easier to test with you, because you've only got one rod. So right now, without a rod, you have 44 and 49. With the Omni Rod, you have 54 and 49, so it's primarily for intellect, so it'll be better to give to Refia then. Since her intellect matters more. So she has 71 now, and he's got 49, 53. That's fine. Yeah, you know. There are risks in learning from a legendary hero. Some legendary heroes are a little bit of an overblown legend, as it turns out. Don't bother draining, you don't have any health to steal right now. He does seem worth using some magic on, though. So I'm assuming he's gonna be stronger than the horses. Considering he's another boss recolor. Though the little cape thing he's got makes it look like he's just got an owl on his chest, and I can't not see that. His chest just going, ooh. Isn't the way he wanted you dead? Just guard for a second here. Okay, he's just dead. So, not really a big concern. That is horrendous. I guess that makes Bard just out and out the worst job in the game then, huh? Is it just doesn't work. I am very glad I have a ninja, considering I see a katana sitting there. Unless that ends up being a sword that a knight can use too, which I find unlikely. Yep, Masamune, that checks. Defeat me and I will be yours to wield. Yeah, they definitely needed the help from the sound of things. Hello. Yeah, Konichi, that makes sense. We already had a shinobi and ninja, so you had to do something with it. Mark, go ahead and guard. Go ahead and hit her with a bio and see what happens. Though, based on the other ninjas, this is probably not going to do much. Oh, you have poison. Great. Just like the ninja. Yeah, 2,000, it's respectable. 4,000 is better, especially when you don't have to spend anything for it, but you know, it's okay. Oh right, we don't have the poison cure anymore because I never bothered with that. Actually, you know who does have it? Ingus, get rid of your own poison. You can handle that. I believe in you. Meanwhile, just use a regular cure on yourself, Ark, since you're hurting a little bit too. The ads are gonna hit while we're doing this fight, but it's fine. This is gonna go much the same way as the ninja fight, I think. Just worse, as she hits harder. Oh! Haste has given her a third turn. Great. Great, I love that for you. Or did she always have 3 turns and I just didn't notice? Entirely possible. Kind of hoping, being a ninja, that she doesn't have a lot of hit points, but I'm betting I'm gonna be disappointed. And yeah, you got blinded too, I thought so. Considering the problems we're having here... Catch this axe, that's for you. Go ahead and get a Kiraga out for everybody. Now it's worthwhile to drain. Ow. Good block, Ingus. Good block again, Ingus. This is why you're on the team. 6,000, very good. Yeah, I'm noticing that. She really does not like sages. I swear there's a class bias for some of these enemies. Because some of them specifically hound one character, I've noticed. And it's consistent from fight to fight with a specific enemy who they hound. And it absolutely makes sense for a ninja to prioritize targeting healers, though she does spread the attacks out a decent amount some of the time, as you saw there, where she just kind of attacked everybody. Might also be that she just targets vulnerable targets, which would also make sense, but doesn't matter, she's dead. Not too big a deal. It's remarkable what a little bit of stability does for the team. That would make a degree of sense as well, yeah. But you also unlock Magus at the end, so... Well, then again, she was attacking Refi a decent amount, too. I think she attacked Ingus the least? At least directly? She blind and poisoned him right at the start and then just ignored him. Which is a sensible move. You hit the hard target with poison and you just deal with everything else. Yeah, you definitely can equip that. Can you equip it? You cannot. Okay, well that solves that question. So that feels right to have as your main hand. And then the moon ring in the offhand. There we go. Wait, really? Oh yeah, the moon ring is weaker, so never mind. We stick with those two then. No, in this one you unlock them all together. Yeah, they were all part of the Earth Crystal, which was weirdly early in the Ancient Maze. I'm still kind of confused by that one. You just walk in and get the crystal. It was kind of stupid. You just get all the jobs that are left just for walking through the damn door. Interesting. I mean, I think it makes more sense for you to unlock all the jobs at the crystal, but I feel like it feels kind of rushed here at the end either way. If you unlock them here in the tower, when are you gonna have time to level their job levels? Like, the tower's long, but it's kind of stupid. That I'm not sure. I don't really have enough basis of comparison to work off of. It is kind of a shame to have immediately put the Moonring blade away, since it's slightly weaker than the other katana. Yes, it's still a gamble whether their summon does one thing or the other. That's why earlier Odin attacked instead of putting Reflect on everybody like I wanted him to. Welcome back from the ads, those that were in them. As you can see, we're still here in Eureka, still fighting. We beat the Konoichi, got the sword. Luna's holding it right now. Turned out the Moonring blade was not as good, so we put that away. But I have to wonder if there's a reason why the Moonring blade's in here. Unless they just expected you to have more people that are using those weapons? I don't know. Maybe there's a special advantage to that weapon type? It is a very small damage difference as well, so who knows? Came prepared with a good amount of potions. Phoenix down. Yeah, that tracks with what I've seen, is they function like evokers. And this way summoners actually have their own separate role in that they are the best at summoning. Which makes sense, because otherwise sages are kind of busted as hell, is they can use all 3 flavors of magic. And they can use like all 3 flavors at that point, so it'd be kind of silly. That looks like a sword my knight can use. Excalibur, the legendary sword. Yeah, the 3 slots. Let us see if your light burns brighter than mine. Yeah, you end up having to make specific choices. Which what I would do at that point is I would just have Ark and Refia both be sages. And they would focus at their specific things, but have like a sidestep into the other one's territory for coverage would be exactly what I would do. So Ark would like have a single black magic spell of certain tiers. Whereas in Refia would have a single white magic spell of each tier. And they'd split the summons between them, would be my logic. So we got the general. Yeah, that... Well, why wouldn't you? Howdy, Faye. Like, I could see an argument for having one other more durable class in place of your other ninja, but health-wise, they're pretty close to the knight. They just don't have cover or heavy armor. But if you're hitting hard enough, you don't need it. You just chew right through and you win. Oh, you just have death, huh? Joke's on you, you targeted the one wearing the ribbon, and I'm assuming the ribbon protects against that like it would in other cases. So, neener neener. So gonna pay for sassing him like that, but you know what, I'm gonna do it anyway. That is a ridiculous damage difference, by the way. 3,000 for Ingus and 6,000 for Lunav. Just absolutely wild. I'm gonna go ahead and do an AoE, because it should be enough to heal Ingus fully anyway, but it'll cover in case somebody else gets hit. Which they more than likely will. Oh, you know bio as well. Look at that. Oh, yep, I'm glad I did an AoE heal. Ooh. Yeah, it's a good thing that went for Ingus, because if it went for anybody else, that would have done a lot more. I almost did. I actually paused because I was unsure which way I was supposed to go first. I actually checked which way you're supposed to go, because it doesn't tell you anything about it. It's kind of just a massive question mark which one's the right answer. Is the way they phrase it with what they tell you is very unclear as to, is Eureka even required? But obviously, based on what I'm seeing so far, Eureka's where you get all the good shit. So it makes sense to do this first. I almost thought that Eureka was where the final battle was going to be, so I almost went around it. But I took a look to the left, realized, wow, this is a whole long thing. Something's wrong here. And that's when I went and checked. Because it didn't add up. Because even their reaction opening the doors was unclear, because Lunith said, let's finish this when we looked at the door that led here, and said something about let's keep going with the other door. So it's like, okay, neither of these tells me that one's more important than the other either. It was just all a series of coin flips, and I didn't feel like gambling with how long I had already been going. Okay, these do heal you. His Refia was definitely hurting at the end of that. As was Ingus. So that's neat. Wait, have I been getting my spell slots back too? I have been getting my spell slots back. That's really kind of them. I didn't even for a moment consider that that would be a thing they would do. Okay, Ingus, you now have 262 attack. If you can't do as much damage as Lunith, I have some very strong questions for you, young man. That's not a shock. I would just as much expect that the sword cuts your own hand off when you try to use it in the NES version. And you can't even say that that's an unreasonable expectation. Okay, now they're doing comparable damage. It was just purely the attack difference they had before. Which it didn't seem like it was that sizable a difference, but it must have been. Though to be fair, he was using a slightly out-of-date sword before. Okay, now Luna's just showing off by getting a crit, though. That's just cheating. It's like, oh, he's doing as well as me, huh? I gotta change that. Wham! There we go. Gotta put myself back in the top spot of damage. Wait, did we seriously go all the way? Oh, nope, there's more stuff. But that must be the exit of Eureka there, then. Gotta get more legendary bullshit on our side. What this means, though, is I can go all out in these fights. I don't need to hold anything back. The Elder's Staff. You must best me in battle if you wish to use me, young man. The spirit within the staff attacks you. Damn kids trying to use our magic items. Scylla. Huh. Was not expecting that. Ah. I assume the staff unlocked Sage and then the thing on the other side would unlock Ninja then. It's a bunch of... yeah, it's a bunch of wolf heads. Which is kind of weird. You know... I don't know what to do with this, but I'm gonna kill it. Oh, okay. Ah. Well, I assume that's gonna still be true, probably. Tell you what, since we can use our spells freely, let's give the attacking team haste, then. I mean, it would make sense. We just gotta wait and find out. I would assume it's gonna send me out of Eureka, because it's the same symbol that sent me into Eureka. Ow, 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 burning pain. Okay, maybe I'm not gonna get more casts of haste. I think I might need to go on repair duty, like, immediately with Arc here. Just means Lunith is going for attacking instead of throwing, which, honestly... better for resource management anyway. You go ahead and do some draining. It's certainly something. 9,000. Let's go. Oh, she knows Holy as well. Well, bye, Refia. Ain't nobody was gonna survive a Holy. That's a problem. That right there, that's a problem. You keep attacking. You use a Phoenix down on Refia. You do me a great big favor and call upon Odin. Since we get our charges back. Oh, never mind, it's over. Turbo Boost, Ludith just ripped through it. It wouldn't make sense for it to be called Scylla if it's all the fiends, but it would be an interesting thought. Sadly, Refia just missed all of that experience by getting obliterated. And I don't think dog faces even make sense for what Scylla is, either. I don't remember Scylla enough to be sure, though, on that one. But we got the fancy stick. I swear if they were just making a fetch joke by giving the stick to the dog, by the way, I don't know what to do with that, if that's true. I swear. Okay, mine's up a little bit. Okay, what's on the other side? Also, the fact that that even brought Refia back... That's another sword. I am Ragnarok, the Demon Blade. Let us test your strength and see if you are worthy. Excalibur and Ragnarok, what a pair of swords for Ingus to end this game with. Just a Guardian, huh? Okay. I'm gonna stab you now. Don't know when I'm gonna stop. Probably when you stop moving. Just walk up to the Guardian of Ragnarok and just say, I'm a deck you in the schnoz. Ow. Just like he just did to Refia. Oh, you know Reflect, huh? That's gonna be bad. Except for the fact that I know a funny thing. Well, Quake didn't even hit him, but I also know Quake goes through Reflect because I got hit by it before with Reflect up. So no matter what happened there, I wasn't getting hit with that Reflect. Just means I'm not throwing any magic at him. So hey, Refia, just kind of, you know, sit there and twiddle your thumbs, I guess. As dear, that's just all you're going to be able to do here. At least till that Reflect's gone. Though, I can do a funny to solve that problem once the hastes are done. That's gonna sting if that works. Oh, he's doing AoE Tornado too. Hate that. Ow. So I have higher priorities than doing any funny things then. What I was gonna do was throw a heal at him to burn the Reflect and bounce the heal back to myself. How about you use your biggest boy healing spell there, bud? If you even get a chance to. Nope, never mind. The power of hasted fighters rips through another enemy. Just barely got through that without any casualties. Oh, that was worth a lot less experience, too. I should have went this side first. A stronger weapon would have meant we killed Scylla sooner and Refia might have lived. Excellent. The light is strong within you. I deem you worthy. Whoop. We got a thing. $140. Now that's stronger than Excalibur, so that gets main hand. And that gets offhand. God damn, 277 now. He is actually taking the lead by a fair margin now. He also is a level ahead, admittedly, though. What does this button do? Wow. Oh, this did not take me out of here. It took me to more items and danger. Are those pedestals or are those enemies? I'm pretty sure those are enemies. Those look more like robes than pedestals. I had a 50-50. It could have sent me to a place like this. It could have sent me back out. Hey, can I filch this without fighting you? Contain shuriken. Hey guys, I know what I'm gonna throw at you now. Hi? Oh, you don't aggro. To be fair, with how this has been going, it was a fair assumption. Are you where I get the level 8? Yup, you're where I get level 8 magic. Hello, Flare. Hello, Meteor. Oh, the money, though. Ah, I can't afford this. Hang on. Gotta do some accounting. Don't need the wizard rod anymore. Don't need that. I'm gonna prioritize selling the things that aren't gonna throw for any good damage. That actually sell for anything. Don't really need all this leftover armor anymore. We're committed at this point. Nobody's changing roles now. Yeah, I still had a lot of money just kind of sitting in my pocket. Oh, I won't. I'm assuming there's a shop in that other inventory right next to me. I wasn't even going to buy anything yet. I was going to look at the other one before I bought. I just wanted to sell down to what I needed to sell. Okay, so you could, if you missed the summons, you could get them here. Okay. This also means you can get a duplicate of them. Those are real expensive too, though. I need to think a moment. Refia, what do you have at level Actually, no, Refia can't even use them anyway. So duplicates are useless. Unless I turned her into a sage now, and there's no point in doing that, because she would be terrible because of that. It's a shame, because there's a level 6 slot. I did not see that, but I also didn't look yet. I was a little focused on what was going on here. I'll grab Bahamut, but I'm gonna focus on the other level 8 spells more, I think. His Refia needs the help more than Arc does at the moment. But we're also only grabbing Flare and Meteor anyway. I don't really need Death. We definitely need a Rise. Get Holy. Now, Tornado we saw, and Tornado was very effective. Arc has what at level 7 again? That's where his Kiraja and such, isn't it? Yeah. So I don't really want to trade his level 7, so yeah, we'll grab Tornado as well then. That works out because that actually means he has 3 in both sets. Oh, that's 6, not 5. Do I have enough to get 5,000 laying about? The things that I won't feel bad about getting rid of. Get rid of that because I'm not going to use that. I don't anticipate instant KO being effective on anything that's going to matter. That's not going to do enough damage to throw it, so we'll just sell that too. Okay. Now we'll have a look at that thing to the right that apparently exists. Yeah, I would not have noticed that, actually. I would have checked the walls in here, but I would not have been able to see that. Let's teach you your funny new magic. Oh, actually, I shouldn't have bought both of these, because now he doesn't have a spot to fit Bahamut, necessarily. Like, we're taking Bahamut, but now I have to choose between Holy Tornado and A rise. And a rise we need. Pretty safe to say we need a rise. We can switch between the two situationally, depending on what I know I'm walking into. And obviously... You know what, you just carry Holy around for us, Refia. You pretend that you can throw Holy at things. You just hang on to that. Ooh. Aha! You sell gear, don't you? And I'm about to be sad. Okay, I'm not that sad, because the people that could use this already have this. The only thing I'd be buying here is shurikens. So this is fine. That's fine, because this amounts to nothing for me anyway. Those shuriken are way too fucking expensive. The spells are way, way more important to me than shuriken are. I am curious now if there's an identical one on the other side in this version. Is this area pretty... No, there's a crystal in the way. You can kind of tell because there's a weird offshoot over there where there isn't one on the other side. And most everything else about this room is fairly symmetrical. But it definitely doesn't stand out as a, hey, go over there scenario, necessarily. But we're kitted and ready for war, so... That said, I'm gonna be cheeky. It's either that or I walked a long way back out of Eureka, only to go the same distance, basically. Poof! This way I can save as well. Before climbing the tower proper. Alright, let's do this. Let's finish the game. Now chock full of new power. No, we didn't see these freaks before. Like, we saw the previous version of them, but we never saw this version of them. Oh, you summon more enemies. I hate you already. So tempting to throw the big spells at them. Actually, hang on. Hold that thought. You. Kill that. Because we know that those are very weak to physical. So if we have one of our empowered soldiers hit that, it should just take him straight out of the equation. But we also need to stop the whole summoning thing. No, only 9,000. That's a shame. There we go. No more summoning. Now you perish. There we go. The fact that both of them end up hitting just short of killing those in one hit is upsetting to me. Job level up. Very good, very good. Keep getting stronger. We're probably going to hit 50 by the time we get up to the top, if I were to hazard a guess. Because there's a lot of tower from what I saw when I walked up here before. As you can see by that box over there being open. I started running out of spells once I got to this bend here, so I backed out. This thing's got a bit spicier. Not these guys, though. We fought a bunch of these guys. These aren't the problem. Especially not if you crit him for 9999. Okay, Lunith, jeez. I know you don't like him, but God. That's a lot of damage for him to still be alive. I don't appreciate that. If you could, you know, fix that, I'd be really happy about that. Critting him again? Okay, you know what? I did ask you to fix that. You know what? Fair enough. Do ninjas just, like, inherently have higher crit chance, or is it the weapons? Because I swear ever since he became a ninja, he's been critting, like, every third encounter. Not that I'm complaining in the slightest, just to be clear about that. I'm very happy to see that. But I just find it interesting. Okay, this leads somewhere. Oh, great. Fucking gumdrop fairies are here. These things irritate me enough that I'll go ahead and spend magic on them just to make sure they go away before they do too much. Oh, never mind, 999 is enough to kill one. Also, considering his regular attack did 999 to that, and his crit did 999 to another one, I'm assuming you cap at 999 and 9 for damage. That just seems like a safe bet that that's just a cap. I kind of figured, yeah. This is the first time I've run into that cap because I don't usually end up this strong. Get everybody healed up, and onward we go. So I suppose I don't have a ton of reason to be looking for other things at this point. I should just be booking it to the end. Because I assume the point of Eureka was to give you the best shit you could get. I probably would end up picking up more Phoenix Downs and more elixirs potentially up here somewhere, though. Which, actually, I'll say this. And it's gonna end up being version dependent anyway, so it's only a partial hint anyway. Do you know of anything else other than the things that are in Eureka that would be important to get, Jess? And I'm asking this purely because we are approaching the 7-hour mark on today, and I would like to trim this if possible. So if you don't know of anything big to pick up in here, I may just book it straight through if I can tell what the right direction is. Okay. Yeah, because I would assume there's places to fight both of those as well, since you obviously get Odin by fighting him. And I bought out their summons instead. And I do know from the information I peeked at about summons that you do end up fighting the other summons at some point. I would assume then that they're in here somewhere, and I'm just not going to worry about that. We already have the summons, so... no. I assumed there was going to be a refight with him, if at all, up ahead somewhere. Good question. I don't really want to burn one of the 2 charges of it to find out. It'll also be just much funnier if it doesn't work later. The alternative is I cast it and then use an elixir to get him back the charge, but that feels wasteful. Assuming elixirs even give you spell charges back. Yeah, I figured. I assumed I had to go back and go to where Bahamut was originally. I just couldn't be asked to go back there for him. Right. The very small amount of things that airship could actually do. I'm still kind of mad that that airship is slower than the Nautilus and can just hop over slight piles of mountains. It couldn't even just go over the mountain ranges completely. Stupid airship that can just hop over hurdles instead of just flying higher. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. I was so annoyed. Yeah, I didn't figure that would get any better or worse. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I can cross the mountains. Dunk. Like, I kind of got the idea that it wasn't gonna work because they told me that I had to press A to go over mountains, but I'm like, oh, maybe I just hold it and I stay higher until I let go of it. Wait, what? This isn't a door? Huh. Okay. Goddamn fake doors over here. Hi, Shinobi. We're doing this dance again. These guys were hella magic resistant, so I'm not even gonna bother. Did I split your targeting, or did you decide to split your targeting? Because if I split his targeting, I did not knowingly split his targeting. Well then. Get another Cura on the pipe, because you're gonna need it. There we go, one Shinobi down. Yep, there's the blind and poison going off. Well, it worked out because they killed them at the same time, so I'll take it. That does, however, mean one of them would have been dead turn one if they both attacked the same one. Yeah, you know. Once you spend your whole life not being able to walk, you kind of just assume your legs aren't going to carry you anywhere. It takes time to adjust to new powers. Ah, that's what they did. They made the real door fake, and then they gave you a hidden door to go through. Of course they did. Well, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you? It is kind of weird that they go back and forth between do tents exist, do tents not exist. Immediately poisoned and blinded again. God damn it. That also prevented that kill, I think. Neener, neener. Now, I will say, if Bahamut doesn't work, that just means I switch to having Holy. So it's not the worst thing. It does mean I probably should test it before the final battle, though. Maybe the next time I'm really irritated at something, I'll just sick Bahamut on it. That's what you do with things that annoy you, right? You stick a Dragon God on them? That sounds about right. That sounds fair and reasonable. Oh, right, I'm in the void. I forgot. I was suddenly very confused why I was just in nothingness. It's like, was it because Lunith was blinded? Did they take my map site away because my front character's blind? Or? I do have 16 elixirs, so it wouldn't be the worst thing to use one. I'm now tempting myself down a very dangerous path. Okay, good, I was going the right way. Prizes. You've gotten between me and my prizes. What are you? Oh, you're actually something I haven't seen, so you know what? And this is a back attack. Ow. You know what? Fuck you too, buddy. Gracia Labolas. Okay. This is something I probably should actually have them switch formation for, considering how much he hit Arc for. But you know what? You know what? You've earned this. Enjoy. You've won the great prize of Bahamut directly to your door. Good fucking luck, buddy. So yes, it works, by the way. Missed, but it technically worked. Anyway, Arc's dead now. Because I did that without him switching back to the back rank, so that was a little bit of an issue. Kind of anticipated, you know, more of a result out of Bahamut. I was very disappointed in his performance there, considering it just missed. But I'm assuming that would be like an instant death move or something. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, Arc is dead again. I'm just not even gonna bother trying to bring Arc back until this fight's over, I think, because of the fact that it's a back attack. He's just not gonna get a turn. He's gonna miss out on the experience, and that's just gonna have to be okay. If you could not kill Refia, Ingus, that'd be great. Don't be a dingus. And of course you're not going to punch the confused guy. In fact, you've confused more of my party. Great! Great, I love this. I love the fact that I'm going to have to climb this tower again, because I'm almost certainly fucked here. Flare and hope it casts in time. Nope. Friendly fire, because of course. Angus, you dumb son of a bitch. Of course they kill me with confusion. Of course they fucking did. Can't win any other way, so let's fuck him over with a back attack that leads to half his party being confused before he can do anything. Why not? They had to find a way to piss me off somewhere. And this is why we left and saved. Because of course they were gonna find a way to fuck me over. There goes all that joy. Out the fucking window. Can't have nice things. Hope you enjoyed the last 20 minutes of your life, because it's now been wasted. Enemy spawned in, got a back attack on us, confused half the party, and said confused half the party killed the other half, and then died. Wasting so much of my time. Otherwise known as the Final Fantasy special of, hey, you just spent a long time in a dungeon. What if we just screwed you randomly? Yeah, and it was a new enemy too. Just kept punching everybody, and that just, for some reason, confused the shit out of both Lunith and Ingus. Arc didn't even get involved. Arc just got punched in the spinal column immediately and died. So actually, you were there just long enough to see the Bahamut casting. It was the same fight I cast that in, where it didn't work. Just fucking kidney punched. I don't know whatever gave you that idea. It's almost like it's the final dungeon, so it's going to be a ball ache. Like, I went into this fully expecting this dungeon to be absolute ass. And it's mostly just a matter of I don't have a choice but to do this because we have to finish the game. Oh joy, another back attack! Yay! I am already very tired of these back attacks. I swear the game heard me get very angry at one happening, so it's like, you know what? He needs more back attacks. Because we've seen like 10 of these the entire playthrough. And now a third of that 10 have all been in this dungeon. It's right up there with when Refia got immediately murdered on the way back through one of the other dungeons earlier today on our run back to a different fight. We got a back attack and she just immediately got dumpstered, meaning I had to walk back out again because I didn't have any Phoenix Downs and I was out of raise charges. Because that was at the point where I had switched back to Scholar. So of course there wasn't any raise charges. God forbid Scholar have nice things. And I know I should have switched those guys to the front to attack better. Just feels like a waste of a turn to a degree, so I tried to just rush through it without switching. I know they're doing half damage, but they'll get through it eventually anyway. There we go. Regain those job levels you lost because of the timeline we don't talk about. And I'm not even going the same direction I went, and I know that. But I'm curious. Well, actually, how curious am I feeling? Answer, I'm not. Fuck this. I was curious enough to think about it, and now I'm not curious anymore. This is when I find out this entire path I'm going on is actually the wrong way, and I just scream internally and more than likely externally. Okay, the crit's kind of unnecessary there. And suddenly it was much more justified. These things have, like, impressively bad physical defense when your casters from the back rank are still doing 600 and 1,000 to them. That just seems wrong. So tempted to have this be one of the times where I save state just to save time. Because at any point we might get randomly shafted again. But it's not that long a run back. Just fucking pointless. It's like, if it was something that was more arguably my fault, I wouldn't mind. But having half your party get confused within, like, a turn of combat, and the other half of your party is dead and dying, there's not much you can do about that. There's not much prep better forehead that you can really excuse in that situation. The only thing I could have done better in that fight was not use Bahamut. Which sounds absurd, but at the same time, it may very well end up being true. Because if his attack only has a chance to work, he might be getting left by the wayside, since I only have 2 charges at level 8 anyway. Which that too feels wrong, but such is the way of things. If it don't work, it don't work. And I ain't about to go fetch him to ensure that he does his job either. I'm more likely to use those level 8 spots for a rise anyway. Just to ensure a bit of stability, because raising people just have them just get shit on again is never a good feeling. Also Bahamut, not even Bahamut, is for some reason they typoed the spell name. Well, no, because the spell name and the summon aren't the same. But I don't know why they didn't just go for something more different instead of essentially turning the name into legally distinct Bahamut. Now that I think about that more, it's an odd decision. Yeah, of course you didn't fucking kill him this time. Well, you two retarget. Even though her magic doesn't do a lot, she'll be able to do enough, probably. Okay, Drain can't be multi-targeted. I was curious about that. Bio can, though. That does about 1,000 or so to them, which is why I wasn't really bothering to cast it against them. Because when your magic's doing like a quarter of what your physical attackers are doing, there's not really a reason to bother casting the spells and burning the slots. But, you know, it's worthwhile to finish something off when you know it'll finish it off. I have to again make fun of myself by pointing out the fact that I did definitely say this was going to be a shorter stream, and we are now approaching the 7-hour mark, with a question mark as to how much longer this is going to take. Go ahead and hit them both with the bio right away. Now, I will say, they've gained a lot of job levels, and it doesn't seem like their magic damage has changed that much. Like, they're still not doing enough to do meaningful damage to these guys, for example, with their magic resistance. And I can't really think of any way to boost her intelligence any higher than it is. She's already wielding 2 staves. But the best I could think of, like, would be maybe hand over the Elder Staff as well, but that only raised mind, so I don't think it would matter. That would, if anything, make her perform worse. Stay in that menu. Cure the poison, cure the blind, move right along. We're almost back to where we got ambushed and fucking dumpstered. In fact, I think it was literally in this room that we got dumpstered. Okay, it's just these two, that's fine. One down, one to go. There's honestly a part of me that's debating while we're walking through here, just bringing everybody to the front rank to nullify the concept of back attacks. But that would just mean everybody ends up at the bank and at the wrong rank. I think I would assume, is you can't necessarily like remove the concept. It would just mean that the ones that are normally supposed to be at the back rank end up at the back rank where they belong when it flips. Doing a lot of going down for presumably being intended to climb the tower. There's an item here, though. Phoenix down. Another elixir. I went in a big elaborate circle. I had a feeling I was going the wrong way. So I died for nothing earlier, is what that tells me. I hate when I ignore my instincts and they're correct. It's the thing I hate the most about being right, is when I'm right and don't listen to it. This fucking guy. That one right there, officer, he's the problem. He's the bad man that did the bad things. You know what? I'm pulling out all the stops on this fucking guy this time. Enjoy flare and tornado, you fuck. Just not even playing around with him. Okay, Ark got punched but didn't get confused. Got punched again and didn't get confused. Good job, Ark. That did not really do that much for being flare, honestly. Tornado theoretically worked. Just hold off from here. I think he's got some wild magic resist going on. But it was enough to kill him anyway. I needed to get my anger out a bit at that particular enemy, so throwing some level 8s at it felt right. You know what probably happened? Tornado probably put it to almost dead like it always did to us. Is it probably just sets health to low? If I know I'm about to get to a big fight, I'll just use an elixir. Or on both of them to make sure they have charges. Man, this place is a pain in the ass. Oh, there's just a dark general just here, huh? Okay. We just fought one of you as a special thing, but now we just tack dark on your name and you're just a regular guy, I guess. Sure. Why not? Just real big man with axe. Oh, interesting. Ingus is actually doing more damage to him than Lunith is. Probably a damage type problem. Because I wouldn't be surprised if the Muramasa is doing dark damage. Considering, you know, what that sword is and the whole purple evil vibe it's got going on. Kind of gives that away a bit harder, too. Crit'll definitely make up for it, though. Crit, haste, yeah, that'll chew through. Doesn't even let me go that way. Can't even squeeze down there, even though there's an obvious path you could take. Swear. Look, it's the Blowjob Brothers again. Getting tired of these fucking guys. You know what? I am in fact tired of these guys. I'm already gonna be using an elixir to get level 8 slots back anyway. Of course, one of them's dead by the time Meteor casts, but you know what? It's fine. That did nothing to him. They have just, like, such wild magic resistance. They must. There's no way even a Meteor would do only, like, 2,000. No fucking shot. With how late we're going, I'm definitely not going to get any meaningful work done on the commission, and it's just going to have to be the way that it is. It's already 9. Howdy, Swarm. Thank you for the resub. 29 months is wild. How you been? Been a bit. I assume life has been busy yet again. Yep, sounds about right. But hey, at least you're hopefully holding everything together. Much like I'm trying to hold my brain together, trying to finish this up. Already established flare didn't really do much to this guy. I'll just try draining him a bit, I guess. I need to hit him with something to speed this along, because he's a little too durable for my comfort. No, Arc is confused. Lunith isn't, at least, so that's good. Spellcaster being confused is scary, though. I have no idea what he's gonna do now. In fact, hey Refia, whack Arc upside the head, please. That's something useful you can do right now. Okay, you beat up Lunith, that's fine. Oh, now Lunith is also confused. That's a problem. Okay, he's dead. Never mind. No longer a problem. Lunith confused means somebody was going to die, and that would be an issue. Same reason I didn't have somebody faster wake Arc up, because anybody faster than Refia would have just killed him. Came in here with a lot of high potions, and not looking so great on the high potion supply anymore. Doesn't help when the game attacks me every 5 feet again. No, it's just these guys. That's fine. They're not going to be here for long. Just everybody get in there. Kill these little bastards. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I'm still climbing the tower. You've missed nothing of substance. This is why I didn't bother stopping for the ads, because nothing was gonna happen. Just look, I'm in another blue room. What a shocking turn of events. What's this? Another blue room. It really just doesn't matter. Aw. That's a dragon. That's different. At least he waited till the ads were done to show up. That seems like something to throw a tornado at. And a flare. Just to make it go away. Yeah, considering what you told me about the Garuda fight in that game, all Dragoons make sense. That's better flare compared to when we used it against the last thing we used it on. Yeah, it makes sense. Since you don't get it too soon before that, you do kind of need to go on a training arc if you want to have them be prepared. Or arguably. This dragon sure does have dragon health. Oh, and you also know Blizzaga. Okay, good for you. Right. So you have to do the tower first to have any Dragoon equipment. Or can you at least buy a little bit of it in the shops in that version too? Because if you have to get it all from the tower, you're not going to have enough of it to go around for 4 Dragoons. Alright, buddy, you're outstaying your welcome. Accept your fate and perish. That was a very good crit, Lunith. Did not lead to a death, though, which is upsetting. Oh, he gives you an armor as well? In this version, he only gave a spear, or I seem to recall. So that's an interesting switch as well. It was a spear you could buy, no less. Still kind of salty about that one. Yeah, that's about right. All the wind spears all the time. Oh, his bites have silence. Interesting. Shame for him that he silenced somebody who doesn't care, but, you know. He sure did that. He did that thing. The amount of health this thing has is getting kind of old. Are you kidding me? It's still not dead. Should have used a stronger cure. Good fucking god, this thing is immovable. Anyway, let's amend that whole not using a strong enough heal thing. The only justice this dragon is getting is dying 0. Yes, it works front or back. There it goes. It's finally dead. But how you doing, Zero? We've been on a bit of a marathon today, as you can tell by the uptime. Trying to get this finished. I know the feeling there. Hopefully the headache goes away quickly. Cure your silence, even though there's no reason to, really. I just don't like seeing those negative statuses sitting there. Get me the fuck up this tower, so I can finish this game. There's no option to change resolution? There should be for Neo. Even Neo 1 had some decent options, just from what I remember. That's a fancy mirror you got there. Yeah, I kind of figured this was going to be a thing that was going to happen. Fools, those who see their reflections in that mirror become afflicted by the curse of the 5 worms. And a lot of flickering. I can't move. Do not fear. Yoga, is that you? Yeah, no, I know you're talking about Neo 1 there, Zero. I played Neo 1 and I could have swore there was a resolution change option. Unless they fucked it up somehow when they made Complete Edition, because I played the earlier release version, not the Complete Edition. So that's weird. I told you that our souls are everlasting, did I not? Only 5 souls who possess hearts of pure light may break the curse of the 5 worms. I will go forth and find the five. Do not lose hope. I will be right back. You know, if we're the Warriors of Light, shouldn't we be 4 souls of pure light enough already? But no, it's obviously gonna be a whole, our friends are going to think of us and good things are gonna happen situation. This is in grave danger. Princess Sarah, I must ask you to come with me. Only those who possess hearts of pure light may break the curse of the worms, and you are one of them. Will you help us? Ingus in danger? You must take me to him. I will accompany you. Not even gonna ask any questions. Just an old man pops up in your bedroom, tells you your lover's in danger, and off you go. Meanwhile, over here... Exactly. Somehow, Sid qualifies. Sid, we need your help. Will you come with me? Luna's in trouble? You don't have to ask me twice. I was wondering who he was gonna pick, considering he kind of looked after all of them, if you think about it. Meanwhile, in this hellish abomination of an area, somehow, the man who jumped in the fire qualifies. Yes, I'd hoped you'd still be here. Man, it's hot in there. What's up? Dash, you're alive. Well, you had to come here for a reason, didn't you? Of course I am. And you are again? I just finished repairing the tower's reactor. It's a really close call. This can't be the first time Desh has faked his death. A few more seconds and the floating continent would have been toast. Excellent. Now will you be willing to help Refia? One trouble after another, eh? Sure, count me in. Gonna go help a different girl ignoring his girlfriend. Gotta go. Now wait a minute though, there's 4 of us. Why do we need 5 people? I thought about that before, but I'm thinking about it again now. So definitely taking a bit of doing, remembering the voices I gave some of these people this long after I last saw them. Ruler of Saronia, Ark and his friends need your help. Ark is in trouble? Then I will go with you. Well, that was a short conversation. Can't have shit in this kingdom. Please, will anyone come with me to help Lunith and his friends? Between the 4 of you, maybe we can make one whole soul. It's time for us to save the day then. You can count on me. Wish me luck. Yeah, he would be the one to just jump in straight away. Be back in a jiffy. Where's my ribbon? Bing, 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 bong. Lunith, Ark, Refia, Ingus. We will hold off the worm's power. Quickly, into the mirror. You must stop the darkness from covering this world again. Thanks, everyone. Didn't even give Cook another line. Yeah, nobody's paused to question the fact that Desh is just kind of back from the supposed to be dead. Come on, let's go. Too busy doing hero things. Worry about guy who comes back from the dead later. Welcome to Purple. Population, a lot of purple. I probably should have gotten my level 8 charges back, but it's fine. Dun, 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 dun. Nope, no T-posing. Just twitching. I admire your persistence, but you come too late. The darkness draws ever so close, and it's almost upon this world. However, I can't afford to have you waste all my efforts with the power of light that you hold. Once you're gone, eternal life will be mine. Die. Straight to the point, you know, I can respect that. He's not quite T-posing. His arms are definitely not right, though. They're not quite right. The right arm is definitely longer than it feels like it should be. I'm assuming his hand's out, but it just looks like he's just got a stump on the end of that arm. It's just kind of out there. It just looks wrong. And he's just ready for a fist bump with the other hand. Anyway, time to throw everything I own at this man. The man that has caused all of my problems. The reason this game is even here. So he must die. I'm sure there's a second phase. I'm sure there's more to it than this. But goddammit, we're gonna throw everything I got at him. Respectable damage so far. An 8,000 and a 5,000 and a 7,000. Yeah, he's gonna cast haste on himself. Of course he is. Okay. Just hitting people with the axe handle. You know what? Sure, why not? Throw the defender at him next. Why not? You go ahead and get a Kiraga down. Hit the whole group in case he does something else. But hey, you know that whole haste thing you have? No, 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 no. Not allowed. You can't have that. I couldn't have nice things for most of this game. You can't have shit in this fight. It's not allowed. Yeah, he just doesn't really use the staff at all. It's just kind of there as a prop. Oop, no more haste for you. Fuck you. I don't even know how much of a difference removing his haste really makes in the practical sense. That was almost pure spite that I took his haste away, if I'm honest. He's like, you know what? No, fuck you. Here, catch a bow. Enjoy that. That's for you now. We'll get a haste going for Lunith, and then we'll stop throwing things for a bit. Go and start draining him. Yeah, I'm expecting him to just start throwing all kinds of nightmarish magic at me at some point. Maybe I'll be lucky, though. There's always a chance. Though, based on a sentence like that, Yep, there's the Fyraga. Pain. Now I have a choice to make, and I think I'm not gonna gamble right now. I was debating casting for Odin to give the reflect to everybody to stop him doing nasty magic, but we're missing enough health that it would be a dangerous choice to make right now. Well, that was Fyraga. Flare would definitely do more. He's also dead. There's gotta be a second phase, right? There's no way that's over. I'm now very suspicious. But my death will not change a single thing. The cloud of darkness is already here. Darkness will prevail. I was kind of hoping I could kick him into the void there, but I get the feeling we're going in there next. Huh? We are the cloud of darkness. We have come to return the world to void, to nothingness. We shall engulf everything in our shadow, and both light and darkness will return to the void. Your light is strong. We shall start with you. Not bad. The music definitely took a drastic shift there, too. So you know how I said I was gonna throw everything at the last one? Nah, I kind of figured I should hold some things, like this Holy Lance. Catch that. That's for you. Let's get a heal going immediately because everybody's still a bit hurt, and then we're gonna start getting everybody buffed up again. Let's get a drain going. Yeet. 8K's not bad. We take those. 0, huh? That's kind of what I was expecting. Ow. And casting haste. Yeah, that tracks. Oh, I see. There's multiple of you up there. That's odd then. Why did the Holy Lance do damage? Oh, Particle Beam. That doesn't seem good. What? I'm gonna hope that that's supposed to happen. Yep, that's supposed to happen. No. Gotta have the power of friendship moment. Come on, guys, hold on. It did 9999. That's what kind of tipped me off that that's supposed to happen. Don't you go before I do. Please, you must not give up. Sid's just gonna have nothing to say. He's just back there. Yep, saw this coming. It's interesting that any of the stuff I did actually did damage. Our souls are yours. Our energy is one with yours. Now stand, warriors of the light. Oh shit, that's gonna be our turn now? Uh-oh. Doga and Unai have shared their souls with you. You have been resurrected. Yeah, it's kind of weird that she didn't just open with that, so we didn't waste things there, but, you know, that's just how it goes. They do enjoy their rug pulls. Really wasn't a surprise, particularly, though. Like, it was a little bit of a surprise, but not as much as it could have been. Come on, you've still got work to do. Zan's actions have weakened the presence of the light in this world, bolstering the darkness. And Zan was overcome by the overwhelming darkness that he called forth. The darkness is very strong now. Our souls will soon join the great soul beyond. We have to go now. We've done all we could. Yeah, I'm not surprised there's another fucking slog ahead of me. You are our only hope. You must bring balance between light and darkness. Now go forth to the world of darkness. To the world of darkness, then. Let's go. We can do it. Onwards. I think that's the most lines half this party has had for a good chunk of this game. Luna's done, like, the greater majority of the talking most of the game. Oh, I guess when we got resurrected, we got everything back. You know what? That makes sense. It'd be a real shame to die soon, though, I gotta tell you. I tell you what, because of the fact that we are 7.5 hours into this, I'm putting a save state down at this point. The fate of the world's in your hands. We're counting on you. Don't you worry about us. Please, come back safely. Everyone, do come back safely. Looks like it's your turn to save the world. Don't worry, I know you can do it. Let's go. Yeah, exactly. Please don't make me have to do it. Let me guess, there's gonna be 4 more big fights and then the finale, probably. Because it wasn't a slog enough already to go through the maze and go through the tower and go through Eureka. Like, they really just thought that people would enjoy spending a good 7 hours doing just this bit. Yeah, I kind of figured it was going to be a setup like that. That's why I didn't bother going up. They don't put you in a 4-corner path like this and expect not to have it be that. I've played too many games to fall for that one. But this really is getting annoying now. If I had known this was going to be its own, like, 5-hour odyssey, I would have saved this for the next session. But at this point, we're too far committed. I can't stop. Because otherwise, we're going to have, like, the worst sectioning for this, and it's going to be garbage. That's fair, but at the same time, this is terrible. This is 3 dungeons stacked on top of each other. Which is stupid. And this is on a fucking handheld console. Woe betide you if your fucking battery died because you thought you were gonna be able to finish it by going and defeating Zan. I have to imagine so many people got fucked over in situations like that. Like at all, or just at all in this section? Because if there's no saving at all in the NES version, I have some serious questions for what the fuck they were on. Why are there invisible walls? Oh, good. This was just for a ribbon that was also a trap. Give me about $3 million and I'll think about it, Zero. And that would only give you a think about it. Fuck that noise. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck were they on when they made this? Like, genuinely, what the fuck were they on? How high up their own ass did they have to be to think scaling where you defeat what you think is the final boss and get two-shot by something else immediately afterward is reasonable? Good fucking God. Like, I am angry on their behalf, because that is disgusting. Also, this whole protect you did? No. No, no, no. Not allowed. No. No, no, no. You can't have nice things. You are in Final Fantasy 3. You're not allowed to have nice things. I get rid of the Protect and now he casts Haste. Okay, sure. I'll take that away too. I don't care. See how much I care. No haste either. Bad. Bad Zand clone. I wouldn't stand for the real Zand getting anything good. You certainly aren't either. Okay, that's just mean. That was just targeted right at Ingus. Okay, that's dead. We got one. Can you wear a ribbon? You can. You know what? Wear that. That's gonna be good for you. Because Refi already has one. Hey, you know that high potion supply I had? Yeah, real run dry. For those wondering, for anybody that missed me coming into here, I came into here with 70 high potions. Just think about that. Just think about that. It's what I could afford. I wasn't about to go farm money just to buy 29 more. I didn't expect to have 3 dungeons stacked on top of each other. I understand that, but it's just one of those things where I'm still mad about the fact that some insane fool thought 3 dungeons stacked on top of each other's game design. Yeah, exactly. It's quite literally stacked on top of each other. If I could drop their Jenga tower of bullshit on their head, I would right now. Why is it that almost every other session of this game has led to at least one rant about game design? Oh wait, it's probably because the game design for this game is questionable. Yes, that is the save I have, is the save right before the tower. About the only other thing I could have done to save more would have been to warp out of here, like, right before the mirror or something, save, and then climb the fucking tower again. Which is why I put the save state down after Zand. It has reached a point of being unacceptable at this point, so I'm giving myself the only kind of leeway I can. Is I have to finish this sometime tonight. I ain't staying up all night to deal with this stupid fucking game. I said before this game was built with hate in its heart, and I really have to stand by that statement at this point. I just didn't realize how bad. With the way the level curve is a scatter plot in this game, I could absolutely understand a lot of people not being able to finish this. I'm so glad I have 2 full healing reservoirs to work off of. Because otherwise this would be a real fucking issue. Okay, on to this path now. That's another portal. Let's not mess with that yet. Let's see if there's anything physically on... Also, these invisible walls are going to make me break my keyboard. Oh, of course, just a... You know, this wasn't just a boss a few minutes ago or anything, no. Getting sent directly to the fucking pound. They couldn't tell that they padded this area out too much when they had to recolor the boss they just did in order to have new models to use for it. I'm consistently disappointed with the performance of Flare. I'm really starting to wonder if I should have just left her as a Geomancer at this rate. At least then I wouldn't have had to worry about spell slots. With the way this game seems to be going, I'm genuinely questioning the worth of even having an attack caster at all. I genuinely am questioning it more and more as we go, when our physical attackers are doing 6k each, and our spellcaster is doing half of that, while burning a resource. Just something about that just doesn't seem right. Honestly, you just hold for a moment here. Like, the only major use she's having right now is taking away the buffs from bosses now. And doing some damage. Just nowhere near as much as the whirling Ginsu knives we got over there. Something seems kind of out of scale there, if that's the case. No, as I said, I put a save state down after defeating Zand. I am not putting up with that. I don't fucking care what the game designers thought was acceptable. They can fuck off. I've only got so much time and patience left for this game left at this point. I would assume, yes. As I said, these designers were fucking on something. Of course. Is by that point they realized the error of their actions. Even slightly. Like, there are a lot of things I would say are reasonable for difficulty as far as old game design goes. And I would even be absolutely fine with saving like this game has, where you can only save outside of dungeons. Within reason. Within reason being when your dungeon isn't literally a third of the game's length almost by itself. That is entirely too long to not have any kind of saving in it. Like, at the very least, give people a save point after Zand, for example. That would be reasonable. So at least you have some kind of checkpointing. Honestly, I would applaud them. They would have done the right thing. Saving future generations from this nightmare. Okay, I guess that portal's the only option. This is just a waste of space path here. Thanks, game. Love that. Padding, padding, padding. Padding, padding, padding. Half of this game is padding. For fuck's sake. Like, I really have been trying so hard to be nice to this game. I've tried so hard to be patient with it. And I was good for most of today. I was good for the first, like, 7 hours today. And now here we are. I can't keep being nice when they pull shit like this. I tried so fucking hard. But the veneer has cracked now. Like, sure, I gave them shit about the airship. But I think that was the thing I talked about the most that wasn't at least being reasonable along the way up until we got to the second half of this tower. Ever since that at random back attack dunking we took, I've been on a tear, and I understand that. But I feel like it's a justified tear. Also, fuck off with these invisible walls. They stand no purpose. They're just there as a middle finger to the player. Just like, hey, fuck you. I'm gonna try to run from this one. I just can't be bothered to deal with you. Could you fucking leave me alone? Thank you. Just not even gonna bother. Turns out all I had to do was ask nicely. You have done well to come this far, but this is as far as you go. The darkness will engulf the world and return it to the void. I'm assuming we're gonna have to refight all of them then, based on the fact that these are the crystals. Or whatever the fuck this is. Never mind. The fuck am I looking at here? Whatever you are, catch this. Because, you know, this game didn't already have enough bosses as it is. Someone decided to eat a cartridge, pour a bunch of vodka down their throat, light it on fire, and then decided to code a game based on what they shat out afterwards, Zero. That's what we've ended up with here. I am just so fucking done. Because you know what we didn't need? 4 more bosses. You know what we're getting? 4 more bosses. I figured it was just gonna be like the Zand clones and shit. But no, apparently they just needed to cram more bosses in. I could if I wanted to waste another hour or so of my life climbing back down the tower and coming back up again. It is not a fast walk by any stretch of the imagination, nor is it reasonable to ask anyone to make that walk just because they decided you're not allowed to have a save point anywhere in here. Yeah, with how this thing looks, it's sitting there just using drain over and over kind of tracks. Oh no, you silenced the guy who doesn't use magic. Oh no. Please continue to do that. I haste Ingus because I might still have Lunith use throw at some point. I'm saving them for the final battle. They're exorbitantly expensive, so I only have a handful of them. And they're being saved for the final battle. Same with a chunk of the stronger items I have to throw. I'm also extra glad that I didn't bother to try to boost Lunith now that he's fucking dead. Arise, chicken, arise. I'm gonna just be using elixirs after these fights to make sure Ark and Refia are ready for the next boss at this rate, so this is fine. Just hit him with everything. Still not dead, huh? That's upsetting. What, did they actually heal me afterwards? Did they actually do the reasonable thing? I'm willing to believe that because I assume this is a matter of the crystals are being corrupted right now, and then once they're not corrupted anymore, they'll do the right thing. Man, this thing's got a lot of health. You really were just that committed to killing Refia, huh? Well, joke's on you. She's got a ribbon, dum-dum. You can suck it. In fact, you've been doing it most of the time. That's probably how you're draining, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah, half the party has death protection thanks to their ribbons, so I'm not too scared of death. I've played a fair amount of the series there, Zero. I didn't finish very many of them because they start to test my patience after a point a lot of the time. And I just don't finish very many RPGs because they're too fucking long for their own good most of the time. That's a tricky one, honestly. Because again, as one who has not finished very many of them, it's kind of hard to rate any one of them higher than the others necessarily. But the one I've enjoyed the most and came back to the most was Strange Journey. That's a spin-off game, I know, but that is still the true answer. Though that game also pulls some real fucking dick moves. Nocturne, I feel, has some ideas in it that didn't age the best. And that's why I can't say that it's my favorite. I did recently get, I think it's 5? One of the PC ones was available in Humble Choice, but I have not sat down and actually played it at all yet. So I really can't have an opinion on that. Yeah, I saw that they gave me shitloads of money that I'm gonna have nowhere to use. I am the Warrior of the Dark, one of the 4 who stopped the flood of light 1,000 years ago. I've come to join you. The cloud of darkness has also appeared when the light threatened to engulf the world 1,000 years ago. We, the Warriors of the Dark, managed to stop it then, at great cost. 1,000 years later, the balance between light and dark is inverted. Light has existed around a core of darkness, but darkness now revolves around a core of light. But the light has lost its brilliance. The overflowing darkness is threatening to extinguish the light that remains. A flood of darkness. Only you, Warriors of the Light, have the power to stop it. Okay, good, they did heal me. This also means I should just do exactly like I was doing and go all in. Soul Hackers was also very good. Soul Hackers 2, that is. I just did. That's why I walked up to it. Nothing happened. It's inert. It doesn't exist anymore. I'm assuming I now go back and repeat the process 3 times. It may also not react because I am at full health. There's a chance that it may do something if I'm injured. Though that is a long walk back from wherever I'll be injured to bother to do that. when I have a pocket full of 16 elixirs. Digital Devil Saga was pretty fun. I didn't get super far into those, but I did enjoy the bit of time I spent with the one I played. Just, again, I'm very bad at finishing RPGs because they just are too long, and there are long stretches where nothing fucking changes. So I just get tired of them. Even if an RPG is very good, I just get bored because you end up with plateaus of activity for your characters. So you just spend a good, like, 6 hours like, oh, hey, absolutely fucking nothing's changed other than I've walked from here to there. Okay. That is a me problem. That is not a... This genre is bad because of this. It's just doesn't work for me. I've never been good with long periods of your characters not really changing much. And yeah, the plot does make sense, and it has a good theme behind it with the idea of trying to balance light and dark and proving that an overflowing of light is not a good thing. I do feel like they take a little bit too long to tell the story that they're telling with that. But again, that's me. And it's also been spread out over streams and lots of grinding and aggravation, so it doesn't hit the same. Though I also have to question the whole situation here of, you would think somebody would fucking figure it out at some point that, hey, maybe we should do something to make sure they don't just keep tipping the balance back and forth because they're fucking stupid. Like, there's only so many times you can do that loop before it's like, okay, this is getting silly now. And I don't think I'm gonna bother opening any more boxes in here, because I'm assuming most of the rest of the boxes are gonna be more ribbons that have more Zand clones in them. So it's probably not worth continuing to open the boxes. In fact, as another point of how done I am, let me know if there is anything other than ribbons to get in here. If there isn't, I'm going to even further stand by my decision not to touch any more of these goddamn boxes. Just so we get to the end of this sometime today. I am so tired of seeing this fucking guy. There he goes again. I mean, he's not bad to kill anymore, at least, but just like, ugh. Can you even wear a ribbon? You can. It's only a defense down of 2, so put that on. This way you don't get instant death anymore. Actually, the crystal helmet is only 31 defense. Actually, one more ribbon might not be a bad idea. Just give everybody a fucking ribbon. No more bad things happening to them. Just put a ribbon in everybody's fucking hair because everybody's a winner. Everybody's especially a winner if we can run away from this thing again. Thank you. We're almost to the portal. We're almost halfway done. Hi, Garm. Bye, Garm. You're probably a lot quicker to kill, but I don't care. See, this is all the more reason to not want to have anything to do with you, Garm. Oh, and you get 3 turns. Fucking love that for you. 3 heads, 3 turns, you know what? Sure, why not? But at the same time, fuck you anyway. These healing segments just boiling down to me sitting here mashing the button, by the way, is why a bunch of modern games have a just heal everybody button. And that gets it all done. I presume there's another box down that path, but this is where the crystal is. We're going this way. Earth crystal now. The ebb of darkness is getting stronger. Soon none shall be able to stop it. As for you, you'll never leave this place alive. Oh, hi, Eyeball Man. Alright, man, yeah, that tracks. You know what you need? A lance right in that big ol' eye of yours. Good old 5,000 right to the eyeball. I hate that you're saying that. I hate that you're saying that. Okay, thunder and a head bash so far. I would certainly hope so. They took all the power out of these guys and put them in every other fucking boss in this game. Head bash coming out. And Lunith is dead. Great. I love it when every boss has turn advantage on me. Fucking what? 4,000? Why? Like, I know I've been saying that it feels like they lost their damn minds when they made this, but no, they were much worse before from the sound of things. Because in what fucking world would you even have 4,000 HP? Like, that's just insanity. Like, don't get me wrong, he hits really hard. He did 1,000 damage to Lunith, for example. Who's not really that much of a slouch in terms of defense. He doesn't have high defense, but it's not terrible. My main issue with him right now is just the fact that he's faster than me, so I can't really heal ahead of the damage he's doing. I can only just kind of fix the best I can. Now, here comes another Thundaga. Well, that's probably Arc dead. No, he lived that. He might not live the next one, though, because I'm betting... No, it actually went for Refia. Okay. Though Ingus probably would have blocked it anyway, so it would have been okay either way. Just got some real backline hate there, and you know what? That at least makes sense. He's targeting the problem. Let's just preemptively get one of those going. Probably should have went for a bigger one, but it's fine. You would be there literally all day, Zero, and you would hate your life the entire time. I am nowhere near the masochist enough to even touch this game again, let alone do any kind of special run of it. Oh, he has healing as well. Thankfully, it's only like 5,000, so that's not that bad. Like, one flare and we already undid that, so that's okay. Just keep hitting him. Also, our haste wore off. That's how long this has been taking. I'm tempted to try tornadoing him, but just hit him with arrow. Oga, it's fine. We're out of those. Go ahead and start draining him. So I assume he's not got too much left. We've done a lot to him. Oh, hey, he knows Quake as well. Of course he does. Everybody's favorite fucking spell, Quake. The spell like every other boss in this game knows. Like, ever since the second half of the game, like, literally every other boss has used Quake. There we go. Eroga was the killing blow. Let's go. So that wasn't that bad. He was dangerous. If he focused just on somebody, he could definitely kill somebody. Well, of course, because they had even less care for their players in that version. I'm a warrior of the dark, one of the four who stopped the flood of light 1,000 years ago. I've come to join you. Light and darkness, one cannot exist without the other, much like the sun and the world. Zan severed the link between the world and the sun, creating a world without day or night, a world devoid of time. But Zan did not foresee that his actions would call forth the cloud of darkness, or that he would be put under its control. If we do not stop the cloud here and now, not only will your world be engulfed in darkness, the worlds of light and darkness will be both be devoured by the void. If we, the warriors of the dark, and you, warriors of the light, combine our powers, we may be able to stop it. As we had done 1,000 years ago, let us unite and defeat the cloud of darkness. The power of balance will save the day. Nah, I will choose to ignore a reality like that, because that is the land of fools. Like, I freely admit I have my own masochist streak, but I have no idea what level of hating yourself or at least enjoying pain you would have to go to deal with that. Like, more power to those who could put up with that, but just bleh. No. No, 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 no. And you say a sentence like that just so simply. Like, losing 2 hours isn't awful. Like, maybe I just value my time too much at this point. But, like, that just... No. No. Like, most of the time I accept the "this is what we had" excuse, but you had to have gone out of your way, unless you spoke Japanese and read Japanese to begin with, to play Final Fantasy III, aside from this version and forward, because, well, outside of going and finding the translation patch that exists now. Obviously, that is another way to do it, too. But that kind of counts as going out of your way, I would say. You are a new enemy. Do I care? No. Get me the fuck away from you. Goodbye. Just not even dealing with this anymore. We are over 8 hours. I'm going to turn into a fucking pumpkin at this rate. I would like to be done. Speaking of, I'm just going to keep moving the checkpoint goalpost forward. They were made sane and reasonable, yes. Based on what you've described, they have made them reasonable. Instead of, hey, I hope you ground to level yes, otherwise you may as well gouge your own eyes out. His good lord. Like, I fully understand that RPGs have a lot of grinding. But when you describe to me a boss whose main thing is they spam AoEs that do more damage than most of my party currently has... just, it's disgusting. Especially when I can safely say, I have done some grinding. Y'all didn't see it, but I have done hours of grinding off camera. So for that to be the scale at play, that is just not okay. Yeah, I'm not touching any more chests now that I've got a ribbon for everybody. Yeah, no, I've noticed that every single one is this fucking guy. Now I'm just not opening any more boxes again. I have 4 ribbons. Boxes are dead to me. They don't exist. They're not there. They're not real. I don't see them. They're gone. Doesn't matter what's in any of them anymore. Because I had a ribbon before I came in here. I'm assuming the last path will also have another one of him in it, giving another ribbon, but I have no reason to get that one. It seems more or less the same, yeah. He definitely dies faster. He doesn't seem to have all of the same moves, or at least he hasn't been using all of them. Like, he's mostly just sat there and self-buffed and then died after doing a few hammer blows. So he's just kind of annoying. Yep, he did a Blizzaga. Oh no. He's beating up Ark. Oh no. Like, he's really just annoying. Right. I mean, Ahriman is a thing that has appeared a fair amount of times. He's just not usually a boss enemy. Like in the tactics games, for example, I believe that is one of the designations of just your standard eyeball enemy. Okay, that's funny, at least. See, that I can respect at least as a good bit. And as long as you have something to dispel a death sentence, it's not the worst. Like, it'd be hard to keep up with. But you at least would have an option to counter that instead of just being dead. But no, death sentence is a common thing for those types of creatures to have in basically anything I've ever seen them in. They love of just fucking instant killing people. Yeah, that tracks. I am gonna go ahead and take the defense downgrade to give you instant death immunity, just like everybody else has now. That just seems like a good idea. Also, if anybody didn't catch it, I did in fact put a save state down after the eyeball boss, because at the rate these are going, I am fully expecting to have a wipe happen randomly. because of bad luck, so I'm just not dealing with having to do it all again. Sounds good, Jess. I will still be here, still screaming, probably for another at least half hour. Darkness will flood the world and return it to the void. Maybe this world should go to the void. We will devour your meager light. In before fire breath spam, and I just wish to rip this game to pieces. Two-headed dragon. Huh. Okay. I'm concerned. Just only, like, mildly concerned. Hey, Bahamut, come get your boy. Come get your boy here. Yeah, exactly. The timing could not have been better on that. Yeah, Flare still did okay. Let's see what Aura does. I'm going to assume that'll be useful. That looks like Team Haste? I can live with that. Thank you, Bahamut. Everybody say thank you to the big scary dragon god that just helped us. Ow. Well, it's not fire breath, but fucking hell that hurts. Considering that was 1,500 to Ingus, our highest defense, concern. Really concerned. Also, really wishing I had a means of casting Protect across the party. Based on how these buffs have been laid out, I'm going to assume Leviathan probably would have been AoE Protect. Because Odin is AoE Reflect when it does his positive. Bahamut's AoE Haste. Ow. It would make sense for Leviathan to take up the remaining buff that's left, which is Protect. I'm regretting casting Tornado right now. I should have preemptively cast another heal. And it didn't even work. I was pretty sure it wasn't gonna work, but you know, I had to try. Anyway, Kiraja, go. Hopefully you live long enough to cast that. With haste, it's possible. Or this thing just dies. I would also accept this thing just dying. Nope. Lunith died instead. Okay, Ark's still alive, though, so we can just... No, we can't cast a Rise, though. I already used all my 8s, I think. So that's gonna complicate things. I'm very glad I saved before this. I may or may not have done myself a sanity solid and saved before the fight. Nope, I was smart. I saved in a Rise. Let's go. Get Lunith back on his feet at full strength. I forgot he has 3 charges of level 8 now, not 2. Ow. Ow. He hits so fucking hard. Like, he is very much the closest to danger we've been, with him doing consistent double attack 1500s. Still alive, huh? All I got left to kill him with this turn's flare. Eh? Damn it. Ow. Thank you. I should have went for a Kiraja, though, not a Kiraga. I really should have just assumed where the battle state was gonna be at this point, but it's fine. He's got a lot of health. We've also had to do a bit of back foot work because people got a little hurt. Just a little. There we go. Just in time for you to come back. That was definitely the closest to losing we were that whole time, though. So far, they've all been first try. Near misses with the eyeball and the two-header, but... Oh, thanks for the high potion game. One high potion's clearly gonna save the world. I am the Warrior of the Dark, one of the 4 who stopped the flood of light 1,000 years ago. I've come to join you, just like the other ones. Balance between light and darkness is kept by the 4 crystals. The crystals of wind, fire, water, and earth. When Zand halted the flow of time, the light of 2 of those crystals was sealed away. Because of this, the balance between light and darkness shifted drastically, and gave birth to the Cloud of Darkness, an entity whose sole purpose is to return the world to the void. Cloud of Darkness tried to seal the remaining 2 crystals located on the floating continent. It created the earthquake that you have witnessed. It almost drew the floating continent to the surface world. The Cloud of Darkness is powerful, but with our powers of light and darkness combined, we'll summon Captain Planet. We'll be able to defeat it. Alright, just one pathway left. We've already been fully restored. This game has given me trust issues such that I check the menu every time, even though it's been established that the crystals heal you. Oh hey, speaking of multi-headed doggo, there it is again. Anyway, goodbye. Gotta go. Look, a ball. And I am absolutely gonna put a save down before the Cloud of Darkness itself. You can fucking guarantee it. Exactly. It's like, here, you fight amongst yourselves. We're gonna be over here. Bye. Oh wow, we just got away immediately from those guys. They weren't paid enough. Okay, we've made it back. Now for the top left corner? Or was it bottom right I didn't do? I've honestly forgotten. I want to say I did the 2 bottom ones first. I'll be able to tell when I get here. Yeah, this looks different. Exactly, they're just tired and they need a vacation. They don't get paid vacations being ninjas, as it turns out. We'll just leave them a paper about unionizing and get the fuck out of here. Let them sort that out. Like, there's a part of me that's unhappy running away from all these fights, but at the same time, it's better this way. And nope, that chest ain't there. Nope. It's not real. It's a mimic. It's gonna bite me. You know, I can't say that this is the first game that's actively made me avoid treasure chests. There's only been a couple. There's only been a couple, and some of which were because they just gave me garbage all the time and I never got anything I actually had any use for it. Yeah, I'll probably still be here fighting this. Good luck. You cannot stop the flow of darkness. This will be your final resting place. Behold, pink dots again, and then orange dots. Behold, I have a third head. I'm even stronger than the last one. Sure thing, buddy. Yep. You just keep thinking that. Anyway, just gonna start hasting and flaring and doing the same old thing again. Here we go again with the same old shit again. Ow. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Ow, that hurts though. You get 3 turns? You of course get 3 turns, because 3 heads, yep. I kind of figured that the other enemy was a warning that this was gonna be a thing they decided to do. Yeah, because you probably spent as long here as you did in the rest of the game, if I were to hazard a guess, if not longer. Trauma will do that. Trauma will definitely do that. I should know. There are so many parts of certain games that I remember vividly because of that. Ow. Blocked. Blocked. Oh, if he had chosen to Firaga there, it would have been so fucking bad. But he got hungry. Didn't want to cook his meal, just wanted to eat it. I'm not gonna get to have another haste go off, because I'm gonna need to be constantly on fucking alert for death now. I'm just gonna cast Kiraja every fucking turn. If I waste one, it's okay. Zero trust. We are in danger. Ow. Ow. Oh, Thundaga now. Well, that's a shame. Hey, Lunith, I think you're dead, bud. Nope, he lived. He just barely lived. Hanging on by the skin of his teeth. I'm very glad I'm just throwing the biggest heal every turn now, because I'm gonna need it every turn, because we're gonna probably be living on the skin of our teeth every... Oh, Lunith is gonna die on this turn. If he gets hit by, like, anything, he's going to die. Stiff breeze alert, everyone. Stiff breeze alert. Warning, warning, stiff breeze incoming. Batten down the hatches. Ow. Ow. This is fine. I just gotta hope I kill him faster than I run out of Kiraja charges. Because I've got a fair few of them, and we do a lot of damage. But I'm assuming he's got, you know, yes amount of health like the rest of these losers have had. But I'm out of flares now, so we should be almost done. If it's anything like the health the other ones have had. It should be basically like one more turn after this. Yep, here's the Firaga immediately. Pain, misery, woe. There's the bite. There's a bite. There's everything getting undone again. Could you imagine if I hadn't brought a sage to this fight? How bad this would be? Yep, there's the haste wearing off, so this is definitely just about over. If this is anything like the health bars the other ones have had. Your soul is mine. Would have been so nice if that had been how he died there. Yep, Luna's dead. That's not the one I meant. And you know it. And Lunith misses out on the experience. I knew that was how that was gonna happen. I saw him go to white health, but very low, and I'm like, he's dead. He's fucking dead. He's gonna fucking die. And there he went. The stiff breeze got him. I wonder if anybody's kept track of how many people have not made it through a boss fight, and how many times. I'm a warrior of the dark, one of the 4 who stopped the flood of light 1,000 years ago. I've come to join you. Light and darkness attracted to each other, yet keeping themselves at a safe distance. They coexist in a precarious balance. If light and darkness come into contact, they cancel each other out, and nothing is left where they meet. That is the void. The universe began with the void, and will return to the void. However, there's one force that stands against the ever-present threat of the void. It is what you call hope. In time, the void will consume the world, and now is not the time. As long as there's hope in the world of light, and here in the world of darkness. For as long as hope prevails, the void shall be kept at bay. I'm glad I gave him a slightly higher timbre to that, since he was the most hopeful one out of them. Touch the crystal again. Alright, that's all the crystals done again. Now I assume it's off to the final battle. Off to see if we get shafted here at the end. Hey look, a treasure chest. Anyway. Did I run over to it on purpose? Yes. I wanted to make people think I was gonna open it after that. No joy, a back attack. Good for you. Ow. Casting Protect when you have turn advantage. Yeah, that tracks. Anyway, gotta go. Nobody else took any hurt? Nope. You two again? We just got away from you. I know you probably jumped the gap to get here ahead of us, but could you fucking not? Thank you. Goodbye. They just want screen time. They get paid every time they show up on screen, so they just want to keep showing up as much as possible. It's a really good gig if you think about it, just getting paid to show up. Don't even have to fight the heroes, they just have to show up on the screen with the heroes. If the heroes run away, they don't have to chase them or anything. I assume I just step in the middle circle now, because there was no path up. Oh yeah, there we go. Follow these. This is also the same music they were using for the airship, I think, by the way, so, you know. Could have at least given us new music. That just clicked, actually, as I was running up here. Preemptive strike, huh? Watch as I do the ultimate preemptive attack. Run away! Bye! There's a portal there. Time to put down the in case of fuckery save. There we go. Now, I have the section where the save state thing pops up, cropped out, so if I didn't tell you, none of y'all would probably know I was doing that. But I wanted to be upfront with all y'all about that. Alright, Cloud of Darkness, round 2. We are the Cloud of Darkness. None shall stand before the flood of darkness. With it we shall bring the void into this world and your world of light as well. We won't let you, not if we have anything to say about it. Yeah, we don't get another line, we just nod. This is the world of darkness. You cannot defeat me with only the power of light. That's why we're here. Ta-da! We're gonna turn around like we're surprised, even though they said they were gonna be here. The hopes of light and darkness now unite. We shall not let the void reign free. Go, Orange Power Rangers, get her! And then they died. You are trying my patience. So are you. And we'll see who wins now. You may have destroyed the dark crystals, but that is of no consequence. We will devour your power of light and use it to return this place to the void. They did their part, now it's our turn. Yeah, I'm betting I want to get rid of these tentacles. That seems like a good idea. Bahamut, give us a hand here, bud. I don't know how much health these tentacles have, but probably a good amount. Rude. Also rude. Interesting that they still take 0 from regular attacks. Yep, casting Protect on the body, that makes sense. Yes, we got Aura, perfect. That haste is gonna be big. Though, Lunith might still die. Based on the fact that a regular attack didn't do damage to the tentacle, just throw that at it. Guess go ahead and focus on the main body then, if regular attacks don't do anything to them. And everybody's hasted up already, so just do the same thing we did for the other fights and just Kiraja until the fight ends. Start calling meteors instead of flares, so we can hit all 3 of them. Oh, they cast lightning again already. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, you at least dealt damage to that. Ow. Ow. That's okay. Oh, that's not okay, though. Thankfully, Bad Breath's just a debuff move, which, haha, I have ribbons. Fuck you. Now, the tricky part's going to be getting a raise off on Lunith, or an Arise more likely, but you get the point. You just keep attacking the main body since you can't affect the tentacles for some reason. You get him back on his feet. You keep throwing in meteors. I'm wondering if that lightning is just like a counter. And that was the problem. Nope, it just does lightning at that point. Okay. Thankfully, Arc is, like, immune to all elemental magics for some reason. I don't entirely understand why he is, but I'm happy that he is. Ow. Ow. He gets so many fucking turns. Because the cloud gets, what, 3? And then there's... each tentacle gets a turn? Something like that? It's kind of wild. I don't know if you're gonna lifesteal from this, but I'm kind of curious to see if it'll work. Give it a shot. Anyway, back to doing what we were doing before. Kiraja for everybody. You keep throwing meteors at it. Oh my god, that tendril is still alive. I'm starting to wonder if it would be better just to attack the damn main body and be done with it. Okay, the Kiraja went off before anything else did. Great. Another bad breath that doesn't accomplish anything. Like, I really only need to get rid of whichever one of those tendrils is doing lightning. The one doing bad breath doesn't matter. And I'm pretty sure it is the one at the top there that's doing the lightning. Just keep throwing things at it. It'll die eventually. You just keep making sure everyone lives through this. Throw one more meteor. Still fucking attached. This is when I find out they actually share a health pool and this is an entire waste of my time. Still there. Ow. Ow. Problem is, I'm on a timer here. Not just because of how long we've been going, but because of the fact that I'm gonna run out of healing charges. The lightning happening after the heal is unfortunate. Appreciate it, Jez. And at least we got a nice track to fight this too. Just got 3 more charges of that. Really gotta hope that's gonna be good enough. Yeah, I guess start draining. Get that tentacle out of here. I guess the protect wore off. No, maybe he not. There we go. Give Refia some insurance. Wow, that was a 4,000 drain. That's way better than I expected, actually. Oh, particle beam's still a thing you do, huh? Ah. So, hey, this suddenly went really fucking wrong. I'm so glad I saved before this, but at the same time, I now have questions as to whether this is even gonna be possible right now. I almost feel like I might have to just hope and pray that she just doesn't fucking particle beam my ass. His Arise is the only way I'm gonna be able to get somebody back on their feet in this fight and not have them just get lightninged. That only did 2,000 this time. Okay. Like, my big saving grace is Arc is immune to the lightning. Which is in its own way kind of funny. I'm also pondering it might have been better off raising Ingus instead of Luneth. But Luneth's the one who's been doing damage to the tentacle. And it's not gonna matter, because now Refia is dead instead. Well, so she just kind of got mad at some point, I guess, and started particle beaming, eh? I don't know if that's gonna work, but I'm gonna test it. Okay, 1 tendril's gone. All of that just to kill 1 of them. That's fine. Arc tanks those. He doesn't tank the slaps, though. He's dead. Son of a bitch. No, I knew it was only a tendril that was dying. Based on how much health those tendrils have, I don't think it's worth it to me to fucking kill them. That is so much fucking health. Like, I just figured they were, like, minion enemies. And you just kill them off to help turn order a bit. The fact that they have their own separate fucking boss-level health bars is disgusting. That basically gives you the cue, hey, don't bother killing them. You're not going to. Especially since they resist normal attacks. Or at least they resisted Ingus's attack, which is why he was just attacking the main body all the time. Yeah, I think I'm better off just trying to burst the main body down before she starts particle beaming us to fucking hell. Yeah, just hurl themselves into the void instead of staying and helping. I'm gonna put a save state down here, by the way, based on how this fight went. Just so I don't have to sit through that whole monologue again. Alright, so instead we just throw everything at the Cloud of Darkness itself. Disregard are the heads, acquire Cloud. She is actually a friend, haha. You know what? Odin, come on out, I have an idea. Yeah, see if Flare does more. Eat. Oh, now you're using haste this time. Love that for you. Fucking love that for you. Ow. Ow. Shit. Well, that plan didn't work. Oh, and thanks, Odin. Fucking thanks, Odin. I might have just thrown this attempt because Odin's being a fuckwit. So for those wondering, the idea behind that was to put Reflect on everybody so the lightning would bounce back. It didn't work. Because Odin doesn't listen to directions, which is no real big surprise. On the bright side, we do actually do really good damage to the Cloud of Darkness. And once everybody's stable for a turn, I'll get Lunith back on his feet. I was debating Bahamutting again, but I think I need to save that extra charge for just another cast of Arise. Because I just need as many chances to bring people back to life as possible. I kind of figured there was going to be something like this. Either something in, like, piles of bad breaths to do lots of debuffs, or, like, instant death everywhere is why I wanted all of the ribbons. That's also why I didn't get greedy and go get a 5th ribbon, because it's not like anybody else was gonna wear it. Somebody do me a favor. Let me know how much health the Cloud of Darkness has. Because I'm gonna need to get an idea of how possible this is right now. Spear that bitch. Go for Kiraja, you go for a Drain. Because you're the one closest to dying, so you need to use a Drain to hopefully stay in this. 120,000 hit points, huh? Okay. That's a shame. Oh, that's bad timing. Speaking of that's a shame, this runs over again. Oh, and now she's hasted, too. Yeah, that sounds about right. They would have died much faster if I could have hit them with more than just throws and meteors, but just wasn't fucking working. Ingus is the most likely one to live for any real amount of time. Ark is thankfully immune to that. I have to assume it's the Protect Ring that's keeping him from taking lightning damage. He's also been immune to fire attacks and all the other base elements. So I would have to assume it's the Protect Ring. That's the only thing he's got different from anybody else. There's no fucking way I'm gonna manage to do anything else here, though. This is where Ark dies. Though Ingus will block for him, so maybe... This already does more than enough damage, thanks. For it having 120,000 hit points, this is just kind of fucking awful. Neither are good. I'll be real with you. Neither sound good. Because you either have something that's just going to decimate your party before you even know what's happening, or you have what we're having here, which is just really a slog. Good self-heal. Which I feel like more than makes up for it, considering they do a good, like, 700 damage to most of my party members here. You know what? Maybe it's time to try being cheeky, since this fight's probably over. Let's try clever ideas and see if they work. It's gonna mean he's not gonna be able to heal himself, but I'm banking on being able to make something big backfire here. Well, there's the lightning. Thankfully, since that already doesn't do anything, that doesn't get reflected. Does Particle Beam get reflected? Nope, doesn't. Didn't fucking matter. So all I did was put a I can't heal myself shield up. Thanks, game. Thanks for making Reflect the literal worst spell ever. Thanks for that. It's completely fucking useless. Like, there's so few things Reflect works on in this goddamn game. Hey, Lunith, come back just so you can die, okay? Yep, there's the Particle Beam. Like, this is the same cardinal sin the rest of this game is made, where it thinks AoE spam is difficulty. Which it isn't. All of that is AoE spam. That's not a thing. That's just bad. So the extra Arise doesn't seem like it matters. Maybe we just need to... But the problem is we're only doing about 6,000 per hit. With it having 120,000 health, that's 10 turns of the two of them attacking. Pretty much. That they have to survive to do. Give or take. Because between the two of them, we're assuming they do 12,000 damage. It probably goes down to like 8 or 9 rounds. Thanks to Refia. But realistically, I don't see us surviving that long. Which is a real fucking issue. And I'm once again looking at the people that said, oh yeah, level 50 is a decent level to be at the end of the game with. Like they've grown an extra head. Because I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And I don't think they know either. Thanks, Bahamut. Very cool. Okay, that worked on all but one. I don't know what Rend does when it succeeds, but it only missed on the tentacle on the back. That might be something. Yeah, see, I thought you were talking about Orodo playing the NES version. Or were you talking about this version? Because those would be two very different numbers. Yeah, that's gonna be two very different numbers then, because this is two very different balances. Though neither of them seem like they're balances that really exist, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. That team haste would have been real nice. Again, I'm not convinced that this is balanced, necessarily. Considering if it happens to go full in, it does two attacks that do roughly 700 to 800 damage. The lightning, which does roughly similar to everybody other than Arc. And then you have the particle beam that just is icing on the cake and means if you get hit by all of that, most of your party is dead. And I have no counter to it. Therein lies the problem. I have no counter to this. The only counterplay I can think of here is more levels, and that's not counterplay, that's just padding numbers. So I don't know if I really would call this well-balanced at the very least. Could it be infinitely worse? Yes. But I've definitely seen far better balanced fights, where there is at least something you can do about the fact that they are spamming death upon you. As far as I can tell, there does not exist a spell in this game to give me any kind of quarter against what they're doing here. See, that I can agree with, to a degree. Oh hey, Particle Beam fucked me again. Yay! That just ends up being us just operating on two different definitions of balanced in that situation, yeah. Because balanced in my mind means that it's fair, and I cannot say that this fight is fair. Or at this level. I'm hard-pressed to call this a fight. This is just me getting bullied. Like, this thing has to have a fucking weakness or something. Meanwhile, I have a very strong weakness. It's called getting punched in the face. Mind you, that was two back-to-back 1,200 crits to a man in the back line. Fair. Now, I can understand and what you're saying. It's, again, just like I said, it was a terminology choice there that I was questioning. Yippee, I lose again. I'm just so fucking tired. Here's the other problem. In order to gain any realistic amount of levels, we are going to end up spending so much more time. But the problem is, this is not going to make a worthwhile segment in any other stream. I am just in the absolute worst fucking possible position I could be in right now. All because some fucking moron developers thought this was acceptable behavior. Like, I could make this a little bit more reasonable on myself if I hadn't overwritten the wrong save state because I'm fucking tired. Like, if it tells you anything, I'm sorely considering just finding a video of the end credits for y'all and saying we did it. And I'll just deal with it at another time. Because this is reaching unreasonable points at this point. We are 9 hours in, as they decided to drag this out as ridiculously as they could. Because as it stands, it really feels like the stars have to align for us to win this. Like, Bahamut needs to do his fucking job. I need to not get particle beamed on top of everything else at exactly the wrong time. Okay, we do a full 10k with the shurikens. Hang on, there's something there. I need to use flare though, not drain, if I'm aiming for damage. Problem is, we're gonna be in a very dire spot immediately here because of trying to get this buff off. Like, I almost feel like the only way to play this fight would have been to have 2 dedicated healers, just constantly healer batterying 2 fighters, and then you win. Which is what was discussed before about 2 sages, 2 ninjas. I assume that's what the sages sit there and do, is they just sit there and do a healing circle jerk to keep the ninjas alive until the fight's over. Yep. Hey, what do you know? Turn order happened. Yay. If that is what's required for your final boss to work, you made a dogshit final boss. I'll say it. I don't care. If you have to double up on healing to have a prayer, there's something very wrong. A balanced party should be able to get through these things reasonably. And it clearly is not the case here. So I'll make you all a deal. I will try, counting this time, 2 more times. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go. It's as simple as that. Because I am fucking exhausted at this point. And I'm just simply, on top of just being generally tired, I am tired of what they think game design looks like. There's the particle beam throwing the whole fight away for me again. Every time I feel like I'm starting to get control, it just gets slapped out of my hand again. And there's the party dead, other than Ark. We're hasted, and they still go before me. What speed did they set these fucking things to? Other than party +1. That's what I have to assume they fucking coded this to be. Is your party speed +1. Because we cannot fucking catch a break in this fight. I have a Arise charge left. You're out of shurikens. So you can't do 9999 anymore. How many did I do so far? I threw all the shurikens, so that's 40,000 by himself. Ingus did at least a couple, so let's ballpark us at being at like the 60 to 70,000 damage range now. That is halfway. We did all of that, and we're only halfway. Now the fucking thing's BMing by doing protect and all of this, which doesn't fucking matter. Yep, there's the particle beam. What I have to assume is that she will always particle beam when she gets down to half health. I'm reasonably confident that's hard-coded, that she will just start spamming particle beam once you get her below half health. That just seems like it has to be true. Oh, and I only had 3 shurikens. I didn't have 4. Shit. We were even worse off than I thought then. God damn. No, I think I just don't even bother with the haste. It makes us do more damage, but we are left so vulnerable on that first turn. Do a Kiraga on the first turn instead. And just pray that we don't get turn ordered. At least you're doing 4,000 with those. So between the two of you, you're doing 10. That basically means we're guaranteed 20,000 damage a turn for the first couple turns. Kiraga could be enough for the early turns. Just depends on how things line up. Welcome back from the ads. As you can see, nothing's fucking happened. We're still losing this fight. This fight is still terrible, and I'm still fucking exhausted. Oh, did you see a glimpse of good game design? That'd be an interesting visual bug for this game. So I was considering trying Tornado as a Hail Mary, but that ain't gonna fucking happen. Interesting. So they kind of got stuck part way, basically. Weird. Ooh, that was a really good flare. Flare seems to have, like, really wide damage variance. That is done between 8 and 4,000. Yep, there's the particle beam. See, the big problem with particle beam is we just do not have enough speed to recover. I will get outsped every time as far as casting my heal goes. Like, I can pretty much guarantee you there's going to be a lightning that's going to show up right before... There it is! And I just lose every time. Oh, you decided to go really fast, Raffia. Thanks. Fucking teach Ark how to do that. This is why some games give healing priority in turn order, by the way. Is so you don't end up with situations like this constantly. Where you can do everything in your power to do everything right, and there's just nothing you can do. Case in point, literally everything went before Ark again. What am I meant to do in that situation? Answer, die. Because there's nothing you can do to change that. I will send you all a screenshot of me beating this in the future when I waste enough of my life to be strong enough to do this. But as it stands, we're done here. 9 hours later, I'm not gonna keep fucking doing this right now. If I had realized this was gonna be this bad, I would have done the tower and everything as its own stream by itself. I will say that as a mollifying statement to the game, but this is still bad. And nothing will convince me otherwise. I'm not saying you should be able to just traipse up, do nothing throughout the entire trip through the game, and just win every fight you run into first try, no challenges at all. This does not feel like a challenge. This feels like the game has stacked the table as hard as it can against you, and no amount of your preparation mattered. That's what makes me angry with this, is it makes me feel like everything we did up to this point did not fucking matter. Is we got through every fight leading up to this pretty reasonably, and then this thing comes out of fucking left field with a steel chair with nails jammed in it. Just like every other thing in this game. Just comes out of fucking nowhere with this unbalanced shit that they decided was a good idea. Almost every time being spamming attacks that do a good half of your party's health over and over again, and while they stroke themselves thinking they knew how to design a video game. This may genuinely be the angriest I've gotten on stream. Which is impressive considering how angry I've gotten about a few things. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna send off a raid today. I know we have a good bit of people in here, and I would love to support people, but I am not in the mindset for it, and I'm so fucking tired. that I would not give the right showing to whoever we go to. We'll be back tomorrow with something that ideally won't anger me as much. And I'm sorry for those who like this game and how I've been about this game, but I can't help how I feel. Especially when I just get slapped upside the head constantly. This will be put on the record as being done, and we will move on to the next one after Next Fest. I looked at the numbers again, by the way. We do actually have Final Fantasy IV on the book still, so we'll get to that after Next Fest. Maybe it'll go better. I sure as hell don't think it could go worse. But thank you all for sticking with me through this. I'm sorry this is ending on this note, but this is just how it is sometimes, I guess. As far as the rest of the week's schedule goes, there's gonna be a little bit of fiddle here and there, as I mentioned, because of popping in for somebody's birthday stream at least a couple times on Friday and Saturday. Specifically, Thursday was originally discussed to be a thing, but with what they chose to run that day, I'm gonna be giving that one a pass probably, and just showing up on Friday and Saturday. So we'll see how that ends up playing out and what that ends up doing to the schedule, if it ends up doing anything to the schedule. But take care of yourselves, play things that are gonna actually make you happy, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.